Audio ready? Lights ready? Are you guys ready? Yes? All right. I'm Alex Hormozi, and welcome to my $100 million Money Models book launch event. And we're going to try and break not one, but two world records together here live. So I've got the Guinness judges right here. Brittany, why don't you come on out? Brittany's going to make sure that we check boxes and do the things to make this legit. Thank you so much, Brittany. We all thank you. So it's going to be a wild ride. And you guys are going to want to buckle up because it's going to get exciting. Now, if you're anything like me, you know that businesses need money to grow. So I'm going to show you the art of getting more customers to spend more money in less time again and again. But I want to warn you, this isn't a promise you're going to become rich, fabulous, or fabulously rich, or get any other result. Everyone is different. Scaling your business, like everything else in life worth doing, involves risk. And most people do nothing at all, so your results will vary. So if you see text like this at the bottom of the screen, it's there to remind you of that fact. And that's why I make free content every day to help you, the entrepreneur, to scale your business and make your results as good as I reliably can. And in the spirit of that, this is the biggest free book launch event to help entrepreneurs and business owners I've ever put on, and maybe the biggest one in history. We'll see. But I'm no saint. I want to make money just like you, and I do all this so I can someday invest in your company and scale it. Because scaling companies like yours by installing new money models is how I make my money. Just to give you an idea, let me tell you something insane. I sold 3 companies I started as a kid, 2 of them at $46.2 million in an all-cash deal to American Pacific Group. And then I took that money and invested it in new companies, which I've since scaled under our holding company, Acquisition.com. For context, the businesses in Acquisition.com portfolio did in aggregate over $250 million in revenue in 2024. To give you an idea, if Acquisition.com were a publicly traded company today, it'd be in the top 15% of all 51,000 publicly traded companies when we use net income as a measuring stick. So me saying this may create envy in some, anger in others, skepticism in most, and confusion in old people, inspire a select few. And you, the entrepreneur, the business owner, are who I made these money models for. It's also why my wife and I made it our mission to make real business education accessible for everyone. Cool? Great. Now you're all caught up. But you're not here for my story. You're here to take the next step in yours. So here's what I'll show you today. How good money models get more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again. And when that happens, your business scales as fast as you can handle. That said, money models work for marketing agencies, online businesses, real estate, financial services, insurance, home services, local business, consumer services, automotive, healthcare, software, e-learning, e-commerce, and anything that sells stuff to anyone. And I know they work because of 2 inarguable truths. One, I know they work because I use them in our portfolio companies today, which include financial services, business services, consumer services, local businesses, software, e-commerce, and more. And 2, no matter how complex a money model looks, there's only 4 types of stuff you can sell: software, information, services, and physical products. And money models work in all of them, which, if your business sells stuff, includes yours. So I've used money models my whole life. They got me to where I am. Everything I've accomplished, I have a money model to thank for it. So I know this works from experience and not theory. So I'm going to deliver for 2 types of people today. Number 1, the up-and-coming entrepreneurs. You need to put on your oxygen mask and take care of yourself and your family first. I promise you, I will help you get closer to that today for free, period. So you're going to want to stay until the end because I'm going to deliver on that big time. You have my word. And then second, the business owners, the players, the money makers. I'm going to make it in your best interest to help me help everyone else. And if you decide to join me, I'll show you how we can accomplish both our goals together. So here's what we're going to cover in our short time together today. Number 1, what you're going to get from being here. Number 2, what kills 82% of businesses. As much as I'd love to say it's lack of hard work, it's not that. Number 3, the one thing that makes a business impossible to kill. And number 4, how to apply it to your business today. So let's start with the first, what you're going to get for being here. So let's start by addressing the elephant in the room. Am I really going to give everyone here who's live a secret project I've been working on for 4 years that's better than an NFT and less than a Bitcoin? Yes. 1,000% yes. And every single person here live today will get one for free. But I can't tell you what it is yet. You'll have to stay and find out. But just so you know it's legit, this is something that I will sell. And at the end of this live stream, I'll tell you how to get it for free, so watch out for that. Now to the main event. I'd never expect you to take my word for how powerful money models are. I want to prove it to you. So without further ado, $100 million money models, how to make money. So let me explain. I'm a big believer in proof. Anyone can make promises. Very few people have proof. And every book I've written to this point, I kept proof front and center. To do that, I make sure each of my books walks their talk. So they not only tell you what to do, but they also prove what amazing things can happen if you do it. For offers, I posted and ghosted. No fanfare, no launch, no nothing. But the book answered the question, what do I sell? Answer, offers so good, people feel stupid saying no. It proved it could answer that question by demonstrating the concept it outlined, creating a Grand Slam offer. It had a rock bottom introductory price. It included a free course with higher quality stuff than most people's paid stuff, with no strings attached, not even an opt-in, truly available to anyone and everyone. It was high value. $100 million offers has what I describe as a high price to value discrepancy. In other words, you got way more than you paid for. So $100 million offers grew on word of mouth. Those are the actual sales. And 4 years later, it's still a bestseller across multiple categories. That's as of August 25. With 26,000 five-star reviews, which today millions have watched, read, or listened to. All of this undeniable proof that the ideas, principles, and tactics work. And so after releasing that book in July of 2021, I immediately got to work on my next book to answer the next question. Who do I sell my offer to? Answer, leads, aka the strangers who want to buy your stuff. But there was a problem. I'd successfully advertised my whole life, but I just didn't have enough proof in modern day social media. So I used the next 24 months for one thing, proof. Proof that the stuff that I show in $100 million leads actually works to get leads today in the real world, and it could work for you too. So I applied only the principles and tactics in $100 million leads to grow my audience from just a handful of customers and friends to over 5 million plus people. And so this is where I started on YouTube. This was 24 months later. This is where I started my podcast. This is 24 months later. But the point is this. This massive growth resulted in 463,167 registrations for the leads launch and breaking the internet. All through direct application of the $100 million leads principles, proving you can use them to advertise anything to anyone at scale. And 2 years later, thanks to $100 million leads, I've gone from 5 million person audience to a 13 plus person audience again. So I use all the principles in this book because they clearly still work. So not only did my own growth prove the book worked, but the mega launch made it undeniable. But something was still missing. Because even if you have the thing to sell, offers, and the people to sell it to, leads, you still have another question to answer. How do you get them to give you money? And ideally, as much as possible, as fast as possible, over and over again. Answer? A $100 million money model. But like the other two books, I still needed proof. A way to prove the concepts inside the book undeniably work. So here's my undeniable proof $100 million money models work. We sold more books before this launch than we sold in the entire launch last time. And we haven't even released it yet. So now you know I won't publish a book until the book itself serves as its own undeniable proof. That way you don't have to guess if it's going to work, you can know. And if you wanted even more proof, Judge, Brittany, how many people did we peek at so far?
113,000.
113,000. Not bad. So if proof that installing a $100 million money model into a business can help it generate more cash flow is what you're going to get here today, the next thing to figure out is how to scale it. But instead of asking, how do we scale a business? To get the most efficient answer, we can use what Uncle Charlie taught us, inversion, and ask, how do we kill one? So that's what we'll cover next. What kills 82% of businesses? So when we ask, how do we kill a business? Besides giving up, obviously, there's only one thing. You run out of money. According to a study by US Bank, a source I trust, given they have billions of dollars on the line, 82% of businesses fail due to poor cash flow. Said differently, if you've got no money, you've got no business. You can't even pay annual filing fees to keep your business open without money. So here's something you probably didn't know. What percent of businesses do you think lose money every year? 10%? 15%? 18%? Not even close. Try 3 times that. According to the Federal Reserve, 54% of businesses lose money or break even every year. That means you work 80-hour weeks year-round to miss restful weekends, holidays, school plays, family dinners, birthdays, nights out, all to take on more risk than any person reasonably should, and end up poorer than you started. And it shouldn't be that way. But then you might think, well, the other 46% must be balling. Guess again. Of the 46% that make any money at all, what do you think they're taking home? Well, if you listen to Instagram, you think everyone's a millionaire, obviously. Nope. What about 250 grand a year? 100 grand a year? 74,000 a year? Just the median income of a U.S. household? Nope. According to the 2024 Census Bureau data, the median income listed on tax returns for a business owner is, drumroll please, $48,000 a year. Just a fraction more than San Francisco's minimum wage. All to get sued, stolen from, and called the bad guy for trying to make it on your own. And that's a problem. And that's what I'm going to help solve today. And even if you're doing well, everything I'm about to share will just help you scale faster. All right? Now, all of this together tells us one thing. If you own a business, then at some point, no matter how hard you work, you'll likely have times where you lose money trying to get and serve new customers. In other words, you spend more money on customers than they spend on you. That's a big problem. Because if you do that long enough, your business will die. Which brings us to point 3. The one thing that makes a business impossible to kill. So we've hit a fork in the road. Either, option 1, be like most businesses and be limited by cash flow to grow. Or, option 2, get paid a lot, fast, on repeat, and grow as much as you darn well please. A $100 million money model is option 2. $100 million money models use a big fancy equation that looks like this, which says 30-day gross profit is greater than 2 times cost of acquiring a customer plus cost of goods sold, or CAC plus COGS. And that's big and fancy. But in the real world, it just starts with an offer. An offer is a problem you solve for customers in exchange for money. A money model is a sequence of offers. A $100 million money model is a sequence of offers that make customers spend twice as much on you as you do on them in 30 days or less. And when you do that, you remove cash as a limiter for growth. To do this, $100 million money models use 4 powerful mechanisms. Attraction offers, which get people to buy, which means more cash up front. Upsell offers, which get them to spend more, which means even more cash up front. Downsell offers, which get them to buy something if they say no, which results in more cash up front. Or continuity offers, which get them to buy repeatedly, which results in more cash over time. End result, more cash flow from more customers in less time. A $100 million money model. And cash flow is the key. It's the only thing that guarantees you can stay in business. So let me prove it to you. What do JP Morgan, GE, Ford, Amex, Coca-Cola, 3M all have in common? They're all over 100 years old, which they could only get to by surviving the hardest times and biggest economic shifts in modern history, things that killed most businesses. They survived World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, the advent of the radio, the advent of the television, the advent of the computer, the advent of the internet, the advent of social media, and they were only able to survive because they had cash flow, because they had a better money model. In other words, they kept making money. So if they could survive all that, then it shows us good money models make bad leads, bad customers, bad reviews, bad hires, bad lawsuits, bad economies, and everything else that kills businesses like yours and mine a walk in the park. Said differently, many business owners do everything right, except for the one thing that keeps businesses going and growing, making money. In other words, they've got broken money models, which makes all their focus on everything else in their business the same as obsessing over the aerodynamics of a car when in reality the engine doesn't even start. So if cash flow is the most important thing, and a money model is the most powerful way to increase it, How do we make a good one? Well, you build a $100 million money model. So here's what it looks like when it's right. If you make more offers and more people buy them, you make more money. If you make more money, you can use it to get more customers. If that money comes faster, the faster you can get even more customers. But what if you make your customers twice as valuable, you get twice as many of them, and they pay you at twice the speed? Answer: your business grows 8 times as fast. But what if you make your customers 3 times as valuable, get 3 times as many of them, and they pay you at 3 times the speed? Your business grows 27 times as fast. A $100 million money model is how my gym scaled from 0 to 6 locations in 3 years as a 22-year-old. It's how Jim launched my second company, scaled from $380,000 a month to $2.2 million a month in 12 months. It's how Prestige Labs, my third company, went from $270,000 a month to $1.6 million a month in 6 months. A $100 million money model is how Alan, my fourth company, went from $50,000 a month to $1.3 million a month in 6 months. And this was all before I had a personal brand. With a $100 million money model, you can get really big, really profitable, really fast, without starting with loads of money or followers, and all with just a few tweaks. And that's the concept I'll illustrate the rest of our time together. That being said, let me show you what happens to a normal business when you add in a $100 million money model. So that's what makes a business impossible to kill. Now we get into applying it to your business today. So the purpose of this section is to show you 2 things. Number 1, money model mechanisms work for any business because there's only 4 ways to sell and they work in all of them. And then second, one money model mechanism is all you need to get amazing results. So before you think to yourself, I'm not sure this concept applies to my business, which I call special snowflake-itis, and you should get that looked at. All right. There's only 4 ways to sell stuff. You have in-person, you have online, you've got with the salesman, and you've got self-checkout or on your own, which then give us salesman in person, salesman online, self-checkout in person, self-checkout online. So really quickly, identify which one you are, number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4. Can you drop this in the chat? 1, 2, 3, or 4, which one you are right now? Drop it in. All right, great. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s. There we go. All right. Which means that your business can scale using a money model. So that's number 1. Check. Now we move on to number 2. One money model mechanism is all you need to get amazing results. As a reminder, here are the 4. Attraction offers, which get people to buy. Upsell offers, which get them to buy more. Downsell offers, which get them to buy something if they say no. Or continuity offers, which get them to buy repeatedly. Now let me prove it to you in the real world. Let's break down a consumer service money model with a salesman in person. So if you sell in person, put a 1 in the chat. I saw a bunch of the 1s. This is for you guys. All right, in-person salespeople or in-person business owners, this is for you. Now let me tell you about my first good money model. My gym grew because I changed my attraction offer to get new customers. So here's most gyms' bad money model. So they do a free trial into a gym membership. So here's how that works. So they spend $100 to get 1 free trial. It takes 3 trials to get 1 $100 per month paying member, which means it costs $300 per paid member who pays $100 a month, which means it takes 3 months to break even. But many members quit in 4. So here's how a $100 million money model fixed it. This is my $100 million gym money model. Win your money back into gym membership. So I spend the same $100 to get a customer instead of a trial. The customer spends $500 up front with a win your money back offer, which works like this. You set a goal for the customer and tell them how to reach it. If they reach it, then they qualify to get their money back or get it back as store credit. After they win their money back as store credit, I make a special continuity offer to get them to buy again. Result, I make way more cash flow than the bad model within 30 days. The cash will let me scale to 6 locations in 3 years as a kid in my 20s. The money model worked so well, I could fill new locations with paying members before they opened. I went from sleeping on the floor to 6-pack locations and then eventually licensed the model to thousands of gyms. But here's the bottom line. Both gyms, the free trial gym or the win your money back gym, deliver the same service, use the same equipment, have access to the same trainers, sell the same types of memberships. but one makes way more. The one with the better money model. So there might not be anything wrong with your business. You might just have something wrong with your money model. So that was a consumer service money model with the salesman in person. This time we'll do a B2B service money model with the salesman online. So that includes DMs, DM selling, email selling, phone sales, Zoom sales, any other digital sales that you have a salesperson behind it, getting people to buy stuff. So let me tell you about my second $100 million money model. So if you do sell online or over the phone, put a 2 in the chat because this one's for you. All right? All right. Yeah, we got a lot of 2s. All right. Heard. So Gym Launch got customers easily because my attraction offer worked. But getting people to buy continuity was hard. They had no reason to buy my next thing once I'd already gotten them tons of leads. So here was my mediocre money model. I sold a $16,000 launch package. That's it. So I spent money to get them on the phone. It took 3 calls to sell a new customer, but then they wouldn't buy my next continuity offer. So they'd leave, and I would be sad. So every week, I had to start from 0 to make payroll. Stressful. And so here's how $100 million money model fixed it. On one sales call, I desperately needed to close, and so I unknowingly made a new offer that I now call a continuity bonus offer. So here's how it works. You give the customer an awesome thing for free if they join continuity. Typically, the bonus itself has more value than the first payment. And it crushed. So people started taking my continuity bonus offer, and instead of leaving, they bought something at 3 times the price. And so my continuity started stacking and stacking. You can see the exact moment I nail the money model right there. Like you can see it was kind of flat and then boom. And then we went from $380,000 a month to $1.76 million in 6 months. And this is how I filled up a room like this with people paying $42,000 a year. And then 12 weeks later, a room like this. And then a quarter or so later, a room like this. And then a quarter or so after that, a room like this. Look at the timeline between the pictures. December of 17, March of 18, August of 18, February of 19. We scaled big, fast in a small niche and beat our competition and then sold to private equity. And the main reason is this. Just look at the numbers. The difference the continuity offer made to LTV was huge. You can see it in the purple at the bottom. Imagine changing your offer mechanism and seeing that kind of increase without it costing you any more to get customers. The key point is this. We sold the same stuff in both scenarios. The same core service. But a better money model changed the business. And once I nailed my continuity bonus mechanism, gyms bought and stuck. But they didn't have my entire money model down. That led me to my next $100 million money model. So that was a B2B service business with online sales. This time we'll do a business to consumer business with a self-checkout in person, right? So if you sell people where they check out in person, drop a 3 in the chat. This is especially for my retail folks. All right. So I had all these gyms relying on me. Ad costs were going up, and they needed more money to afford ads or they stopped getting customers. The kiss of death for them and me. So to cover my ad costs in my gyms, I upsold supplements. That's how I could outspend my competition. So I figured I'd teach gyms to upsell supplements. That makes sense. And I figured if I was going to do that, then they might as well be mine. And so Prestige Labs was born. So gyms bought in, but their customers weren't buying from them. A problem. So it was only after I taught my 4-part menu upsell mechanism, where you unsell what they don't need, prescribe what they do need, ask if they prefer A or B, then make it easy to pay, that it started working and customers started buying. Sales went from $270,000 a month, watch this one, to $1.6 million a month in 2 months, 8 weeks. You can see the moment when the menu upsell kicked in. And I'm not saying this is going to happen for you. That's not my point here. But I'm saying that when you can nail the money model, it can change everything. And so once they had a better money model, it all clicked. And the key point is this. They literally sold the same product, the same exact jars of protein and pre-workouts. They sold the same thing. But with a better money model, they made more money. And now with my menu upsell offer mechanism, gyms could afford leads again. And during COVID, having the supplement revenue line kept many lights on and households fed. We demonstrated that despite going through hard times, which COVID for gyms was very hard, a $100 million money model could still generate strong cash flow. And that's one of the only reasons I was able to sell a gym company to private equity during COVID. Think about that. So that was an in-person self-checkout money model. This time we'll do an online checkout money model. So if you sell through online checkout, drop a 4 in the chat. So that's, someone buys, whether it's software, information, physical product, whatever it is, they can click and then buy. All right, we got some 4s? We got some 4s? All right, sweet. So after I'd taken out distributions and gotten paid from the sale of both companies, I started making content to attract companies to ACQ and waited for my next big money model. And that's when Skool came along. Skool is a platform that helps anyone build monetizable communities online. You can live stream one-to-many, host client calls, have in-person meetups, have one-time sales, host competitions, have unlimited pricing tiers, create lifetime deals, free trials, free groups, paid groups, private groups, process payments, all in one place. But here was the money model when we started. 14 days free, then $99 a month. Skool grew with free trials, hit 1 million users, but it took 3 years. So we made a new attraction offer. We added the Skool games, which had competition, rewards, and fun. And users exploded. We went from 1 million users to 15 plus million users in 18 months. That's 83,000 users a month to 775,000 new users a month. That's 3.5 times faster growth. Just look at the difference between these two graphs. And here's the best part. This new money model made Skool cash flow positive, completely unheard of for a platform at this scale growing this fast. It freed up cash to invest even more into the product and make Skool 10 times better. So that takes us up to present day and shows that money models work in all 4 ways to sell, including the way you sell. And shows us one of each attraction, upsell, downsell, and continuity offer mechanisms. And normally that would be enough, but we're all here. So that brings me to my last $100 million money model. The book launch event itself, which is one of these, number 4, self-checkout online. A free book launch like this costs millions to put on, and let everyone know so they can show up also costs millions. But instead of losing millions, I built a money model that used pre-orders with various money model mechanisms to both make this event free and have the funds to let everyone know about it. So let me show you what we did to demonstrate the ideas of the book with the book. So instead of just releasing a book, we offered a free event, y'all are here now, plus for anyone who registered, we offered VIP status if you pre-ordered by offering you more value for the same price than if you waited. Way more value. Lots and lots more value. This is called a pay less now or pay more later mechanism. After that, I offer 2 hard copies of my ACQ handbooks free if you bought 15 more copies, which is a buy X, get Y free offer, which I use in at least 7 different ways. More on that later. So here's what happened. Day 1, I spent $22,000 and got $34,000 back. Day 2, I spent $26,000 and got $38,000 back. Day 3, I spent $21,000 and got $49,000 back. But here's the important part. On top of that, we got 13,184 folks to find out about this event for free. So we just kept doubling down using house money to scale this all the way up. And so the bottom line is this. We spent $4 million plus on advertising and got 6.5 million back. So even though this cost millions to do, I didn't need millions to do it. And this is the key point here. Look at the beginning spend. I didn't drop $4 million day 1. As long as you can make more back and keep recycling it through, that's what makes this magical. All I needed was a $100 million money model. After that, the launch funds itself. Once a money model works, it's kind of like playing with house money at the casino, right? This is how I scaled my gyms fast, even though I started at 22 with very little. This is how when I lost everything twice, I was able to get it back so fast. You just need enough to get that first customer And then after that, you double down. You set up a $100 million money model to create cash flow to grow and then get out of the way. Because there's only 4 ways to sell stuff, and money models work in all 4. And when you build a business with a $100 million money model, you can spend as much as you want to get people to find out about your stuff because you have the cash flow to do it. If you do it well, of course, it takes skill and time. My results are from both. Yours will differ. All right, but given the size of this event, now you know it works at any scale, in any industry, at any price. So as long as a business sells something, there's a money model that scales it. That's how powerful it is. Yes, including your business, you who are here with me right now. These are the skills that have been most valuable in my life. So if you're anything like me, they're definitely skills worth learning. And I want to transfer them to you to the best of my ability. So here's what we covered so far. Cash flow is the only thing a business needs to survive. If each customer pays for 2 more, you remove cash as a limiter for growth. A $100 million money model is a sequence of offers engineered to get customers to pay for 2 more. The 4 money model mechanisms are attraction, upsell, downsell, and continuity. There's only 4 ways to sell stuff. Online self-checkout, online with salesperson, in-person with self-checkout, in-person with a salesperson. $100 million money models work for all businesses, brick and mortar, B2B, consumer services, online businesses, SaaS, and physical products. And $100 million money models made its own launch profitable using its own concepts before it was even released. Can you see how a better money model, getting more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again, can unlock the growth you want? Can you see how having a better money model helps you grow on your own without taking on bad debts, lame investors, or terrible partners? Can you see how a stronger money model can help you weather the bad storms, bad hires, and inevitable bad economies to come? Can you see how mastering money models could change your entire business or life without changing your product or delivery? Can you see how your business, big or small, online or in person, with salespeople or without, can use $100 million money model to scale? In short, can you see why building the best money model possible is a skill worth having? And this skill may just be the bridge between where you are and wherever you want to go. At least it has been for me. So let me ask you a question. Who here would like to master this skill? If so, drop a rocket in the chat. It's a rocket emoji, if you will. Thank you for spelling rocket out. Yes, we're dropping rocket in the chat. Great. Now to be clear, people don't fly out to my headquarters or ask us to invest in their business because they think I understand HVAC, plumbing, insurance, lawn care, coding, hair saloning, legaling, or their business in any way better than them. They come because I understand the mechanisms of making money and how to combine them in the right order. In other words, they come because I know how to build money models. So, the result of implementing these skills every day for more than 13 years, the best of what I know about generating hundreds of millions a year through acquisition.com, what took me from gym floor to doing very cool stuff like this. It's with great pride that I introduce to you the $100 million money model system. With this system, you have the opportunity to wield, chain, stack, and combine all 15 money model mechanisms with devastating effect. With the $100 million money model system, you can learn to master monetization. You'll have access to the tools that I personally use to transform businesses like yours and mine into cash flow machines. To have the cash flows to buy yourself the time, the talent, and the advertising to scale. $100 million money models is the most how-to system I've ever made. And judging by the world record we just unofficially broke in the beginning, possibly ever made. So here's the first thing you get in the $100 million money model system. Convert strangers into first-time buyers with Attraction Accelerator. If you're someone who doesn't get enough replies or opt-ins, or your web pages don't convert, or people don't trust you enough to buy from your content, or your leads just cost too much, then pay attention, this is for you. So remember how I scaled to 6 locations? I was able to do that with just one attraction offer mechanism. So here's what they are. An attraction offer is something free or discounted that gets a customer in the door but makes money by getting them to buy something better at a higher price. So here's why they matter. Without attraction offers, you're stuck competing on price or hoping people randomly find you, which keeps you struggling to grow and scrambling to find customers. So here's why doing them right is important. Done wrong, you lose money on every customer and go out of business. Done right, customers pay you more than it costs to get them on day one, giving you unlimited growth potential. So here's what's inside. My 5 most unique and increasingly powerful attraction mechanisms. Number 1, win your money back. With this reverse psychology method, customers pay you full price and then work like maniacs to win their money back. This backwards approach gets insane results, reviews, and referrals. Attraction mechanism number 2, giveaways. It's a 7-day formula that puts strangers into buy mode within a week. And using grand prizes the specific way I'll show you, floods your business with people who already want your most expensive stuff and are pre-qualified to buy it. Number 3, a dummy offer that gets customers to ignore cheap stuff because they like your expensive stuff even more, even though it costs way more than expected. This attraction mechanism makes expensive feel cheap and turns browsers into buyers. Number 4, buy X, get Y free. A quantity multiplier that gets customers to buy way more than they planned and thank you for it. This attraction mechanism turns discount offers into irresistible free offers that get people to buy higher quantities of stuff or months of service on the spot. Number 5, pay less now or pay more later. A speed bonus strategy that uses delays to get customers to pay you faster to get a better deal. This early bird strategy gets people to choose your higher value offers right now because the longer they wait, the more they miss out on. Now, even a single attraction mechanism can change your business overnight. Because when you chain, stack, and combine them, you get endless ways to make whatever you sell more attractive without changing what you sell. So picture this. Tomorrow, without changing anything about what you sell, you wrap your current offer in an attraction mechanism. And suddenly, way more people come out of the woodwork asking to find out more who normally ignore what you have. And when done right, sometimes an attraction mechanism is just one tweak from feeding a business for life. So think about your current leads. Could you get more and make more money from them by nailing just one of these attraction offer mechanisms? So here's why I was forced to learn this. So the first time I started letting people know about my stuff, I did not have a flood of interest. If anything, people barely cared. It took me years to figure out how to transform something boring to exciting and turn strangers into buyers. That's what attraction offers do. But Attraction Accelerator came at a high cost. The cost of wasting millions in stupid mistakes, enduring an endless stream of painful failures, making thousands of little tweaks that I had to figure out on my own. But above all else, it cost me a decade of my life that you'd have to go through trying to figure out how to perfect each of these mechanisms. Attraction Accelerator helps you skip all of that. And so the bottom line is this. A correctly installed attraction offer is so valuable, you could literally ignore everything I show you and get more paying customers tomorrow. If you do this, it'd be the cheapest thing you ever invest in. And given that I charge $15,999 for licensing just one attraction mechanism to business owners, I think it's reasonable to value Attraction Accelerator that includes not one, but all 5 attraction mechanisms for $15,999. So that's the first thing you get. Now, if you're someone who doesn't get leads to buy enough, at high enough prices, or they take multiple conversations to close, or they delay until they never do, then pay attention, this is for you. Turn every sale into an even bigger sale with epic upsells. So here's why this matters. Attraction mechanisms get customers to make their first purchase. But if you want to maximize cash flow, you need to get them to buy more. So what's the answer? Epic upsells. So here's what they are. Upsells are whatever you offer next. Upsell mechanisms involve more, better, or newer versions of whatever they just bought. And they either solve a problem the earlier purchase reveals, or they enhance value. So here's why doing them right is important. When done wrong, people feel pressured, oversold, and taken advantage of. When done right, people love them and give you more money. Great. So here's what you're going to get inside. Epic upsells give you my 4 most used mechanisms to turn first-time buyers into bigger spenders. Upsell mechanism number 1, classic upsells. A problem reveal method where customers sell themselves on your next offer without you needing to mention it. This upsell mechanism gets customers to realize they need your next thing right after they buy your first thing. Number 2, menu upsells. I talked about this briefly earlier. A helpful consultant process that gets customers to realize you're not selling them stuff they don't need. Once you earn this trust, they'll take that next thing that you offer, usually buying way more expensive stuff faster and feeling grateful for it. This thing slays. You have to use it ethically. Number 3, anchor upsells. A sticker shock strategy that gets customers to happily spend way more than planned. After using it myself, I find customers are relieved to pay way more than they planned because your main thing looks like an incredible deal by comparison. And it is. Number 4, rollover upsells. A pay-it-forward system that turns new customers into your highest paying repeat buyers and gets old customers more excited about your next offer. By getting customers to see a great deal right now, this upsell mechanism gets them to spend more money overall and faster. So here's why I was forced to figure this out. So early on, I got rejected a lot. Person after person told me they didn't want what I had. So I got nervous asking for sales, and then I'd freeze up. And I was right to be nervous because my approach sucked and I turned people off. And so instead, I figured out mechanisms to make upsells not only natural, but make it obvious the next offer is worth getting. And I want to save you the 100 of blown sales and millions in trial and error. They work without any real sales skills. You just present them. And so there's a right and a wrong way to do these, and I'll show you the best way. So I sold my supplement sales system for Prestige Labs, which included just one of these mechanisms, for $6,000. It helped gyms generate over $23.6 million in verified earnings. That's not revenue. That was their earnings. And so Epic Upsells gives you all four, which is why I value it conservatively at $5,999. And given these mechanisms work for thousands of businesses, do you think you can get even one more person a month to take an upsell? So here's what you get. You get a Traction Accelerator valued at $15,999. You get Epic Upsells valued at $5,999. Total value, $21,998. Now, I want to talk to somebody else in the audience. If you're someone who constantly hears no when you're selling, or you do payment plans and you get ghosted, or you push too hard and then sometimes you regret it, or you give out panic discounts to close the sale, or sometimes you just give up altogether when you hear no, this is for you. Turn every no into cash flow with Dealmaker downsells. So here's why it matters. Attraction mechanisms are for getting the first purchase. Upsell mechanisms are designed to get the next one. But what if people say no? Answer, Dealmaker downsells. Downsell mechanisms activate when customers say no. They're usually a change in payment structure, quality or quantity, or offer different conditions. Here's why doing them right is important. A proper downsell mechanism doesn't try to get customers to say yes to something they don't want. It's about getting them to say yes to something else they do. When done wrong, customers don't finish paying, they start haggling, or they don't buy and hate you. Here's what you get inside. Dealmaker downsells give you my three simplest, most used, and highest converting mechanisms to turn a no into a yes. And the best part is you can use all three to boost cash flow without any sales skills. I use them in every business I own. And so here's how I use them. Anywhere someone can say no, you can and should install a downsell mechanism and turn it into a yes. Downsell mechanism number one, payment plan downsells. A cash flow algorithm that steps down customers from I can't afford it to when can I start without lowering your prices. I'll show you proven payment chunking that maximizes purchases and cash flow. Plus, I'll show you my seesaw technique that makes customers choose between huge cash savings now or tiny payments later. It's sick. Number two, trial downsells. So this is a skin in the game strategy that turns no's into yeses by letting customers prove to themselves that when they use your stuff as directed, it's worth paying for with a catch. The catch stops you from wasting money or time on free tire kickers. This downsell mechanism gets people to use your product right away, see real results, and then pay for it. This is awesome for beginners. Number three, feature downsell. So this is a custom fitting formula that turns no's into yeses by giving customers exactly what they want at a price they can afford. And with my lock and key process, you just change qualities, quantities, or other product options to maximize what they pay for the value they get. So I'll show you how to balance price versus value to get the most from every deal. I'll give you a hint, it's not a one-to-one. So here's why this exists. Dealmaker downsells are cash flow maximizers you've always needed but didn't know existed. They're the real sales secrets you always look for but can never find. And you've probably heard of some or all of these, right? You might have even tried them. But the magic isn't in the concept. It's in the details. It's in the execution. And I'll show you how I've sharpened these after years of testing and combining iterations from different businesses and industries from all over the world. So this is also crazy to me because these mechanisms are huge for maximizing cash flow. Yet no one teaches the right time to use them, how to price them, or how to structure them to turn no's into cash flow. That's the difference. Dealmaker downsell mechanisms work everywhere. Checkout pages, calls, presentations, or in person. If you sell to humans, they work. I know because I use them in all sales formats, at all scales, across physical products, services, and digital businesses. So picture this. A prospect says, I can't afford $6,000. Instead of losing the sale, you say, okay, what if we did $250 a month for 24 months? And you knew they'd pay. If they actually want your thing, then they'd say, yeah, no brainer. And if every week you turn one no into cash flow, it makes a massive difference at the end of the year. Now turn the tables. Imagine someone offers you something for $6,000 and you really want it, but cash flow's tight this month. Then they say, no worries. Why don't you do 24 payments of $249? If you wanted it, that would probably make it a no-brainer. So you do it. The key is knowing when to offer it and how to make sure you get paid. Given we spent $6.5 million of research for school to master just one of these, number two, at 1/1000th the cost, this is a steal at $6,499. And given these mechanisms, do you think you can get even one more person per month to take a downsell? So here's what you get. You get a Traction Accelerator valued at $15,999. You get Epic Upsells to get people to spend more, valued at $5,999. You get Dealmaker Downsells to turn those no's into cash flow, valued at $6,499. Total value, $28,497. Now this next one is for those of you who are living sale to sale, week to week, on the cash flow roller coaster, and want to make consistent sales. I made this for you. Continuity Blueprint, the holy grail of business. So here's what it is. A continuity mechanism gets customers to keep making payments as long as you keep providing value. When done right, it stacks stable and predictable cash flow that grows automatically. When done wrong, it leads to rapid cancellations that burn your reputation and make you a sitting duck in hard times. To truly maximize your cash flow, you have to stop chasing sales and build a customer base that gets bigger every month. But there's a problem. No one wants another monthly bill. So here's what you're going to get inside. I'll give you my 3 favorite continuity mechanisms designed to get people to want to opt into continuity and want to keep paying for continuity over time. So continuity mechanism number 1, bonus continuity. So this is a gift wrapping strategy where you give customers something awesome, but only if they sign up today. So this continuity mechanism dangles a bonus valuable enough to make customers' first month feel better than free. This is how I stack recurring revenue at Gym Launch. And the way I do it, something I call the sliding scale, you can balance how much cash you collect up front versus how much you push into subscriptions. And this is ideal for low cash flow industries. Number 2, discount continuity. My free but when method that turns discounts into long-term commitments that boost cash flow. The mechanism has 5 sub-mechanisms depending on the type of thing you sell, engineered to get customers to commit for an entire year up front and stay while making them feel like they're getting a steal. And they are. Number 3, waive fee continuity. So this is a penalty avoidance mechanism that incentivizes customers to avoid a big fee by committing long-term. Get people to choose commitments over flexibility by making flexibility cost more. The best part, you get to pick the price of flexibility. This works particularly well in any business that takes time and resources to onboard new customers or get customers' results. So I built my fortune on continuity. Gyms, supplements, software subscriptions. Breaking even getting recurring customers is the holy grail for making a company sellable and valuable. Continuity allowed us to sell all 3 brands in 2021 at a $46.2 million valuation. And every business wants recurring revenue, but customers don't want another subscription. These 3 mechanisms bridge that gap. So learn from my mistakes. It took me 13 years of trial and error to get recurring revenue stacking month over month. The errors I made cost me millions in profits. Every day you keep making them costs you too. And the worst part, with continuity, these costs compound. So here's what it looks like when it's right. So picture this. You advertise, and instead of losing money getting people in the door and waiting months to recoup it, you break even or better. And each month you invest the extra cash flow of your recurring base into growth. Next month, it's more. The month after that, even more. That stacking is the power of continuity done right. For context, I sold a continuity system for gyms at $41,458 per year. And it only used one of these mechanisms. Inside the continuity blueprint, you'll get all 3. So it's reasonable to value this at least the same price of $41,458. So here's what you get. You get a Traction Accelerator, which includes my 5 favorite most powerful attraction mechanisms, valued at $15,999. You get Epic Upsells with 4 of the most powerful upsell mechanisms that I know in existence to get people to spend more money, valued at $5,999. Then if the person says no, don't worry. You've got 3 different trapdoors that you can use that I use to turn no's into cash flow, which I value at $6,499. And then finally, if you want to have that growth every month and build that base, is the continuity blueprint, valued at $41,458. Total value, $69,955. Result? You get more customers to spend more money in less time over and over again, resulting in each customer paying for themselves and the next customer, removing your limiter for growth, making your own $100 million money model. Once you learn how, you'll chain, stack, combine, layer, and sequence every money model mechanism like a monetization engineer. At the core, you do something simple. You find every problem customers have and offer to solve them at the right time, the right place, the right way. Do this and you become a master of monetization. You can instantly make any product more compelling to more people and change nothing about what you deliver, just how they buy and how much they spend when they do. Correctly installing even one of these can literally change your life. You don't need to do anything else. Because if business feels hard, you may think the same thing that I did, that you need to change industries or switch businesses. But you really just need to change your money model. Listen, these systems are more valuable than the masterminds that sell for $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 from goobers who've never even done it. And will give you hilariously more value than a 4-year degree. But to put this in perspective, if you paid my hourly rate for one-on-one money model strategy, it would cost you $1 million a day. And that's not marketer math. That's what I get paid right now. So if I price this at what it's worth, $69,955, it would be beyond reasonable for the entire system. And before I tell you the price, let me ask you a question. How much is double your lead flow worth to you? How much is double your cash flow worth to you? How much is double your growth worth to you? Actually think about it. Like, how much is that actually worth to you? Hold that number in your head. If you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it would happen, which of course you can't because all business involves risk, my results aren't typical and your results will vary. But if you did, wouldn't it be worth at least that much? Because after $100 million offers, when $100 million leads came out, I got zillions of messages of people's lives and businesses being changed. And for all those guys, it would have been worth it at any price. And that's why the $100 million money model system is a bargain at not $69,955, but $29,997. And consider this. If all this did was allow you to start your first business like it did for me, or scale your businesses without followers or cash, or break through your multi-year plateau finally, or save your business from closing like it did for me during COVID. If all this did was in 24 months, give you the skills to launch an event like this, even 100th the size, using only what's inside, wouldn't it be worth it? I think so too. Which is why it's an even bigger bargain at not $29,997, but $9,997. Because if every week, all it does is get you one more customer at twice the value, at twice the speed, it'd be more than worth it. And the best part is you only invest once, but you can monetize these skills for the rest of your life, which is why skills are always the best investment. Look, if I put my last $1,000 in the S&P 500 in 2016, which returns 9% a year, I'd have $2,400 today. But instead, I invested my last $1,000 in the S&P 500 skills and turned that $1,000 into the business we have now. So which would you rather have? $9,997 or the business you want? Right, me too. Which is why this may be the best offer I've ever given at not $9,997, but $5,997. And because I want each of you to 2x, 5x, 10x your growth and business over the next 12 months. And to be clear, I want that for you, but no way guarantee it because most people do nothing, so results will vary. But I know how life-changing this system has been for my family. And I want this to be affordable for everyone, but still an investment. I'm not going to ask for $69,955, even though it would be totally reasonable and a bargain. I'm not going to ask for $29,997. I'm not going to ask for $9,997. I'm not even going to ask for $5,997. And given each book demonstrates the concept inside, it only makes sense that money models be about making money, that I charge something for the system. And I feel a duty to demonstrate how to make offers properly so people don't feel bad about making exceptional products available for purchase. Which is why I'm going to give you access to everything I talked about today. The Attraction Accelerator, Epic Upsells, Dealmaker Downsells, Continuity Blueprint. that will show you how to harness all 15 money model mechanisms in your business for 3 payments of 3 interest-free payments of $0. Yes. It's 100% free. It's all yours. It's my way of saying thank you for being a part of this movement. I almost forgot. On top of that, you'll also get the Money Models audiobook, 100% free. So you get both the Money Model system and the Money Models audiobook, all free. And for those of you who are here for my promise at the beginning, to get something that's better than an NFT and less than a Bitcoin, I've got something else for you here live. Did I say that I wrote just 1 book since last time? Well, I didn't. I wrote another book in secret. And so it's with great pride that I'd like to present to you The Lost Chapters. This thing is beautiful. This tome contains 24 chapters that I couldn't fit in offers, leads, or money models. It includes concepts like this, and this, and this, and a zillion more. And this will be for sale for $29.99 after this event. But for everyone here, you can get a free digital copy just for being here live now. So you get the Money Model system, you get the Money Models audiobook, and the Lost Chapters, all free. That's enough value, right? Yeah? Or is there even more? Because to not just read this stuff, but to actually use it, you're going to need the tools. So to make sure everyone who wants to start a business can use money models, one of my investment stipulations for school was that when the time was right, we could do 3 things. Number 1, add everything needed to make money models work into the platform itself, which with the features launching this month, we did. So that's number 1. Number 2, I wanted to give you enough free time to get going. So instead of 14 days free, you with me here today get not 14 days free, not 30 days free, not 45 days free, not even 60 days free, but 90 days free. And number 3, since inception, school's price has been $99 a month. It hasn't changed. But since you're here with me live today, for anyone who stays after the 90 days free, that gives you the time to get going to use this stuff, we drove down the price from $99 a month to only $9 a month. For life. For this book launch. But it's only for this book launch. So I'm proud to say, and maybe you'll agree with me, that we accomplished all 3. You can install the full money model second in the platform. You have 7 times the free time to actually get going. 11 times cheaper price afterwards. So if you're an up-and-coming entrepreneur, this is your free tech starter kit. This is the best head start I can give you. I get it. I was broke. This is the head start I can give you. So you get the Money Model system, the Money Models audiobook, the Lost Chapters, and school, all free, and a lifetime lower rate after 90 days for $9. And so all those will be available Tuesday morning after the launch. So now at the beginning, I said I was going to help 2 types of people today. Up-and-coming entrepreneurs. I promised you I would help you get closer to that today for free, period. And I just delivered the Money Model system, free. The Money Models audiobook, free. The Lost Chapters, free. 90 days of school, free. And then 11 times lower price after that. Do you feel like I kept my promise? Hey guys, would you mind taking the slides down for a second? So when I started this, like thinking of this idea for this book and how I was going to present it to the world, the first thing that I wrote down was kind of just something that I wanted to say, and I tried to weave it into the presentation, and I couldn't get it to work the way I wanted to. And so I figured maybe I would just read it to you. So hopefully you guys are cool with that. So I could only make this promise because I have a business, and I live in a country that allows me to do business. So I could give this stuff away that costs me money for free. And I want to tell you why now. So there's a mission I have here today. I want to show the world that one of us can start from nothing and achieve anything we put our hearts and minds to. So what do I mean by one of us? I mean the small business, the entrepreneur, entrepreneurs like you, like me, like all of us here together in this moment. We're the ones who, together, provide the jobs, create and innovate, and fuel the economy, no matter what country we're in. But we also take the most risk. We pay the most taxes. We work the longest hours. We miss more baseball games and dance recitals than any other group in the world. And all over the world, there are entrepreneurs, one of us, who are overworked. They're stressed out. They're worried about making payroll, about paying rent. And it shouldn't be like that. Because you, the entrepreneur, you're the ones who, along with your fellow entrepreneurs who sit with you here today, you are the ones who make the world go round. And not a single one of us should have to experience that stress, that overwhelm, that struggle, which is why I need your help. So sure, let's scale together, but let's do something more. To quote J.R.R. Tolkien in The Two Towers, there's some good in this world. It's worth fighting for. As you know, our mission has always been to make real business education accessible to everyone. But there's a deeper reason behind that mission, and I want to share it with you now. I think that if we can help our fellow entrepreneurs grow their business by even a tiny fraction of percent each, the net effect could literally change the world. And that is the impact I want us to have together. As usual, I don't have a course to sell you. I just gave you all that stuff and more away for free. But I am so committed to helping our people change the world for the better that I do have an amazing gift I'd like to give you when you help me with this. So we can all agree that the stuff in this book works. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here today. And if we accept that to be true, then we can also agree that the more businesses there are that have this book, the more we can help. The more we, this community of entrepreneurs, the very backbone of the world, the more we can work together to get this book into the hands of the more good we'll be doing for everyone. The more good we'll be doing for everyone. Which is why I'd like to invite you to do something big. So before I tell you what it is, to the beginners who just got all that free stuff, are you going to complain if I incentivize the business people to donate a ton of books? Great. Can you guys bring the slides back up? $100 million men, please bring out my table. Let's do this. All right. Well, then let's rock and roll. Oh, I need my clicker. There we go. Thank you. Are these guys great? Now, business owners, players, money makers, if you're in the game, I made this for you. I said I'd show you how it's in your best interest to help me, help everyone else, and how we can accomplish both our goals together. So I'm going to ask you to donate 200 books. That's $5,998 in book donations. Then I'm going to spend the next few minutes explaining why donating 200 books will be the best business decision that you make this year easily. Because 2 years ago, I'd already written the Money Models book. This is a picture of me at the last launch with the book when I showed it at the end. I'd already recorded the Money Models audio. I'd already assembled the Money Model system, the whole thing. And then I asked myself, if I wanted business owners to help me get these books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America, that's 32.5 million people, what would be the most valuable thing I could do to incentivize business owners to have them help me make it happen? My answer, working one-on-one with you to implement everything I know into your specific business today. So I did something crazy, or at least a little unorthodox. Only weeks after my last book launch, I started inviting business owners out to my headquarters for small, private, in-person workshops. And hearing that, you might be thinking, for a guy with an international 13 million plus person audience, offering small, private, in-person workshops using his actual portfolio team might be the dumbest, least scalable model imaginable. And you'd be right. If you didn't know why I did it. You see, I started these workshops weeks after the last launch to prepare for this one. And over the last 18 months, we met in person with over 1,026 plus small businesses across all these industries, a lot. And across all these different revenue brackets, also a lot. And I didn't do all these meetings, all these workshops, all these consultations because I thought they were scalable. They're not. I did it all for this moment, to get one thing, data. I wanted to know once and for all the problems you're dealing with right now, what's limiting your growth today, your bottlenecks at this moment, everything that's keeping you up at night, everything that's holding you back, everything that's keeping you stuck. And after meeting with 1,026 plus businesses in person, we codified everything. And every business's growth was constrained by one of four things. Leads, you can't get enough qualified prospects. Sales, you can't convert the prospects you got into customers. Delivery, you can't retain the customers you got long enough. Or you're doing the first three, but your bank account doesn't show it. So we developed complete systems to fully solve every constraint. 4 systems in total. The leads constraint, we solved the lead system. The sales constraint, created the sales system. The delivery constraint, created the delivery system. And the profit constraint, created the profit system. No small task. But here's what makes these systems different from everything else out there. These aren't theories. They're tested solutions, each developed by working with 1,026 plus real businesses directly. Every system contains the exact processes, scripts, and literal checklists we give our $35,000 plus advisory clients to break through their biggest constraints. And these aren't digital downloads or PDFs, and they never will be. They're just too valuable. And there's not some login that you'll never use or some file that you'll scroll through and then forget. This had to be a physical implementation system. You're getting something that you can hold, reference, and display on your shelf and implement from. Something with hard cost and real value. All bound together, organized by system in one premium binder. Each system contains its own set of playbooks. So let me show you what's inside. Don't worry, I'll make it nice and pretty for you. Here we go. There we go. Boom. All right. So, for the lead system, there's 4 playbooks. 1, 2, 3, 4. For the sales system, there's 3 playbooks. For the delivery system, there's 2 playbooks. And for the profit system, there's 3 playbooks. To solve all codified constraints. And given 1,026 plus business owners just paid $35,000 for just part of one playbook, just part of one of these, just part of one, that unlocks their specific business constraint. All 12 is $420,000 of real and true have charged for it value. And today, right now, I want to put all 12 in your hands when you help me put 200 books in the hands of the entrepreneurs who need them. That's $5,998 in book donations. And you're going to want to get them right now at go.acq.com. Now, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is I secured a partnership through a firm to make it affordable to anyone who wants to donate. So even more of you who want to get the playbooks can. And if you qualify through a firm, you can donate books to get everything in your hands for as little as $249 a month, interest free. And if you aren't seeing a firm, you can hit the little 3 dots on the top and then check out as guest. It's also on the bottom. That's if you're already logged into Shopify. Anyways, at $249 a month, it comes out to donating 2 books a week. That's it. And I made donating super easy by hiring and training 300 plus phone reps to help anyone out who has issues checking out. You'll see their number on any field checkout. Just call and they'll help you. But on top of that, when you support the other entrepreneurs by donating books, you won't have to wait until Tuesday for the free stuff. You'll get access to everything now. Now for the bad news. I only assembled 25,000 of these implementation systems. It's likely we'll sell 25,000 of these implementation systems. Just to put this in perspective, there are 113,000 of you here live. I also plan on emailing my 1.4 million person list with this offer. We also have 21,990 affiliates. And to be clear, that's not 21,990 people. That's 21,990 audiences, a mountain of people, which is already way more than the number of systems I assembled. And with 3 million plus people, we need less than 1% of businesses to donate. But historically, less than 1% is fairly low for a live book launch like this. For context, about 2% is a normal lead conversion rate for a live launch. My last launch, for example, we converted 56,506 out of 463,000, so 12.2%, significantly higher. Now, this is a different offer, but also way more people. So it's reasonable that we'll be at what I think between 3 and 5%, which would move all 25,000 quickly. Now, if you're wondering why I did this, it's for 2 reasons. 1, scarcity changes behavior, and I wanted to give the business owners who cared the most a good reason to act the fastest in the best ways I know how. And 2, I just didn't order enough. So if you want to guarantee yours, grab them now, because it's mathematically probable that we will sell the 25,000. And the donation deal will only get better, as you'll soon see. And for the ultra business owners who always ask, do you have anything more if we donate even more? For the first time ever, the answer is yes, and you will like it. It's the #1 request I've had from business owners for 4 years. It's a one-time thing I'm only doing for this launch. It includes access to me for 6 months, along with some serious goodies you'd only appreciate as a serious business owner, if you donate even more books. But you gotta grab the 200 books to see that. You'll see that ultra business owner bonus on the 200 purchase confirmation page. Anyways, quick logistics. The 200 books you donate get sent to entrepreneurs who need them. You don't have to worry about physically storing or shipping the donated books. That was the #1 request from last year. If you want any copies for yourself, you'll get a code to get as many as you want, up to $199. Just pay shipping and handling whenever you redeem it. The code is good for a year. Any books that you don't use or give away, we will. And yes, this entire donation is a 100% dollar for dollar tax deduction for businesses. And to use Affirm, remember, just check out as guest. Now, for all my international folks, I'm very proud to say the team worked so hard to do this. We're live in 50 countries, which is absolutely absurd. Last year, I think we had 8. All right. International shipping, by the way, super expensive because books are heavy and because physics is real. And to fly a book over an ocean, it costs money. So blame your governments for taxes and physics for existing. All right. That being said, I put on the screen quickly what countries we're going to right now. Basically, I had the option of expensive shipping or not shipping there at all. So we went with that. So while you guys check out, here's what you're getting. You're donating 200 books. You're getting 200 books of real value. And the first system that you're going to get is the Leads implementation system. These playbooks give you the tools to unlock unlimited leads for yourself, like how to scale ads with the GoDaddy playbook, how to write hooks that sell, not just get views with the hooks playbook, how to build a reputation that gets the right people to buy with the branding playbook, and build the operational flows to remove yourself from marketing entirely with the marketing machine playbook. So let's take a look inside. So there we go. The first is the GoDaddy playbook. So if you ever hit a ceiling on your ad spend, your CPAs go crazy, CAC goes really high, can't scale past a certain point, this playbook gives you the exact process we follow to break through ad spend ceilings and keep scaling. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. The ad assembly process, which shows how to turn 5 ads into 600 ads per month using Hook Meet CTA. Our ad scaling strategy, which shows you how to target every customer segment from completely aware to most aware. This is how you actually scale creative and hooks to break into new markets and new customer segments. And the 70-20-10 framework, so you can juice winning campaigns way longer and duplicate them more easily. So that's the first playbook that you get inside of the Leads implementation system. The second is the Hooks playbook. If you create any content, ads, social media, emails, anything, this contains the 80-20 of hook writing from 35,000 plus pieces of content. Like, I didn't wake up with a viral video, right, and have people just appear. I had to will this. I had to force this. I had to do a lot of volume. And so here's a fraction of what's inside of what I'll show you. Proven formulas that work across every content type. Best performing hooks across all platforms, email, social, ads, everything. Simple checklist to create winning hooks every time. And so that's the second playbook that you get inside of the Leads implementation system. The third playbook you get is the brand playbook. And some of you guys may have noticed that direct response isn't working like it used to. This shows you how to build a premium brand that commands way higher prices and gets cheaper leads who buy more often. Cracking this enabled me to break through my $30 million plus revenue ceiling that I was stuck at for over 3 years. So here's just a preview of what's inside. The exact topics and associations to pick and build the brand that gets you the customers and sales you want. The brand flywheel, how to reinforce, broaden, narrow, scale, or pivot a brand. The perfect positioning process to turn views into sales instead of just vanity metrics. So that's the third playbook that you're going to get inside of the Leads implementation system. The fourth is the marketing machine. So let's face it, making ads and content can be tiring. This is how you remove yourself as the face of your marketing. It took me 18 months to remove my face completely from Gym Launch while growing sales. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. 9 perpetual ad flows that generate fresh marketing content weekly. These are so sexy. A one-time setup that captures testimonials and ads from everything you already do. And the complete system to exit your face from marketing without losing sales. Without this, I would have never been able to sell Gym Launch. So if I were you, I'd be like, well, is there any proof? Glad you asked. Here's some proof this works. This is what we spent advertising this event to get you here. Up to 500,000 a day. You can't reach this scale without systems that scale with you. That was just August 13th. 280,000, 229,000. All right. And the result was 584,000 registrations and selling more books before this launch than we sold at the last launch. And using these playbooks and checklists, I grew from 0 to 13 plus million person audience across all platforms in 5 years. This is how you can will your brand and not luck it into existence. And using the tactics contained in the marketing machine, this puppy, is how we created 1,452 ads for this launch for just our first round of ads. We actually got a warning from Facebook because we neared our ad limit. I don't know if you've ever gotten that before, but if you have a system that can scale, that's what scale looks like. And these don't just work for me. This is Chris Howell. He's a commercial architect. He was able to scale his deal pipeline from a few deals a month to tripling his business's growth. And using these principles, Jorge was able to scale his ads and lead flow for his local pharmacy. He said, after launching the strategy your team gave us, business exploded, traffic surged by over 30%. We had to grow the team just to keep up the first month. And Ava, who's 19 years old, was able to take her content agency from 10 to 15 new deals a month to 40 to 60 new deals a month. And these were B2B high-ticket recurring sales. So that's your Leads implementation system. 4 playbooks that solve the biggest leads constraints we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So when you donate the $200, you're going to get all 4 playbooks, the GoDaddy's playbook, the Hooks playbook, the branding playbooks, the marketing machine playbook, all free if you just go to go.acq.com. Now, there's more. The second system you get is the sales implementation system. Whether you can't get leads to show, can't close them when they do, or it's taking forever to get a yes, these playbooks show what we've done to solve these problems for good. So the first is the lead nurture playbook. At Allen, we analyzed every variable that increases shows across 100,000 appointments. The findings in this playbook contain the most data-driven show system that I'm aware of. So here's just a fraction of what you'll get. The 4 pillars of lead nurture, tactics to maximize speed, volume, personalization, and medium to get more schedules. The 16 actions we take to turn schedules into shows and achieve an 89% show rate that takes 0 skill. You just follow the checklist. And what's crazy is that most entrepreneurs waste time just obsessing over close rates. And there's nothing wrong with obsessing over close rates. But if you just follow a process, you can increase sales way more than any team training or new skills by just checking the list. So that's the first playbook you're going to get in the sales implementation system. The second is the closing playbook. So when I was living in motels at $100,000 in debt, my sales team couldn't close. I actually had to fly out. This playbook contains the exact closes I drilled them on to save my business. So here's a preview of what's inside. The 7 universal closes. They work no matter what a prospect says. They're the first 7 every salesman must memorize. And I've never seen these identified, and I've never included them in my content. because I was saving it for this. The reframe framework turns every question into a buying statement and gets avoiders to decide while real no's reveal their true concerns. And the urgency creation system, the words to say to make prospects buy now instead of thinking about it even when you have no deadline. So that's the second playbook that you get inside of the sales implementation system. The third is the proof playbook. Sales take too long because you don't have enough of the right kind of proof at the right times. This playbook solves that. So here's just a fraction of its contents. The belief continuum, how to move prospects from consideration to buying. The system that I use to capture volume of proof, so testimonials happen automatically and overwhelm competitors. So think proof over promise. It works in person and online. And the 13-point proof checklist that instantly diagnoses why your emails, ads, and calls aren't converting. So here's some proof this actually works. Here are my actual show rates for ACQ for this year using the Lead Nurture playbook. Those are actual show rates. These are our close rates from this year. And I used over 213 examples of proof during this presentation following this 13-point proof checklist. And to prove this works for any business, not just ours, we actually used all three playbooks when working with a portfolio company, IBC Global, which is insurance. So here's a direct quote from the founder, Steve. We went from 20% to 61% conversion of all appointments. 3x our total appointments converted using the ACQ Nurture, closing, and proof process. Numbers are up and to the right big time. Think about what a different 20 to 61. And this is not a small business. And here's another portfolio company we use all three playbooks in. So this year, well-oiled operations took their close rates from 27% to 45%, a massive difference for the business, just following the process. So that's your sales implementation system. 3 playbooks to solve the biggest sales-related constraints we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you're getting. You're getting 200 books right off the bat, right, which you're donating. You're getting the lead system, which includes the GoDaddy playbooks, which will show you how to break through the limitations for your ad scaling, which is one of the biggest issues that people can't scale on the front end. You're getting the hooks playbook. You're getting the branding playbook. You're getting the marketing machine playbook, all free. And then you're getting the sales system. You have Lead Nurture playbook to turn clicks into schedules and schedules into shows. At the end of the day, you can't sell people if they don't show up. Then you've got closing. So once they do show up, you can get them to buy. And we've got the proof checklist to make the whole thing happen faster. All 3 of those free. We're not done. So next step you get, let's see if I put this without making it all fall over. And we stuck the landing. Did we stick the landing? There we go. All right. So the next is the delivery implementation system. This solves the 2 biggest constraints that kill profitability. Customers not paying enough and customers not staying long enough. The first is the lifetime value playbook. So if leads cost too much, it's common that they don't really cost too much, but that you make too little. The customer value multiplication framework helps solve this. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. The 8 ways customers can transact with your business, leverage all 8, and never worry about rising CAC again. Most businesses only use 1 or 2. That's what's crazy. 9 real, like actually work, cost-cutting frameworks that drop every saved dollar straight to your bottom line. And the customer value map, which shows how to maximize revenue per customer interaction ethically. So that's the first of the 2 delivery playbooks that you're going to get. The second is the retention playbook. So I've been in the recurring revenue business my entire life. Understanding churn has been a scientific process for me. Like show rates, it's not one thing. It's 100 small things, and you got to do them all. The good news, the hard part is figuring out what they are. The easy part is actually doing them. So here's a preview of what's inside. Real retention data from millions of memberships showing how to reverse engineer churn from engagement activation. Remember, I'm a co-owner of school. I see a lot of revenue that's recurring. I see a lot of memberships, and I have the data because it's all in one platform. The updated 5 horsemen retention for service-based businesses, and the complete 9-step churn elimination protocol with activation points and onboarding frameworks. So that's the second playbook you're going to get. But here's proof this works. So we use these in WeWhiten, a portfolio company of ours. They whiten teeth. If you didn't get that. And 2x'd how much customers were worth and how fast they paid. with the extra cash dropping straight to the bottom line. Want to guess how big of an impact it made? Which 7.5x profit per location. That's not a typo. Imagine that for a second. 7.5x per location across all 17 stores in 2 years without changing anything about their core services. They still whiten teeth and only changing the money model. And to give you another example, here's our month 12 retention on School. This retention curve is how we have 15 plus million users on School, which means that we retain so well that we net more than one user per user, which makes School grow even faster. So here's proof this works not just for my business, but any business. So this is what Eric and Amanda Eck, who own a digital art marketplace, said. AOV more than doubled. Result, better customers who pay faster, pay more, thank us for it. We've maintained revenue, improved margins, and we can breathe. Here's another. This is Paul Law, founder of Multiverse Beans, had to say. I attribute a lot of the growth to what you said to me at the workshop. Customer journey is what matters most. Overall, 66% growth for 7.5 months. So that's your delivery implementation system. 2 playbooks that solve the biggest delivery-related constraints we found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you're getting. When you donate 200 bucks, you're getting the lead system, which includes go-to ads, hooks, branding, and marketing. And if you just use the hooks alone, like if you think about the front end of a business, the hook is how every single person actually starts going from cold to warm. If you were just able to increase the amount of people that just take that first step, everything else down funnel increases just from that one thing. And this is just one of the 4 playbooks that you get inside a lead system for free. On top of that, inside of the sales system, you have lead nurture, closing, and proof. If people are taking way too long to buy, it's because you don't have the right kind and enough at the right times of proof. And the checklist shows you how to do that. You'll get all 3 of those playbooks for free. On top of that, you'll get the delivery system, which shows you how to juice the hell out of LTV and retain customers once they start paying. Free. Next up, you get, but wait, there's more. The profit implementation system. This is the last constraint that kills businesses. You work all day, every day for the small percentage of cash left over at the end of the month. With a few tweaks, that number can be much bigger. This playbook contains the 3 lowest operational effort systems you can implement into a business to improve its cash position. So the first is the fast cash playbook. How to inject cash into a business using only what you've already got. Every business needs a way to generate cash quickly. Taxes, emergencies, extra payroll months, funding and expansion, or my personal favorite, just to give yourself a raise. So here's just a fraction of what's inside. Ready to send 7-day countdown email text promotion sequences tested on thousands of businesses. A quarterly cash calendar system with 90-day rotations so you can just set these and run them on a cadence. The fast cash checklist to help you pick and assemble your list, pick your offer, price it, and send it. This thing is awesome. So that's the first playbook that you get inside of the profit implementation system. The second is the pricing playbook. This contains my top 10 most used instant pricing-based profit optimizations. These are the first strategies that I would use to cover this donation. If I zapped into your position right now and I was just jumping into the business, this is the first thing I would use. So here's a preview of what's inside. 10 instant pricing optimizations. For example, going monthly to 28-day cycles, that's an 8.3% increase in billing. That's just one of 10 different optimizations that are in here. And that's bullet 1. The next is 17 pricing algorithms. They explain if this, then that. If at full capacity and need help, do X. If at full capacity and don't, do Y. And just to put this in perspective, if you were to implement all of these, assuming you had none and you didn't change sales, it would represent a gigantic increase in profit. And I have yet to meet a business that has every one of these installed. The third is the price raise playbook. This is the last of the 3 profit implementation playbooks. If you raise prices, you make more doing the same or less work. This is the highest leverage thing you can send tomorrow. So here's just a fraction of what you'll get inside. How to find your pricing sweet spot without losing customers or needing fancy analytics. The price raise method with trap doors to keep select customers without playing favorites. And the price raise letter tested by hundreds of businesses. Fill in the blanks and send. This thing is gold. It's amazing. I've tested this with so many different types of businesses. Like, this is awesome. So here's proof this works. Part of how Gym Launch sold $16,000 packages in a market with a $32,000 median income was fast cash plays. We gave them the skills to make the money to afford the help they needed. And the result of these pricing levers, when used together, were Gym Launch's actual gross margins. And so here's proof this works, not just for my business, but any business. So here's Corey. He owns ProShine HVAC duct cleaners. This is what he said. These principles were super easy to implement in my business, almost like finding $100 bills everywhere I went. After sitting down with my business, I'm fairly confident to say this brought 15 to 20% back on my business that was just sitting there. Think about your business. If you drop 15 to 20% more to the bottom line, would that be a big deal? Probably. Just from doing things that were already there, just repositioning. And here's what Tuzaint said, who owns a marketing agency that sells to stem cell clinics. The pricing playbook alone, this guy, paid for my VAM workshop. Before using it, I had a lot of friction increasing LTV for my clients due to selling a high-ticket offer. I read the book on my flight home, implemented Alex's tactics, and not only did we triple LTV, we also tripled the amount of clients who were signing up, all due to the positioning tactics in the playbook. And I don't know about you, tripling LTV, tripling the amount of customers you sign up, good. And so here's more proof the pricing playbook works for any business. So James Patrick, he's a health consultant. If you guys are looking for feedback on $100 pricing, this stuff is gold. An easy read on our flight. Jeff clarity on how to make XYZ. Frank LaRosa, Elite Recruiting. You can tell Alex's pricing playbook is one of the best books ever I've ever read in terms of having immediate impact when I roll these out. Roof Leopard. We get no's due to our pricing and are closing at 42% close rate this season while increasing our average ticket from last year by $5,500. That's per sale increased by $5,500. Not bad. Now, these are businesses that used the price raise playbook, this puppy. So Danielle Thompson, we took our price from $115 per month to $196 every 4 weeks. We were super scared to send the letter, but it ended up being the single best decision we made as a business. And here's Steven. I rolled out this price increase letter to 32 clients. Honestly, I wasn't sure it would land. Raising memberships by $226 a month, added $226, right? It ended up being the single fastest revenue lever I've ever pulled in business, ever. Stephanie took my price from $200 to $396 and $516 a month. It was the best decision we have made for our business, and we have not looked back since. And Leander implemented a 78% membership price hike across 700 subscriptions. It was a bold move, but allowed me to significantly boost revenue, reinvest the member experience, and elevate the perceived value of the brand. Looking back, it was one of the best decisions we made for long-term growth. So that's your profit implementation system. 3 playbooks to solve the biggest profit-related constraints we've found in 1,026 plus businesses. So here's what you get in the $100 million Money Models implementation system. Ooh, doesn't that look nice? There we go. Oops. Ooh, that could have been bad. There we go. Okay. So here's what you're getting. When you donate $200 to entrepreneurs who need them, you're getting the entire lead system, all 4 playbooks, go-to ads, hooks, branding, and the marketing machine so you can remove your face from making content or ads if you so desire, free. You're getting the sales system, which includes lead nurture, closing, and proof so you can accelerate your sales and accelerate your cash flow cycle over and over by just installing these checklists, free. You're also getting the delivery system, which includes increasing LTV and retaining customers longer through one of which, the churn elimination protocol. Free. And the profit system, which includes fast cash, pricing, and the price raise letter that you can immediately send. That's the lowest operational drag thing. If I were to jump into your business tomorrow, I would start with the profit implementation playbook and boom. All solving the real constraints of 1,026 plus real businesses like yours. So this isn't theory. These are the solutions we charge $35,000 for, to be clear, plus obviously 1 day of in-person delivery. So think of these as your treasure map for scaling from where you are to where you want to go. And today you get all 12 playbooks free when you donate 200 books to entrepreneurs who need them. There we go. So if you want all 12 implementation playbooks, go to go.acq.com right now. And if you qualify through a firm, you can donate the books and get everything in your hands for as little as $249. Again, interest-free if you qualify. And if you're not seeing it, just make sure you check out as a guest. All right? There's one at the top and the bottom you can click. And if you have trouble checking out, we have 300 phone reps who are there to help you get support. All right? And while you're checking out, let me show you how we're going to make sure you implement the right solution at the right time for you. So imagine you're about to begin on this quest. But what happens when you hit a roadblock specific to your exact business situation? Most people get stuck and give up. I couldn't personally consult with everyone, but I had an idea that changed everything. So I told you that we met with 1,026 plus businesses who paid over $35,000 each. That's $35 million in advisory work. But one thing I left out is I also personally met with 226 plus businesses that paid $135,000 or more each for me to one-on-one break down their business. Now, look at this behemoth. I compiled all my notes on each of the 226 businesses that I worked with one-on-one. If I spaced out working with all those businesses with no weekends, it would be one business every other day, end to end, for 2 years. And look, I took pictures of all of them. A truly backbreaking amount of work. And I definitely didn't do it because one-on-one consulting in person scales, but because the biggest issue I continue to have is people asking, hey, Alex, what should I do to grow my business? And I really desperately want to answer that question for you. But there's only so many hours in the day, and I still have my main job at ACQ. So I personally documented the exact problems and solutions for 226 plus businesses. I did this monstrous amount of work that can't scale for a very particular reason. To build something that can. So here's what I did. For every business I met with, we had intake calls, we took down their stats, their industry. We did I took extensive notes, we did a constraint analysis, I personally delivered the recommendations in person, I documented their exact problems and solutions, exactly what they would need to act on and in what order, and organized follow-up to give them their next steps. Now to all my folks who paid $135,000, don't worry, your data is protected, your data is safe. But again, I personally consulted every business, recorded every intake call, every constraint analysis, every recommendation, every follow-up call, all my actual notes. I recorded all of it. All in preparation for this very moment. Violent, obscene, ruthless, wise. ACQ AI, custom trained on everything. So I trained a custom AI on everything. My end-to-end analysis of each of the 226 plus businesses, every constraint, every solution, every implementation step, plus all 3 books, offers, leads, and money models. Then I trained it on all the implementation playbooks that you just got, the leads implementation playbooks, the sales implementation playbooks, the profit implementation playbooks, the delivery implementation playbooks, and I plugged it into this AI so we have consistent inputs and outputs. Now, I worked with a lot of businesses over the last 2 years. Here's just a few of them. We had pest control, carpet cleaning, restaurants, waste management, logistics, cannabis, lighting, legal, accounting, wealth, tax, financial advisors, marketing agencies, content creators, influencers, media companies, roofing, construction, remodelers, real estate brokerages, lenders, real estate agents, real estate investors, fund managers, crypto funds, web design, IT services, content ads, branding agencies, design shops, online coaches, gyms, nail salon, hair salon, massage therapy, med spas, auto repair, coaching courses, community owners, online businesses, e-commerce, car dealerships, logging, franchisers, meal prep, e-commerce brands, virtual assistant agencies, recruiters, insurance, physical therapy, B2B SaaS, B2B services, B2C SaaS, B2C services, cash practice, general practitioners, dentists, surgeons, urgent cares, pharmacies, HVAC, plumbing, lawn care, and residential and commercial cleaning. So if you're wondering, but will it be able to help with my specific business? Yes, for 3 reasons. First, that was 60 of them. I did more than 4 times that. Second, because I probably helped a business exactly like yours, not once, but multiple times. Some bigger, some smaller, some exactly the same size. And third, even if I hadn't found or worked with one exactly like yours, you should want insights from outside your industry. That's how you get ahead. Result, you get answers in minutes that would take you years of trial and error to discover on your own. And the best part, you'll never have to wonder, what would Alex do in my specific situation again? And so if the playbooks are your map, then ACQ AI is your vehicle to getting there. This is the first time this data has ever been made available to anyone, and at no small cost. And if this sounds absurdly valuable, it's because it is. Normally, a fraction of this intelligence would cost $135,000 per consultation. It's literally the most valuable thing I can give you. In fact, many of the faces that you see behind me paid at least that. And after spending $135,000 on that work, the average business rated a 9.54 out of 10. It was a lot of work. And to be clear, these are experienced business owners. But numbers on a page can get overwhelming. So why don't we just ask them if they thought it was worth it? So if you guys could use the incredibly scientific method of holding your fingers up from 1 to 10, 1 being bad, 10 being great, could you tell everyone who's watching whether it was worth it? Can I get some fingers? So don't believe me, believe them. So why would I give away such an unstoppable machine? Well, let's not pretend that I'm just giving this away, because I'm not. There's a catch. But before I tell you, books, experiences, tutors changed my life more than anything, which is why I want to get these books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America and eventually the world. And if you're already donating 200 bucks and see how this AI tool is more valuable than any one-off consulting that people even pay $135,000 for, and will give you hilariously more value than hiring another mid-level employee or vendor with a fraction of the experience, and is way faster than trying to figure out everything for yourself through years of trial and error. And again, to put this in perspective, not even counting that this AI is trained on all 3 of my books, all 12 of the implementation playbooks, the leads playbooks, the sales playbooks, the profit playbooks, the delivery playbooks, and $31 million of real cash value advisory work alone. And more than 2 years of my life meeting with businesses one-on-one, day in and day out. And before I tell you the additional books you need to donate to get this free, let me ask you a question. How much is knowing exactly what to do with your business worth to you? How much is getting the right strategy without years of trial and error worth to you? How much is having the answer to your biggest business problem in minutes to your exact specifications worth to you? How much is unlimited access to intelligence that never sleeps worth to you? Donating an extra 1,000 books, 2,000 books, 5,000 books, 30,000 books? Hold that number in your head, for real. Actually think about the number. Like, what amount of books would you be willing to donate for that? If you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, this custom trained AI would help you solve your biggest constraint, which you can't because all business involves risk and your execution will vary. But if it did, wouldn't it be worth at least that much? So if I price this with 2,500 more books on top of the 200, I think it would be beyond reasonable. 2,500 more books to get $31 million of consulting value at your fingertips. And that's why the ACQ AI is definitely a bargain at not 2,500, but 1,000 more books. And consider this. If all this did was give you the one solution to the problem that's been holding your business back for years, or allow you to see an opportunity from the outside of your industry that lets you leapfrog all your competition, or save your business from one catastrophic mistake. If all this did was give you the confidence to make your next big move, knowing it's built on a foundation of hundreds of real-world businesses like yours, wouldn't it be worth it? I think so too. Which is why it's an even bigger bargain at not 1,000 books, but 400 more books. Because even if only one single time you get one actionable answer to your exact specification with 10 times the clarity at 100 times the speed, it's the same thing these high-level, amazing business owners paid $135,000 for. And they did that because you only get to that level by understanding the value of risk and speed. And the best part is you only invest once, but get to leverage it to your exact specifications as many times as you want. Which is why leverage, like skills, is one of the best investments. Look, if I had taken that $31 million from consulting and just parked it somewhere, it'd just be a pile of money. Who cares? But instead, I took 2 years of my life and the fruits of all that labor and put it into an AI tool that you can use. So which would you rather have? 400 books worth of cash, or the help you need to get to where you want to go with the custom ACQ AI trained on everything, 24/7 on demand? Right, me too. Which is why this may really be the best offer I've ever given at not 400 extra books, but only 200 extra. And because I want each and every one of you, truly serious ultra ballers, to have an unfair advantage, to 2x, 5x, or 10x your business over time. And I know how game-changing having the right answer at the right time has been for me. And I want this to be within your financial means, but still a serious decision. I'm not going to ask you to donate 400 more bucks. I'm not even going to ask you to donate 200 more bucks. And given this tool adds clarity, structure, speed, volume, and wisdom, it only makes sense that this has a real cost. And it only makes sense to do right by everyone who's ever invested in the development of this project. All these amazing people behind me. Which is why I'm going to give you access to the ACQ AI custom trained on everything for an extra donation of, an extra one-time book donation of, free, with the original 200 book donation. So yes, it's all included when you donate 200 books. As my way of saying thank you to all the players for putting books in the hands of entrepreneurs who need them. You guys are all amazing. So, let me quickly recap what you're getting when you donate 200 books at go.acq.com. And if you're like, should I go now? You should go now. Here's what you're getting. You donate 200 books to entrepreneurs who need them. That's $5,998 in absolute, clear, unquestionable value. On top of that, you're getting the lead system to solve your leads constraints. If you're not getting as many qualified prospects as you need, we created these literal checklists and scripts to follow to solve the constraint. Free. The hooks, the go-to-dads, branding, and the marketing machine. Next, you get the sales system, which includes lead nurture, closing, and the proof checklist. So if right now you're not converting as many people and they're not converting as fast as you want, this is what it's for. Free. All of it. Next, you have the delivery system. If delivery is your constraint, you're not making enough profit per customer, LTV needs to expand, or people are just churning out the back end. These checklists help you solve that problem. Both of these, free. And you get the profit system, fast cash pricing, and the price raise letter, things that you can immediately do in your business tomorrow to improve how sales are perceived and how you can price that can ultimately drive the most profit. Not a promise, just saying that's how it works. All four of those systems free. Plus, the ACQ AI trained on $31 million of consulting that took me 2 years to build and put together so that I could train this AI on the best first-party data I possibly could. Free. When you help me, help other entrepreneurs by donating 200 bucks. But I've got one more free gift for you guys when you do. The ACQ Virtual Implementation Workshop. And you're like, does Alex have a prop for this? Hell yeah, I have a prop for this. Boom, look at that. Doesn't it look nice? Looks nice, doesn't it? All right, there we go. To make sure you use the AI to the best of its ability, I want to walk you through the same process that people pay $35,000 or even $135,000 for and love it. So when you donate 200 books, you'll also get the ACQ Implementation Virtual Workshop. So I'll be personally leading you through the entire implementation process to find the playbook that will give you the highest return today, which one you'll need next, and how to best use ACQ AI to implement it. At the virtual workshop, you'll identify which constraint gives you the maximum return on effort using our most effective frameworks to help you use ACQ AI to find and create leverage. You'll pinpoint whether your bottleneck is demand or supply, and then install what I call quad promotional funnels that allow you to scale across both sides of the business. You'll leave with a clear roadmap showing which playbook to start with for maximum impact, personalized by the ACQ AI for your exact business. The result? You'll get clear on what's holding you back, then know which playbooks to use to solve the issue and unlock what I call leverage growth, and use ACQ AI to maximize it. So if the playbook's your map, think of the ACQ AI as your vehicle, and think of the workshops as your guide. Now, to put this in context, an in-person version of this is $35,000 run by my team. All right? So I'm not involved. $35,000 run by my team in person one day. This experience is virtual and it's led by me. Now, here's just a few happy stories of the in-person one run by my team. Joshua Tomlinson, I followed Alex's content for a long time. Expectations were super high. Needless to say, absolutely delivered. Happy Bay Construction, we've never been to an event packed with so much value in 2 days. No fluff, straight business, worth every penny. Sarah, been to Vegas twice now, can say without hesitation, helped my business tremendously. Mike Lynch, one of the best high-level business events I've ever been to, highly recommend for every business owner. Julie, nearly instant ROI every time I come here. They go above and beyond to make sure you get exceptional value. And there's just, honestly, the best things we've ever done. You can keep going. Left with clarity, bunch of great notes, some solid connections, great follow-up, right? I can definitely do it again, recommend a friend. Like, I can keep going. There's just a lot of these. A lot of these. And you get access to the ACQ virtual event for free when you support 200 entrepreneurs by donating books. So here's what you're getting. You get the 200 books. You get the lead system, free. You get the sales system, free. You get the delivery system in both playbooks, free. The profit system in all 3 playbooks, free. Again, these are hard copies inside of a premium bound binder. On top of that, ACQ AI training on 226 plus businesses, probably 1 or 2 that are just like yours, maybe 1 bigger, 1 smaller, that you can immediately ask questions to about your specific business and the next thing you need to do. And the virtual workshop to make sure that you know how to maximize all of this material so you can unbottleneck your business and grow without restraint. All free when you donate 200 books. So just go to go.acq.com. Now, if you want my competitive advantage to be yours for less than the cost of a Chipotle burrito every day, which is $8.33 with Affirm, just go to go.acq.com right now. Now, I've seen many of you already donating books during this presentation, and it makes me incredibly grateful, so thank you. But I also know that some of you still have a question or two. So before I bring out our 5 mystery headliners, let me address some of the questions I expect people to have. So let me just be upfront. This is a significant commitment, right? So let me just be direct here. If you've gotten value from my free nuggets, my free YouTube videos, my free podcast, my free scaling roadmap, my free audiobooks, my free keynotes, my free newsletter, Mosey Minute, my free courses, my free events, please donate some books. Which you can do here now at go.acq.com. And if you haven't gotten value, then please don't. I really mean that. With that said, while you guys check out, I want to share something cool with you. Over the last year, I've been studying risk-reward decision-making frameworks of the wealthiest people in history. People like Rockefeller, Paul Getty, Bezos, Musk. And what amazed me was a common theme. These guys had to make huge bets and go all in multiple times, and those moments are the inflection points in their lives and wealth. For example, Elon, age 26, exits first business, Zip2, is $22 million in cash. Most people retire here, but then he goes all in on his next thing, a payment platform. 31, exits PayPal, $175 million cash to him. Most people for sure retire here, but he then goes all in again on his next thing, rocket cars and solar. Then, age 37, SpaceX almost runs out of money, puts everything he has on the line on his 4th launch, makes it happen, and SpaceX is saved. But wait, there's more. At age 46, Tesla's 1 month from running out of money. He risks his entire net worth again to borrow money to float the company and eventually turns the corner with the Model S. And today, 54, now the richest man in the world with 3 of the most valuable companies ever and positioned for more growth. And all of the others have the same wild stories because they have a different and superior understanding of risk and reward. Bezos actually has 2 of my favorite quotes on risk and reward of all time. The first was the opener of my $100 million offers book. Outsized returns often come from betting against conventional wisdom. And conventional wisdom is usually right. Given a 10% chance of 100 times payoff, you should take that bet every time. But you're still going to be wrong 9 times out of 10. We all know that if you swing for the fences, you're going to strike out a lot. But you're also going to hit some home runs. The difference between baseball and business, however, is that baseball has a truncated outcome distribution. When you swing, no matter how well you connect with the ball, the most runs you can get is 4. In business, every once in a while, when you step up to the plate, you can score 1,000 runs. This long-tail distribution of returns is why it's important to be bold. Big winners pay for so many experiments. He also has my second favorite quote of his. It's short and sweet, but it's one that I think of a lot, partially because I don't read paragraphs to myself. Humans tend to overestimate risk and underestimate opportunity, which led to one conclusion. History rewards us for being bold. Because I know some of you guys are stuck trying to figure out your next move, scaling like crazy, trying to keep the wheels on the bus, and some of you guys are just trying to stop the bleeding. And I've noticed this common theme for myself in business, is that at every sticking point I reach, there's usually some big bet I have to make to get to the next level. And so I like to remind myself of this when I don't feel courageous. And so each of these figures had moments where they had to make high stakes decisions multiple times, not just once, multiple times, and go all in to get to the next level. And so the decisions are the highest leverage actions that we can take. I thought sharing some of the decision frameworks and bets that shaped my career might be some of the highest leverage value that I can give you. Is that okay? I think they're cool. Sweet. 10 decisions and frameworks that changed my life. So big decision number one was quitting my job to become an entrepreneur. So I'm on the phone with a close friend, Victor. He was my first free client, by the way, pacing around my apartment, probably for the 50th time, debating if I should quit my job and start a business or not. And so I'm saying things like, what if it doesn't work? What if I run out of money? I'm doing okay. Why should I change anything? I've got a lot going on already. Things are super busy right now. And like a good friend, he listened and he waited for me to list all my reasons. And then he said something I'll never forget. He said, dude, the only thing that's guaranteed is that if you risk nothing, get nothing. It sounds like all your reasons not to do it are the reasons you should do it. And what's crazy is we actually both quit our jobs after that conversation within the next few weeks. And I drove across the country to become an entrepreneur. And I can safely say that was the best decision I ever made, and my friend Victor helped me. Which led me to big decision number two, learning the gym business. So I drive across the country. This is the actual picture when I got to California, when I actually showed up. So I find this gym expert on the internet, drive across the country straight to his gym, and I took this picture. I actually found it. Anyways, I think it's kind of cool. And so anyways, after driving 36 hours, I didn't know what to expect. And so as soon as I sit down, he offers me to join his gym owner group for $10,000. So I froze. I'm 22 years old, right? And I tell him, I'm not sure if I'm at the point in my business career to make an investment like this. But Sam says to me, have you ever made a decision like this before? I say, no. He says, you only have to answer 3 questions. And if you answer no to any of them, then don't do it. Deal? I said, sure. He said, will this get you closer or further from your goals? I said, yes. He said, great. He said, does it increase your chances versus doing it on your own? Yes or no? I said, yes. And he said, do you have access to the money to get started? Yes or no? I said, yes. He said, well, since you said yes to all 3, it's a logical decision, so I don't think you'll regret it. And so I did it. I invested in me. And it ended up being one of the best decisions, the best investments I've ever made. It was the first big domino that moved me in this direction. And to be clear, that one group isn't why I'm here today. But the decision to invest in learning skills is. It was the first big investment I made, so I always frame these decisions directionally rather than absolutely. So instead of asking, will this thing scale, save XYZ my business? Answer, it certainly won't. Only you can do that. But instead I ask, does this get me closer or further from my goals? And for me, when the answer is yes, I move forward knowing I'll figure the rest out along the way, which you can do by going to the link below at go.acq.com. And despite being terrified to spend that kind of money, I did. And that decision ended up being one of the largest factors to why I'm here today. So here's what happened next. I go to my first gym owners meeting. Remember, I don't own a gym, okay? And so big decision number 3, what kind of gym model should I start? Bodybuilding, powerlifting, fitness. I was into all these different things. And so I show up at the meeting. I wasn't even sure if I was ready to be in a room like this. And my turn to talk comes up. So I say, I want to start a 10,000 square foot gym. And immediately all the gym owners jump on me and were like, never go over 5,000 square feet for a training studio. And I was like, oh, okay, got it, write it down. And then I mentioned some specific equipment I wanted to get. And they said, no, you don't need that. You can get most of that stuff for 10 cents on the dollar at auctions. I was like, oh, didn't know that. Great. And then I said, okay, well, I want to rent retail space. $5 a foot is what I'm thinking. They're like, no, you can never go above 150. I was like, oh, got it. And so in 30 minutes, they saved me probably 5 years and $250,000. Like I couldn't have gotten a higher ROI if I tried. And that's when I realized just how steep the price of ignorance is. It's a tax we all pay in time or money, and we pay with whatever we value least. But we pay the ignorance tax either way. These decisions, to be clear, I made before I was ready, but I think of them now like a rocket ship. A small directional change in the beginning can create huge changes down the line, good or bad. So sometimes starting before you're ready is exactly when you benefit the most. It's also why I secured financing through a firm which works out to $249 a month for anyone who qualifies and wants to donate books. Just remember, check out his guest if you want to use financing. To be clear, don't be dumb. I've tried to make it so anyone who's motivated to donate can and can get it. Just hit the link at the bottom now and you can walk through the steps. All right. Anyways, the decisions that Sam and that group helped me make set me on this better path, which led me to big decision number 4, starting with my first gym and my partner who never was. So Sam connects with another gym owner in the area and says we should partner up and start a bigger gym together. So 2 weeks before the gym opens, my to-be partner says, hey, we should go to this workshop. It's $3,000. They promise if you don't make $10,000 at the end of the workshop, you can get your money back. I was like, okay. So $3,000 was still a lot to me at the time, but it sounded like stuff I needed to learn. So I paid and I went with him to Las Vegas. So let me give you a spoiler here. I didn't make 10 grand. I didn't even make $1 from the workshop. But I did learn a little skill called Facebook ads in 2012. So this is totally crazy. But that arrow that's pointing to that picture, so a friend of mine was actually there. He sent me this picture, I want to say, within the last 6 months. And this is from 2012. So 13 years ago. So he was there and this is actually at the workshop. Anyways, I think that for me it's cool. I mean, maybe when you get older, you like pictures of little moments. So anyways, my to-be partner didn't make $10,000 either. All right. But here's the difference. He got upset and he asked for a refund. But I didn't because I saw how I could use this to get people into my gym. Now, the night before we had to sign the lease, my to-be partner, who never was, backed out. So I had to come up with his half and my half, which is why I didn't have enough for 2 rents and slept on the floor. For those of you who know that story, that's why. But learning to run ads in exchange for my $3,000 investment, yeah, you could say it worked out for me in the long run. And so the bottom line is this. For the right person, ROI should be the least of their concerns. Because to winners, learning skills is always worth it. And winners only become winners by taking action before they are. And that's how they win. But if you just need to take a bet on yourself, then do it. You're the only asset you can ever lose. And so investing in you is the best long-term move you can make with this or anything. And I made it easy for you at go.acq.com. Now that takes me to big decision number 5, find a way or make a way. So I open my gym and I get a chairs and table from a dealership down the street for free. So they put these out on their lawn. You can see a picture there. I just only bought equipment and then I realized that no one had anywhere to sit and I had nowhere to sign anyone up. And so I was like, oh God. And so I saw this out front of this car dealership and they're like, you want it? And so they actually helped me bring it back. Anyways, little story. So I pulled these things from across the street for free. I run my first ads and I sign up 22 members. And this sounds silly now, but like that table with 22 signups was actually a huge accomplishment to me. For years when I would look at that picture, I used to get really choked up about it. Now I feel nothing. I'm kidding. But I actually remember it was a huge, I went to a new city I'd never been to and I signed up 22 people. It was like a huge deal. And so what's interesting is that one of those members totally changed my perspective. Her name was Jamie. And so she was a single mom, 4 kids, 1 job, comes in, says she wants to lose weight. I told her the price. She said she couldn't afford it. And so I paused, as you should. And then she finally said, you know what? I'm going to do it anyways. I'll figure it out. And so she ended up crushing it and doing an awesome job. And so later I asked her, I said, hey, what'd you end up doing to pay for this so that I could tell other people, right, who said they can't afford it? She said, I drove Uber 1 day a week when the kids were at their dad's. I was just resourceful. And so in that moment, she taught me the difference between resources and resourcefulness. Everyone thinks you need the first, but you only need the second. And as a single mom with 4 kids, you can imagine she could have easily said she didn't have the money. But it just came down to priorities. She just decided that this was more important than the least important thing she was doing and spending money on, and made the trade. And so sometimes I have to remind myself of that, where I'm like, do I want this thing? Yes. What else am I spending time and money on? What is the least important thing that I'm spending time and money on? Am I willing to trade that for this other thing that I want more? If the answer is yes, I make the trade. And so whenever I like to think of my situation, if I think it's hard, right? I think about Jamie and I'm reminded there's always someone who's had it worse and done better. And I actually found one of her first progress pictures and she actually ended up losing over, I think, close to 100 pounds. This isn't her full before and after, but I just thought it was kind of cool. Little history. And she did that by focusing on her resourcefulness, not her resources. And the best way to increase resourcefulness is to learn new skills. It's why I distilled all the practices into playbooks and checklists so you can just follow them. Each playbook you can get through in one sitting. That's how I designed them. This is not the time of more information. This is time of how do I just have the checklist that I can follow, that can implement to immediately see a change. And it took me time that you don't have to pay to figure out the 100 ways to do it wrong. With these playbooks, you can just start with what works so you stop wasting time on what doesn't by donating 200 books at the link below. Which led me to big decision number 6, learning high-ticket sales and services. So my gym's growing, but not fast enough. So I reached back out to the guy who ran the workshop. He had like 10 gyms at the time, and I asked him, can you help me grow my gyms faster? He said, sure, and then told me the largest price I'd ever heard. And of course, my initial reaction was, I'm not so sure. So he says to me, I'm not here to convince you to spend money you don't have. My goal is to help you save time you haven't spent. You're going to have to figure this out to get to where you want to go. So you're going to buy these lessons either way. And everything you're telling me is that your business isn't growing fast enough. So you're already paying for this with time. So the question is that how you want to still pay? Because you can pay with time or money, but only one of them you can get back. Which is why I made this to save you time and money. If you're ready to avoid the ignorance tax, the only kind of legal tax, by the way, that you can avoid, you can go to go.acq.com. So anyways, I do it. I make the investment, I fly across the world, and I learned about semi-privates and how to sell higher ticket services. And you could say that investment worked out pretty good. And by the way, I actually went there. He was super busy. And he had his secretary, he said, hey, can you just take this guy out for the day? So I have 57 pictures of me in Australia in random places, just me alone, where they took pictures, and then I met up with him later that evening, so he could teach me all this stuff. So just a fun story. So that led me to big decision number 7, going all in on the skills needed for Gym Launch. So at this point, I only know how to run ads locally. I need to learn how to run them globally. And I reached out to a bunch of ad agencies, but I couldn't afford their services. And so finally get on the phone with one guy and I ask if he'll just tutor me. He says no. But I was so desperate. I was like, well, what would it take? Which, by the way, a way better question to ask yourself and others if you truly want something. But anyways, he says way more than I was prepared for. So I hesitated. And so he says, think about it like this. Over the next 12 months, you're going to spend this money either way. That money's already gone. So it's not about spending it. It's about where it goes. So you're going to keep spending it on stuff that doesn't move the needle, ads that flop, leads you waste, sales you don't close, hires that don't deliver. Or you're going to exchange it for something that builds your business. Because money only has value when it's exchanged for something better. And what's a better trade than the skills you need to build the business you want? So I did it. And I became the best student I possibly could and learned what I needed to advertise B2B and start launching gyms, which ended up being one of the best investments I ever made. And my hope is to provide the same opportunity for you and 200 other entrepreneurs, which you can support by donating books at the link below. Again, your life will be different from mine, so will your results. I share this to explain how I made my decisions that changed my life and make big bets when I wasn't sure what to do, not to guarantee an outcome for yours. Which led to big decision number 8, my next big bet on skills. So fast forward, Gym Launch works, but we've plateaued. For 3 years, I'm stuck at 30 million plus-ish a year. And I get on this podcast and I start, to talk about a company I'm a huge fan of. And the host of the podcast says that the founder is a personal friend of his and he can make an intro. So I asked him to and he did. And at the time, the founder said his company was doing $1 billion a year in sales. This guy was the richest person I ever spoken to at the time. So we talked for a while and I asked him what he thought I should do to get unstuck. So he tells me, it sounds like you just need a different way to advertise. So I immediately counter with him like, hey, well, I've tried some stuff in the past before and it didn't work out. So I'm not sure if that'll work. Let me just see how my current initiatives are shaking out. I got some coals in the fire. Let me see how those work out. Now, this guy doesn't need to help me, but he just drops this bomb on me instead. He says, if you've done something like this in the past and it didn't work, the only thing worse than making one bad investment is letting a bad investment prevent you from making a good one. And if you do, you let it burn you twice. He says, listen, imagine you could go back in time and talk to your younger self opening your first gym. I say, yeah, okay. So he continues, would you have things to tell him about what to do differently? I was like, yeah, of course. He said, right. But now imagine younger you doesn't listen and says, I'm super busy right now. I've got some initiatives I want to take care of. I've got some coals in the fire. It's not a priority. I'll get to it later. You get it? He said, that's what I'm trying to do for you right now. You're only hesitant because you can quantify what you have to lose, but not what you stand to gain. And that's why making big bets is so hard and why so few people make them. So I made the investment of time and money into content. It's been one of the best investments I've ever made. And so if you're feeling any of the same hesitations, that might be your business telling you exactly what it needs. Because it isn't about the timing being perfect. It's about solving what's making the timing feel imperfect. And if that sounds logical, go donate some books. If it doesn't, that's cool too. Which led me to big decision number 9. So there are moments in your life where everything branches, right? You probably think of some of these now. If I hadn't gone to that coffee shop or signed up for the XYZ class, this thing wouldn't have happened. For me, one happened 8.5 years ago when I was swiping on my phone during lunch. So I saw this fit Persian chick and figured, why not? But what's crazy is that if I had swiped the other way, I wouldn't have met her. And I shudder to think what my life would be without Layla in it. And I think about this a lot because without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. And the thing is there's a version of you 6 months or 6 years from now, looking back on this moment, wondering, what if I hadn't taken that step? What if I hadn't gotten what I needed? What if I hadn't learned that one thing that completely unlocked the business growth for me? What if I had repositioned my offer in a way that allowed more people to want to buy it, more people to be interested, my salespeople to sell all of a sudden? All of a sudden, way more people are showing up. I'm getting more clicks in. Again, not a promise, but imagine if these things could happen. If you went back to this moment, you're like, man, I can't imagine what would happen if I hadn't done that. Which is why it's worth taking the leap and being bold. So if you feel like taking a leap and being bold, go donate books, help 200 other entrepreneurs, and you can get all of this that you can see. Which brings me to one of the biggest leaps we made together. Decision number 10, buying this building, which I'm actually in right now. So we weren't sure if it made sense for us to get a building, and definitely not this big given the nature of the business at the time, right? We just, it was a holding company. And when we were considering the decision, we came down to this framework. When we're old, will this matter? Well, if it doesn't work out, it changes nothing. But if it does, it changes everything. So imagine you're old, you're looking back on your life, you're like, well, is me buying this building or not buying this building, is it really going to change it? Probably not. But if we do, and then all of a sudden all of these things flourish, it changes everything. And so the downside is limited. We can sell the building, not a huge deal. We can sell the books, not a huge deal. But the upside is unlimited. We can turn this into a campus for talent, culture, team, clients, and build the life we want. Which is a framework that we use a lot when thinking about big bets. What if it goes wrong? And what if it works? And no matter what, we figured we'd do what we always do if something bad happened. We'd figure it out. So we let the investment be something that motivated us rather than made us hesitant. Because buying this building, and now our second building, have been some of the best investments we've made despite being unsure about it at the time. Turned out better than expected. And if you have questions about your business, that's why I made ACQ AI, and why we're going to have a whole day dedicated to making sure you have exactly what you need at the ACQ virtual workshop. And so those are 10 decisions and frames that helped me make some of the biggest decisions in my life that paid off. Was that helpful for you? Was that helpful for you guys? Because I know some of you guys are stuck trying to figure out your next move, scaling like crazy, trying to keep the wheels on the bus. Some of you guys are just trying to stop the bleeding. And going all in, taking the leap, may be the best thing you do, at least it has been for Rockefeller, Paul Getty, Bezos, Musk, and it certainly has been for me. To be clear, I'm not saying what happened for me will happen for you. You can't make the same decisions as me. My life is unique, so is yours, and your results will be too. But to requote Bezos, humans tend to overestimate risk and underestimate opportunity. This long-tail distribution of returns, it's why it's important to be bold. Big winners pay for so many experiments. We're rewarded for being bold. That said, for those of you who are motivated to be bold and take action right now, I've got one more surprise gift for you for helping me help 200 other entrepreneurs. But it disappears the moment this live stream ends. The $100 million launch Black Book. It's available now only while this live stream is on. So while the red light is on, this is available. The moment the red light is off, it's gone. Most business owners are terrible at launching things. They post once on social media, they send a single email, nobody cares, and they wonder why. Then they watch their competitors with inferior products destroy them simply because they know how to create demand. I spent the last 14 years mastering the art of launches. From flying city to city, launching gyms out of extended stays when I was dead broke, to launching supplements that did 74 million in sales with almost 400,000 orders, to launching software that hit 15 million users, to launching books that shattered records, both topping the all of Amazon charts. Launching is how I built what I have. This launch that you're watching right now, I invested $4 million in ads alone to execute it. Just ads. And maybe just broke a world record. We'll see. Every email, every ad, every piece of content was strategically designed to create maximum engagement and maximum impact. And so here's everything I spent 14 years learning, 2 years assembling, and millions to create for this record-breaking launch. So here's what you get inside the Launch Black Book. You have the email and SMS sequences that drove hundreds of thousands of registrations. I checked this morning. I think our number right before I got up here was 620,000. Video sales letters, 6 different VSL scripts that converted cold traffic. There's all sorts of different ones, and we'll give you the scripts for all of them. The affiliate recruitment, the complete Black Book and email and text sequences we used, and the prizes, the whole breakdown for how we had affiliates also promote this. Paid ads, 1,000 plus paid ads that profitably scaled this launch. This complete webinar, this is 1,700 slides. Transcript and the production notes to make this happen. The launch timeline, day by day, blueprint for recreating this exact launch. And something that I don't know if you'll appreciate unless you really get this, launch memos. So what is a launch memo? So we practice the same thing that Bezos did at his company, which is that we do all of our big decisions via memos. That's how we do it at acquisition.com. And so all argumentation, all structure, all big decisions are always done through memos. So we have to crystallize our thoughts and just crystallize our decision-making process. And so you'll get the launch memos, our internal documents that explain the strategy and the thinking behind the launch, and the 2 book bundles, the 200 and the 800. The 800 you see after the 200. That's the big ultra business owner bonus. So once you get 200, you can see the 800 one. Now, here's the reality. From launching a lemonade stand to launching the iPhone, every business of every size needs to launch stuff. You need to make your offers available. From new products to new locations, new services, to new features, to new events. The difference between businesses that explode and businesses that die is their ability to channel demand into buying behavior. These assets work. The same psychology works whether you're launching 100 to 100 people or to 1,000 people. Let me see if I can get that. There we go. Or to 100,000 people. You're getting the exact multi-million-dollar assets that just shattered, hopefully, unofficially, a world record, but only if you donate while the live stream is on. The moment this live stream ends, it will no longer be available. So this is your final chance to get the Launch Black Book, worth more to me than just about anything. So if you want to master a core skill that built my material wealth and get everything we use to break records, go to go.acq.com right now before it's gone. Now, a special note. The live-only bonus launch collateral is digital, and the main reason is this. We couldn't print it ahead because we're still doing the launch, all right? So this offer won't be for sale after the launch, so if you want it, you need to check out at the link below now. The implementation mega system, everything you can see here is first come, first serve. And so when you help me on this mission, my hope is that I not only help you achieve yours, that we together can help 200 other entrepreneurs save their businesses, save the world. And so that's why I'm trying so hard and spent countless hours doing the unscalable, the sheer volume of work over 2 years. It's been insane to make this for you so that we could give this to them. So let me tell you everything you're getting when you support 200 entrepreneurs at go.acq.com. So when you donate $200, which is a true $5,998 value, you're going to get the lead system, which includes the GoDaddy's playbook, the Hooks playbook, the branding playbook, the marketing machine playbook, so you can replace your face, the branding playbook, so you can actually build the brand that gets the clicks, that gets the sales at the premium prices that you want. You're also going to get the sales system, which includes lead nurture, closing, and the proof checklist. All 3 free. If people aren't buying fast enough, or your sales team isn't closing, or you're the only sales team, this is the solution for that problem. Next, we have the delivery system, which is we got to make them worth more. We got to get them to keep paying. And so how do you do that? We have more analytics and more data on retaining customers than I think just about anyone because of the nature of the companies that I own. And so I put everything that we've learned from millions of dollars in research into here and organized into literal checklists. You can just follow them free when you donate $200. On top of that, you get the fast cash playbook, the pricing playbook, and the price raise playbook. These are the fastest, lowest operational drag things you can immediately implement in the business to try and cover this donation. Not a promise that's going to happen. I'm just saying that these would be the things that I would start with if I was like, what do I do tomorrow that's the least change that I can make in the business to try and generate cash flow? That's what I would do. So you get all four of those systems free when you donate 200 bucks. Plus, the ACQ AI trained on $31 million of consulting work. Every one of the faces you see behind me. $31 million of consulting work with 226 plus businesses, probably multiple just like yours. So you're like, what should I do? Ask. That's why I did it for 2 years. And the ACQ virtual workshop, that'll show you which playbook to start with, how to personalize it, and we'll show you how to use the tools to get to where you want to go. And while we're still live, we have the Launch Black Book, which contains everything that I spent millions of dollars on, literally, to put this together so that you can model it in whatever you want to launch, whether it's new products, new locations, new services, new features, whatever. You can launch it using this. Free when you donate 200 bucks to other entrepreneurs at go.acq.com. And if you qualify through Affirm, you can donate books to get everything in your hands for as low as $249 a month, interest free. All right, this is if you qualify. And if you aren't seeing Affirm, hit the little dots at the top right, and you can check out as a guest. You can also check out as a guest at the bottom. And if you have any issues checking out, I hired and trained 300 phone reps. I kind of skipped over this earlier. We hired and trained 300 phone reps to make sure that anyone who wanted them could get them. So you'll see their number on any failed checkout. Just call them and they will help you. So let's talk about best case scenario. I think this one's pretty short because I think I've covered it pretty well. So you change your life forever. Your business scales faster than you thought possible. Save the world, right? I think we're pretty straightforward on that one. But let's talk about worst case scenario. Right off the bat, you get a 100% dollar for dollar tax write-off as a business, period. First thing. Next, instead of just giving them away, if you wanted to, you could just resell all 200 for yourself and keep the bonuses free for life. This is, again, worst case scenario. That's the second thing. And to give you context here, we've sold 1.3 million copies of my book, and we sell thousands every day. So if you wanted to, there's demand for these books. So they retain their value. You could also use these books as lead magnets to get more leads. Actually, I had a business owner this morning saying, yeah, I'm just giving them as a lead magnet for my next event. I was like, great. Or as a gift to new customers, or as a bonus for joining a community. You have an online community, want to give it as a gift for people joining, or coming to an event, want to have books for people? Or if you want a customer, just leave a testimonial, leave a review. You give a book as a bonus. Or, and this is actually one of the most common ones that I was not expecting, an onboarding gift for new employees to get them up to speed faster. One of the biggest reasons we get bulk orders actually is companies buying the books to onboard all their new employees. I didn't know that one. I didn't expect that one. And mind you, all of those things, those are all the worst case scenario before you even use a single tactic from all four of the system, the lead system, the sales system, the delivery system, the profit system. And that's before asking even a single question to get the ACQ AI advisor to do anything. That's before the value multiplication you get from the ACQ workshop. And that's before deploying even a single artifact from the Launch Black Book. I feel like it's a pretty amazing worst case scenario. 100% tax deduction for businesses. You sell the books to recoup some or all the costs. Give it as a gift to new customers. You can use it as a lead magnet. Use it as a gift to join a community like school. Use it as onboarding, training, or for a new employee gift. Give it as a gift bonus at your next event or meetup. Plus, you can also just feel good about helping 199 other entrepreneurs grow their businesses. As a reminder, for those of you who just want to do good but don't want to take the time to give them away, I will gladly handle the distribution of the books. So if you want to use just some of them, just use the code that you get in your email to get free books. And whatever you don't use, I'll donate the rest for you. Keep it simple. Again, that was the #1 request you had from last year. So here's what happens next. Go to the link at the bottom of the screen, go.acq.com, hit this button, check out. And if you have issues checking out, call the number there. They will help you. And the larger business owners, which is about 15% of you here, there's a short video on the next page showing how you can get access to me for 6 months, meet each other, some other cool stuff if you choose to donate even more books. It's a one-time thing I'm only doing for this launch. There are more details on why I'm doing in the video. And I purposely did it this way to create a barrier so only someone who could spend that without needing a sales call or some sort of convincing would be in. to increase the overall quality. And you can upgrade your order with a click and then check out. But you got to donate 200 books first to get that one. So do this first. But the launch bonus disappears the moment this live stream ends. So go to go.acq.com. Now is the time. Now is the time. All right. So while you guys are checking out, let me introduce you to the first of our 5 or more mystery headliners. $100 million men, let's change this. It's so hard for me not to curse. Let's do it. Let's turn this puppy around. All right. So each headliner will have a quick intro. There will be a 5 to 10 minute highlight of their money model and what makes it work, how you can implement this into your specific business, and the best question that we netted from the VIPs. So, our first mystery headliner, as promised, drum roll please. This mystery headliner started Alloy Personal Training in 1992 and spent decades refining a model that combines one-on-one and small group training to hit the sweet spot of price and efficiency. In the 2000s, he developed a franchising model, shifting from single location to scalable franchise units, licensing his system to thousands of clubs, and reaching 2,500 globally. By modeling each location's revenue per trainer, pricing sessions, and turnover, built a predictable money model that allows rapid replication with franchisees. Today, we're going to talk about the money models behind his success, both at the brick and mortar level and the B2B franchise level. Please welcome to the stage, Rick Mayo. My man. What's up,
How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. It's good to see you.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, grab a seat. So Rick and I had already talked about this before coming here, and I haven't actually seen him until this moment, so kind of cool for me. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to basically break down the money model that he uses and any of the specific tactics that what made it click. And the reason I think this is so important is because it's all the little details, right? If you just say, hey, he's got a gym business, it's like, well, why is it that it's one of the second highest failure rate businesses of all time, but then his is crushing it? So what's the difference there? It's the details, right? It's like, oh, I've done a free trial before. It's not about that. It's about the details of the execution. So Rick, let's walk through how you get your individual locations to be successful. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So how do you get somebody in the door? Click to close.
We will offer a low barrier hook of some sort.
Okay.
So there's many, but let's just start with the tried and true 3 sessions for $99.
Okay. So 3 sessions for $99. And I'm going to try and translate this for you guys in real time, but fundamentally, we've just got something that's a low commitment that has some small price attached to it that he's using to gauge interest, which he can either do through ads, he can do through outbound, he can through organic, whatever. All right. So this is the initial offer. Okay, great. So then what happens? 3 sessions for what? 99?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So that's the thing. Now what?
Client books.
Okay. Online.
Great hook. Books online, straight to lead management software.
Okay.
Books a session.
So you've got some lead nurture that's going on.
Of course.
Let's see if I turned right to it. No, I thought I had it. I was getting so excited. Oh, whatever. Okay. So we've got lead nurture software that's working here. Got it. And then they show up, or you take the card over the phone?
Card over phone for this one.
Okay. So card over the phone, and then they show.
Correct.
Got it. Now, once they show, how do you turn 3 sessions at $99? Because obviously you can't make money doing that.
Correct. So if you put some process, which we do on the front end, that aligns us as an expert, you simply have a conversation based on the customer's goals.
Okay. So we do some sort of goal convo.
Correct.
All right. And we have some sort of intake process.
Yes. Correct.
Do some sort of tech.
Yep, we do.
Okay. They've got some sort of tech to scan for things.
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is when people walk in the door.
Correct.
All right. So then what gets them to give you money? And more than 99, I'm guessing, because again, that's not going to cover ad spend.
It's really about the customer. It's a simple conversation. If it was you, Alex, listen.
Yeah.
You want to lose 40 pounds. Can we both agree that it's not going to take you?
It's all the cookies.
It is the cookies. I've seen you eat cookies. Can we both agree that it's going to take you more than 3 sessions to reach that goal?
Got it. So creating a goal that's way further than what they originally came for. All right. So they came in for one thing, 3 sessions, but through the conversation, they realized that 3 sessions is not actually going to get them to their overall goal.
Correct.
All right. Now, what then happens?
Then they say yes,
Yeah.
of course. And then we present our normal pricing for personal training. It's
Which
a
is?
monthly membership. Let's say for the sake of this conversation, $500.
Okay. So it's $500 a month and they paid $99. So what happens here?
It's simple, Alex.
Okay. Well, wait,
We
there's
simply
more.
roll the 99 into the 500.
All right. So if we're looking at what this is, because I want to explain this in money model terms so that you can apply this to your specific business. All right. So right here, this is the decoy offer. All right. So people come in for one thing, the dummy offer I was referencing earlier. They come in for this, right? Ham and the garlic. They come in here. Through this process, they then are given the next offer, which is structured through a rollover upsell. So we say, hey, let's take your 99, let's push it towards the 500, and so your first month is $400. Right?
Correct.
Great. And so now once they're in, okay, so now this member is in the door. So we're gonna magically make it appear over here. So actually, I'll split it this way. There we go. Okay, so now we've got this member. All right, so this guy paid $500 per month who's coming in, and he is not in shape. Okay, so now what happens? What's the next thing you do to generate more cash flow for the business?
Well, first of all, this is a subscription. So this will be paid every month in perpetuity as long as this person stays, right? Additionally, there are other tools that we can sell that are also based on client goals that will drive more revenue.
Okay.
Case in point, you mentioned one earlier, supplements.
Okay. This is going to be the world's worst supplement tub, so everyone just deal with it. There we go. A little S on the chest. There we go.
Protein, yeah.
Okay, so what do you do to get these people to, not get these people, make an offer that, would make it compelling for them to buy protein or other supplements?
Yeah, well, you can either do it if we back up to the point of sale, you can do it as a value add. You can do it as a gift, right?
Okay.
Not only, it's like wait, there's more. We'll roll this in and we'll gift you this unit of protein.
Okay.
And then you tell them why. Right?
Yeah.
This is going to be great for your goals. And mind you, we've done some tech. We've learned what their body's made of. We've had a basic discussion around that. So it's a much more relevant conversation to say, listen, I'm going to start you with this. This is a tool that you're going to need in your toolbox, right? And so we can gift them the tub of protein and then put them on subscription for that as well.
Got it. So for everyone keeping track at home, so this is an example of bonus continuity. All right. So the way this works is you get a free tub of protein. That's my gift to you today. And I save $25 here because what's your cost as a business owner? So the cost, I'm guessing $25, $30, whatever for a tub of protein. These might retail at 60 to 70, whatever, right? So there's more perceived value than the hard cost to you. But he immediately gives the gift of $25, true hard cost, which makes it super, enticing. And then the customer then enters the next recurring revenue stream. And so they're already on recurring number 1 for the membership services. The next thing they're on recurring for is supplements. Because you say, hey, let's just get you taken care of with this protein now, but I think you really should get the athletics bundle. And so since you already have the card on file, would you rather have vanilla or would you rather have chocolate?
That's it.
Right. And so what he just covered right here is using 2 different pieces from the money model system and implementing them. All right. So number 1 is he's using the menu upsell, which has 4 components. The way he does it involves 3 of them. He doesn't use one of them. That's okay. So he does a menu upsell into bonus continuity. And so with that, it says, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, prescribe what you need, ask them what flavor they want, or, ask them which version of the thing they would prefer. And then you say, hey, we can make it easy to pay when you use the card on file.
Yep.
So then that goes into bonus continuity, which they get by getting the free gift. And then after that, then they've got whatever, $100, $200 a month. Now, we mentioned earlier during the presentation that a lot of gyms struggle, this probably looks a little messy, a lot of gyms struggle to both get customers and then keep them. So what would you say if you had to pick a franchisee who's going to be successful, like what would you say is the difference between the ones that, make it versus don't make it? Oh, here we go. They did it in order for me. Yes. So lead nurture is what you're using in order to get people in the door. Thank God. So I do have my system set up. Say thank you guys. I appreciate it. My own team. Sorry. Okay, great. So back to where we were before. What do you think? Like if you had to pick a franchisee, like 2 skills that they should have, if they have that, they'll be good.
Sales, some
Okay.
sales acumen, and the ability to attract, hire, and lead good people.
Okay.
That's it.
Heard. And this is a people business. It's a service business.
100%.
Yeah.
It's a low labor model. There's 3 people there.
Yeah.
Typically, but they're
Yeah.
very important.
Yeah. And so, okay. So now we're talking about franchisees. This isn't the first money model you built. And so if we're keeping track at home, let me pull this over for you. So the person comes in, they get $99. They come in the door. They say, listen, you don't really want the 99 thing. Why don't we just credit it towards this other thing that can actually help you get towards your goals? Great. So then we roll over to that. They save $100 a day. They say yes. They go into continuity. Now, a few weeks later, maybe a month later, they say, hey, if we want to make these results a little better, we could add some supplementation in. Here's a gift. Do you want to use the cards you have on file? I think you should use the athletics package. Then they go on the second level of continuity. And then that more or less at that point, you just keep them as long as you possibly can.
That's right.
Now, the franchisees, which is the B2B version of this business.
Yep.
What do we do on the B2B side to attract franchisees? And how does that money model work? So someone comes in from like a broker or something like that who wants to buy a franchise. Okay.
Yep.
So I'll just say, affiliates. I'll just say affiliate. Affiliate sends a franchisor lead. Okay, got it. So that's how they walk in the door. Okay,
Correct.
What happens next?
We would collect, if we both decide, it's a little bit different. It's a double vetting process, bit of a different sales process than any brick and mortar, right?
Yeah.
Should we decide to move forward, there's a franchise fee up front.
Okay.
So let's say it's one location and it's $60,000.
Okay. So they pay $60,000 for franchise fee. Great. Now a big portion of that has to go back to the affiliate for sending the lead.
Correct.
And then after that franchise fee is covered, is there an option for them to buy more locations?
Of course.
But wait, there's more. Okay. So this is called the classic upsell. Now the classic upsell is probably the most diverse of the upsells, but the idea behind the classic upsell is that you always want the core offer is what they want and need. There's typically also something in every consumer's mind of what they hope they'll get, right? What they hope will have happen. Now, the best structured offers that I've seen is that someone comes in needing and expecting this and hoping for this. And then you deliver the thing that they expect. And then the thing they hope for is the next sale, is the next offer. And so in their minds, they get the one location, but their dream obviously is to have more locations.
Always.
Classic upsell here. Now, part of the way this classic upsell works is that, and the reason I wanted to do this for you guys, by the way, is that I want to show you guys that the different mechanisms I talk about in the Money Models book and the implementation system is they're not one size fit all. They're Lego pieces, and you can combine them in any order you want. Like you can use an upsell mechanism as a front end. You can use a downsell as an attraction offer. You can use continuity as attraction as an upsell. Like all of these things can mix and match, which hopefully you're kind of seeing this now. But he has a classic upsell, which then goes into pay less now, pay more later, which, to give you guys some context here, is an attraction offer, but being combined with this classic upsell. So what's the deal if you want to get more locations?
Well, there's a discounted franchise fee.
Okay. So each additional?
Yep.
It's like what?
So let's
10 grand
say,
off?
let's say we do 3. That's our most common sale. It's
Okay.
$45K each instead
nice.
of 60. Yeah.
That's a great deal. Okay.
Yep.
So 3 by 45. Great. So that's a huge discount between these two.
Right.
Awesome. So we get pay less now, pay more later. And then one of the things that makes this even more attractive is that on an ongoing basis, they pay a percentage of top line, correct?
Correct.
So that's the recurring, that's the continuity for this particular business is a royalty. Now, the reason or the way that this has become attractive for franchisees to say, okay, well, I'm willing to pay 3 times as much is because they don't have to pay any of it until the location actually opens, correct?
Royalty-wise, yes.
Yeah, royalty-wise, yeah. And so this becomes discount continuity that then rolls in here. And so fundamentally, this kind of walks you through 3 different money models that Rick used to scale his business, and then obviously that business became the franchise that now
Correct.
many people use. But I thought it'd be cool for you guys to see like money models in different situations, because it doesn't matter whether you're selling protein, whether you're selling, memberships, whether you're selling a B2B brick and mortar franchise, the same units are always going to get moved around, and when executed well, you become Rick.
Where was this book when I started? Where was the book?
I don't think I was born.
You actually weren't born when we
you go.
opened.
There you go.
How about that, folks? We've been at it for a minute.
Well, let me let's see here. Do we have any, what was our VIP question? Did we get a question for VIPs? Did we get our VIP question done? Well, while I wait for them, I'll answer a quick question that I got from the audience, which was, can I get the bonuses without getting all 200 books? I don't need the extra books, but I want the bonuses. Yes, you don't, you just donate the books. That's the whole point. That you just donate the books. So you get 200 books. If you don't want all 200, just want one. This box right here comes with one book inside of it and everything else you see. And so you'll get that. And then the other 199 you can give away. And if you don't give it away within a year, we will give it away for you. So that's the deal. So if you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do, like, you don't need to worry about it. We got you covered. It was the #1 request from last year. So good question. Second one, I can't get a firm because of the country I'm in. How can I make this work financially? Honestly, it's through Shopify. So if you have a credit card, you can use that. I'm not encouraging you to, like, do whatever you need to do. A firm only works for the US. Unfortunately, you know, I didn't have international financing partners from all zillion countries that exist around the world. I tried to make it, you know, as easy as I could for people. You know, don't put yourself in a weird situation. But otherwise, like, that's why I think credit cards exist. And if you want, you can split it with your credit card provider, which I think Shopify makes it easy and fast for you. So yeah, okay. Where's my question? Ooh, look, nice and fancy. Oh wow, this is like
do you know the question?
No, I don't.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, right. I don't know any of these. Okay, so when prospects go quiet during lead nurture, how do you re-engage them without sounding desperate? Great question.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Our customer avatar, if you do sound desperate, it's going to actually be harder to attract them. They have means, they have money, they're very savvy, and so running a one session free or come back and get a free month normally isn't as effective as just being present. And listen, this is not going to blow your socks off. The most effective re-engagement campaign that we've ever run just simply says, "You still interested in personal training?"
The old Dean Jackson.
Piece of cake.
Yeah.
Hey, Susie, still interested in personal training?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad you reached out. Geez, I never found a solution, right? I got really busy last time. I know I fell out, from the process, but I'm back in. Thank you so much for reaching back out.
Are you still looking for XYZ thing? Are you still looking for a house in Phoenix? Are you still looking for SEO services? Are you still looking for weight loss? You're still looking to get in shape? Are you still looking for is a great reactivation campaign? It's one of the elements we have inside of the Fast Cash playbook. There's a whole calendar of different plays that we use inside of there to both reactivate customers. And then that I would say is long-term reactivation, lead nurture on the front end. Because of Alan, we worked 100,000 plus appointments to figure out what were the actual things that increase the likelihood that someone showed. And a lot of the things are not actually what you'd expect. There's the obvious ones, of course, speed, personalization, et cetera. But like the tactics of implementing that's just one of the playbooks you guys get when you donate 200 books for free. With that being said, you're the man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
listen,
thank you.
Look, guys, if you haven't purchased the books yet, do it. All kidding aside, had these been available when I launched my business, it would have shortcutted the process by several decades, I would say. So appreciate you, man. Appreciate all you're doing.
You're the man.
No,
dude, you're the man. All right. So while our next, let's see if I remember where I put my clicker. I wonder if I lost the clicker. That'd be hilarious. Did I lose it? Did I put it somewhere? Did it fall off? This is real time. All right. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? Put it in my pocket. We're okay. We're okay. All right. So the next speaker, this is a second Mystery headliner. He is first and foremost a longtime homie. He's the creator of Hyros, a smart ad tracking tool that analyzes ad spend and helps businesses track the exact dollar return from every campaign. Not many people know or have seen as many ad and creative campaigns as this gentleman. Gentlemen, I know I was being gracious. Today, the company is worth several $100 million. He's had multiple successful companies before this. And fun fact is that we were homies before either of us had the level of success we have today. So hang on to the homies who are as driven as you. So today, we're going to focus on the best money models he used to culminating the one that he has today that's grown his company. So please welcome to the stage, Alex Becker. What's up, hey, buddy? Look at you. Thanks for coming out, man. All right, sweet. So let's roll you a fresh roll here. Okay. So walk me through the Hyros money model. How does this whole thing work, right?
Yeah, so basically the one we talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
We give the discount, uses leverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Basically, with Hyros or any SaaS company, or really any company that has subscriptions, the most important thing is churn. If a person stays for a very long time, that's where you make the most money.
Yeah.
So getting the close and everything is actually the easy part. When it comes to software, the hard part is actually getting the result, getting the person to stay on. Because if they don't get the result, then they're not going to stay on, they're not going to pay you for years. So what you need to figure out how to do after you go and get that close is how you're going to get that person to actually use the damn thing. So once you have the close already done, you already have a lot of leverage because they've agreed to give you money.
Yeah.
So at that point right there at Hyros, for example, if we're able to give them some discount or something special to keep them on board that results in them using the software faster for years, we make way more money. So
let's walk through the client journey. So no, you're good. So they come through an ad, right? And they usually, because you know this, that half it's like word of mouth, and they see the pages and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly.
And then a big part of this, and you and I talked about this, is proof. Like one of your biggest sales pages is just like tons and tons and tons and tons of proof. And so Becker and I are old, come from similar ilk when it comes to from a proof perspective. And so the proof checklist covers a bunch of different things in terms of like how do you actually make proof more compelling, because not all proof is created equal, obviously within the confines of the law. So anyways, ad comes in, they see proof, they think, wow, this looks really compelling. Now we get to the sales call. So talk through the leverage that you were just talking about. You give them some stuff because you guys have some onboarding that you've done that most people charge for.
Yeah.
So you give them a whole white glove experience, correct? So right off the bat, they're getting this amazing white glove experience that most people would never, like most people would have to charge a ton of money for, but they give the whole pirate ship.
Yeah, the whole pirate ship. Well, we use that experience right there on the back end of the offer. So we suggest, yes, you're going to get the white glove experience and everything like that. But as soon as we close the sale, we actually start giving them a lot more than they are agreed on. So, for example, we're going to offer the VIP support that's usually $1,000 per month. And now that they've agreed to give us, let's just say $2,000 a month, we're going to go and offer them a discount on top of that. Because if the person actually stays for years, or if they use the software, we're going to make so much more in this VIP $1,000 right here, and this 15% discount, we're going to make so much more back in spades right here. So we offer them this if they go and are able to set up the software within 5 days.
So what this is a free trial with penalty. So this is a structure that I talk about inside of the system where you can drive, like, again, it's how do you get people to use your product the right way, see results, and then ultimately pay because they see that it's worth it. And so with a software product, especially software products, like activation is what everyone talks about, right? And so like, how do we get them to activate? Well, it's like, you hold $1,000 bill over their head and say, hey, if you don't activate, you also have to pay more and don't get the good stuff.
Exactly.
So this is a combination of a free trial with penalty into discount continuity. So this is, again, an example of combining two different structures that makes everything more compelling. Because think about the equal opposite. So imagine Becker didn't do this and he just said, hey, sign up, it's whatever, $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
If that was it, the likelihood that they're then going to activate, I'm sure that you know the difference what they are. It's probably 5 times the LTV.
Dramatic. If we get them in with 5 days, it's dramatic increase. It changes the business, doubles, triples, quadruples.
And so these things, the point of implementing, like the Money Models implementation system, like it's all the tiny tactics of how do you drive forward the behaviors you want in the customers. And these are the tiny things that are the huge, like they take a long time to figure out and very little time to do, which is really the best.
Just change the last 2 cents of the sales call. It changes everything.
Yeah. And so that's what creates the highest leverage for the business. So if you had to say, like, what would you say has been the biggest, what have been the, like, 2 or 3 biggest breakthroughs for growing Hyros, like, since the beginning?
Was focusing, it sounds kind of weird when you look at the whole marketing and how most people operate. It was making the product absolutely work for every customer that comes in. So that means working with each of them, providing crazy amounts of customer success until every single customer got a result if they tried. That was the biggest thing. Doing that right there hooks people on, word of mouth grows, you get testimonials, everything snowballs from there. I'd say on top of that, the thing that changed it the most after that is probably going to be really just, it sounds so simple, but the sales reps themselves, when they come in, actually focusing on training the team, getting them the training that they need, because that sales conversion on the front, if it goes from 20 to 30%, that drives the business much further. The final thing I would suggest is focusing, especially in software, on brand, because The brand is what people think about when they're thinking about how to solve their solutions. When a person has a tracking issue or they have an issue with collecting data to push to their AIs, what they're going to do is they're going to look at all these different companies out there and the brand that they think about, kind of like how you see the Geico Gecko.
Yeah.
When you think about insurance, I think about the Gecko.
Yeah.
Now I have Geico Insurance. Same exact thing you want to do. And so focusing on these things that are a little bit more vague, but they're a little bit more intangible, that's what really, when we really start focusing on those, that's when the business just snowballs.
Yeah, and the things that Becker's talking about, like how do you build the closing muscle for the team? Like one of the things we did is we put all of the actual closes that we train sales guys on first, including the 7 universal closes. I've never seen them documented anywhere, and I feel like I have a big percentage of sales content out there. And these things crush. But on top of that, if you're struggling in a highly commoditized marketplace, which tracking and data boards that can be if you don't have a brand, right? And so that's why we wrote the branding playbook, because right now, like you've seen this because you have transparency into all ad tracking, literally. Like direct response isn't working like it used to, right? Like the days of I can just throw up an ad and then throw it to a short video, it's just not converting like that.
Absolutely not.
Right. And so it's a game of trust now. And so it's like, how do you operationalize trust? Like, what are the actual steps that create trust within a brand, which is going to be, how do we pick these specific associations and curate them in such a way that we can reliably reproduce the same core behavior in our desired prospect? And to be clear, you have a super different brand than maybe somebody else, and they can both serve the same space, but like the people who are attracted to you and your product are psychos like me. So
yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly.
I want to talk about one other thing that you had. So when you have agencies who come in, right? You have a new product that's coming out, Air, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you want to explain what it is? I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah. So Air does a lot of things in the 30-second elevator pitch. Hyros tracks basically all the data that goes into a business on top of what the customer's doing as they move around the site. You combine it with the sales history, everything behind the data. Right there, that gives a very, very big level of food for AI. And so when you push all that over and you translate it into actual marketing tools that AI can use, so you basically have the tools that the AI uses right here, you can create all sorts of crazy stuff. For example, like Air will recognize people coming to their sites. It will recognize who they are, their demographic, everything about them, the business that they work for, the business that they're at. Then it comes over to the page, it watches everything they're doing, and then, for example, like an STR would do, it reaches out to them based on what they're looking at, based on who their business is, based on who they are, and shows how the product that the AI is selling relates to that specific business, all from this data right here, connecting it all to data with AI. So that's one example of a lot of things we do.
And so what's pretty cool about the actual offer mechanics behind this is that, so an agency comes in and so what do you do to get an agency to buy this, even though it's based on performance?
So the funny thing is we would give it away to agencies for free. They come in, they get an agency account, and we hope they'd hook the people in. They don't do that. Yeah. So the secret on the flip side, the other one was like we'd have to charge people and split the price. This one right here, we actually want to charge them to motivate them and then use as a hook and then offer to give them the money back if they do the thing we want them to do. Yep. In a nutshell, that's what we're doing.
So this is an example of win your money back, by the way, for everybody. So I mentioned this offer during the presentation earlier. So he's getting a business. He says, hey, pay me $1,000. And then if you do X, Y, and Z, I will give you the $1,000 back, either as cash or as store credit, which he does store credit, towards using that $1,000 towards the customers. It is one of the strongest, bar none, ways of activating customers. Like the amount of testimonials and reviews and results and referrals that you get, if you just go A/B split test, and I mean, the reason I've done this and the reason you did is because you quickly realize, if I just say, hey, isn't this amazing? It's free. No one does anything. Like no one cares. And so you have to create these structures that incentivize the desired behavior that ultimately aligns with your business outcome and win your money back in this instance. But this is an attraction offer as I structured it. But in his business, this is more of an upsell offer.
Yeah.
The way it works.
We use the customer support. It's like, hey, we're going to bring you on, but it's going to take our manpower to make sure you get set up correctly. And so that manpower costs money. We're going to charge you for that, but we're going to allow you to deduct on the clients you bring in. So we leverage the manpower that we're giving and say, we'll give you the manpower for free when you prove you're actually going to become one of our actual clients.
Which is a great bonus strategy long term. Because again, it's like more good stuff, less bad stuff.
Yeah.
And Becker also throws price in there too, which is like you also get a discount. So it's like, it's the best of everything. But I like drawing this out, and hopefully you guys, let me know in the chat if this is helpful to see this visually, kind of laid out like this. But the reason I think this is so important is like, if you can't draw your business in a straight line between where someone enters and how you continue to make money in like just a couple of boxes and arrows, your stuff is too complex. And so I would encourage you to draw this out, because each of these little transition points is exactly where money models and actually the implementation system fits together. Well, I mean, because exactly what Becker said is like, okay, well, this is the model. That's tier one. Cool. If you don't have a business, you got to get your model down. Great. Once you have the model, it's the blocking and tackling. How do we get close rates from 20 to 30? How do we get churn from 10% to 5%? How do we get our conversion rate long-term brand coverage so that we get cheaper leads? They buy more, buy faster. They're willing to spend more, et cetera. And that's all the execution side, which is the boring stuff that actually takes years.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
Well, $100 million men. Do I have a green envelope for Mr. Becker? Thank you. All right.
To get over those guys.
Oh yeah, it's great. So, if you had double your ROAS without spending $1 more, what's the first? If you had to double your ROAS without spending $1 more, what's the first lever that you would pull in the business?
So I always get questions like this a lot, just from everybody that comes and uses Hyros. Mm-hmm. And I think the way that you go and double the amount of money that you make from your ads is going to be something you're going to find in the ad managers or wherever, something like that. And everybody has those tools to buy more, and all the creative and the direct marketing, it's already out there. Everybody knows it. A lot of people know most of the direct marketing, so you're really not going to get a huge edge there, and that's what people are looking for. They're looking for that magic bullet. The magic bullet is when you're running these ads, it's about what the person thinks about you before they see the ad. So focusing on your brand, that's the thing that's going to happen. If you have one company running ads and you have another company running ads, but another one has a fantastic brand like you do with acquisition, you're going to see 3-4 times the ROAS. The second thing I would do on that regard is focus more on the product and keeping your customers. Because if your customer stays for 2 years when they used to stay at 6 months, you just doubled, tripled it. Finally, focus on selling more stuff to your existing customers when they come in and making more money by getting them first result, and then find the new things they'll buy. That's going to make your ads grow substantially more than anything you can do on the creative or the ad targeting side.
So I'll tell you, and I'll let you confirm this. So in my experience, what's been really interesting is that I've seen CAC, or cost to acquire a customer, between two people in the different space. Typically, it's not going to, I mean, like, you'll see a double, but you're not going to see a 1/10 unless you've got a brand situation. But let's assume we've got two businesses that have the same brand. Most of the time, cost of acquisition is fairly commoditized for targeting. Like, how much do CPMs in this space cost? What's a normal conversion rate for X, Y, and Z? Like, it's relatively commoditized. Like, if you're trying to acquire a small business brick and mortar owner, you're probably gonna spend around $3,000-ish plus or minus $1,500, right? And so you're like, okay, and obviously it's gonna depend on the price and the offer and all those things. But like, you're not gonna be at 25,000. Right? And you're not going to be at 200. It's going to be right around there. And so then how is it some businesses can still acquire at that level, but then make 20x return where others make 2 and can barely be profitable? And I know because Becker obviously owns the software company, but the nature of the thing that the software tracks is ad conversions and ROAS.
Yeah, we focused it early on all on LTV because I couldn't track LTV in my ad business. I'm like, this is messed up. And so that was really the thing that really pushed Hyros, that is how far we can track the LTV for. And so people can attach that back to their ad. You spend $1, you make $1 back in the first month, but if you can see you make $8 back in the next 2 years, you're printing money, and most people don't look at it that way.
Yeah. Well, that's the Hyros magic and the lifetime value. So I talk about this in the lifetime value, the delivery system. It talks about the different ways you can multiply customer value, because like that's the arms race. The arms race of business is LTV. So like the two big levers are going to be how to build a brand so I can absolutely decrease CAC, and how can I skyrocket LTV so that I can spend more even if I don't have a brand. Now, if you have both of those things, you're unbeatable, and that's where you want to be. Dude, appreciate you.
Thanks so much, buddy.
Dude, thanks for coming out, man.
Oh yeah,
I appreciate it.
This is neat.
So while our next speaker puts their clothes on, I had a couple other questions that the team gave me. So, is it expensive to ship all 200 books? Do we have to ship all of the books? So it's really just however you want to redeem them. So if you're giving the coupons out to different people, they'll pay the shipping so that you don't have to. And that's just because we had to do it for people live all over the world. And so we had a lot of big decisions we had to make that were kind of like one-way doors. And it was either like have some people have to pay taxes and shipping for all of these books before having them. And we're like, you know what, I think we'll just do it when people redeem it. The next one was, I can't see Affirm. So this is written in all caps. You need to put in your billing address to see Affirm. Second, you need to log out of ShopPay. So if you can't see Affirm, you need to put in your billing address to see Affirm. You need to log out of ShopPay. Number 5, can I donate more books? The answer is yes. On the next page, you can donate more books. I have it's an 800 book offer. And I think it's $3,000 today, and then it just splits it into installments. So that's for the ultra business owners. It's a pretty sweet thing. And if someone wants the Closer Handbook, how can they add it now? By donating 200 books to other entrepreneurs who need them, you get all of these. These aren't piecemeal. It's one system. That's how it works. Okay. So without further ado, our next mystery headliner co-founded a supplement business and sold it for over $1 billion in 4 years. It was built partly on smart pricing, branding, and marketing strategies. After that win, he launched a media company teaching mindset and growth that amassed over 1 billion views. We'll break down his money model that have best served him in his entrepreneurial career. Please give it up for Tom Bilyeu.
What's up, brother? How we doing?
Dude,
of course.
Thanks for coming out.
It's good to see you.
Yeah.
This has been fun to watch, by the way. Yeah, let's go. Hope everybody at home is doing well.
So you guys know, I actually haven't seen any of the speakers, so I didn't get to like have a moment to be like, hey, we'll have you out. Like, so I've been on here. So anyways, these are my genuine reactions. Okay. It's nice to see you, man.
You as well.
Okay. So obviously Tom had Quest, and we talked for a super long time on Quest, because if you were to recreate Quest today, what would you do? You're like, you'd have to have a different strategy.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think what would be cool for people is, I think the money model itself for Quest is actually really very simple, but I want to talk about the other few levers. So we'll quickly do the money model itself, and then I want to talk about the things that really drove the alpha in terms of the brand. Okay. So when it originally started, so let's talk about like kitchen, right after kitchen protein bars, like right in there. You would DM influencers and say, hey, we have these protein bars. Do you want to try them?
Yep.
Right? Okay. So boom. So this went to a free trial. Now, I want to emphasize this point. If you want to make your free trials sexy as hell, make them actually cost something. So Rick, who talked earlier, he gave basically free trials of the protein by just giving the full tub away. Obviously, they're customers in person. You probably wouldn't do this online. But like true cost free trials where the customer's like, this actually costs them something. Those things convert like crazy. And so Tom was sending out, what was included in the trial?
It depended on the person. Could be a couple bars, could be a couple boxes.
Okay, got it. So like from probably $2 all the way to, maybe $100 depending on hard cost.
Yeah.
And these are going to like influencers or people who have like followings?
Yeah. Okay. So some of it was micro influencers. Some was people that really understood metabolic impacts. So it was different. Wasn't always somebody that looked like you, but was often somebody that looked like you, but could also be a doctor, whatever.
I heard. Okay, so you would give out, you do these free trials. People would get a couple bars. Now, one of the things I want to emphasize this because I think it's a cool story. So one of the big reasons this was able to work from a cash flow perspective, because I didn't actually know this, or I hadn't confirmed it until you and I spoke, but Quest grew bootstrapped until they exited. Do you know how insane that to go from 0 to $1 billion in 4 years bootstrap for physical products?
As our own manufacturer, was wild.
Which is insane. And so one of the things that there's a couple of things I want to bring up, but one of them is like, you talk about this concept of finding hard, and can you give me like 2 minutes on it? Because I just love the concept overall for the audience.
So ultimately, the thing you're going to be able to monetize is doing something that other people can't do. So you're looking for a problem that hasn't ever been solved before, and it's usually unsolved because it's incredibly difficult. So we had asked, why has nobody made a bar that tastes like it has sugar but doesn't have sugar?
Yeah.
And we legitimately couldn't understand why nobody was doing it, because you could do it at home easily, but there was none on the shelves.
Right.
So we go to manufacturers, super proud of our recipe, and they're like, bro, you can't make this bar.
Yeah.
And we're like, what are you talking about? It doesn't violate the laws of physics. And so, but we were actually baffled. And so we travel around to all these different manufacturers. Everyone says the same thing. So we're asking, okay, what is the thing that has become hard? And what we found out was that because the government subsidizes corn, high fructose corn syrup became like the go-to. The second you use high fructose corn syrup, not only do you change the metabolic profile because it's sugar, but you change the texture. And so for 70 years, every piece of equipment for this genre of food that was engineered was done assuming you would have high fructose corn syrup. The second you took it out, it really wouldn't run through the machines. So we're like, we're going to have to engineer our own equipment and become our own manufacturer. But by doing that hard thing, we had the huge opportunity.
And I think this is important because, like, think about the biggest obstacle that's in front of you right now. Maybe it's like, I can't find HVAC technicians in my local area. Okay, that's the thing that's limiting your growth. Or it's like, man, my churn is 12%, and if I got it below 6, this thing would take off. Okay. It's probably, and I'm not trying to downplay it, it's probably easier than starting manufacturing from scratch with no manufacturing experience in the United States before an entire industry was created. And so if you're like, man, this is really tough, it's like, but that's just the opportunity to do something that other people won't do, and it means that somebody else is going to have to follow you. So I want to complete this little line here. So we gem these people. And I wanted to emphasize this because part of the reason they were able to get these costs so low is that Tom figured out, how do we send these bars in regular mail so that we can get these for $2 to these influencers? And the reason that's important is I'm going to show you in a second. So what percentage of people that we'd send these, again, rough estimates, right? Of people who would get a trial would then buy more bars, or what the LTV was of those customers?
LTV was around $87. Conversion rate was probably somewhere around 20%. Hard to track because they could go into stores.
Of course, yeah. So a roughly 20%, $87. So think about this. If you have a machine where you put $2 in, okay, and then 1 out of 5, so now that means, so 1 of 5, right? So it costs you $10 now to get an activated customer, a customer who buys more stuff over time. Okay, then turns into $87. So you put in 10 and you get 87. Then this is how you scale a business to the moon, to $1 billion in 4 years. And so, like, getting this money model right, like, the hard thing they had to do was figure out a way to, 1, manufacture, 2, make it better, 3, was the first ones to do influencers, 4, like, got the cost of these trials so low. So, like, there's a lot of things here. Obviously, if it were really easy, if it was like, let me 4-step plan to getting to $1 billion, like, everyone would do it. But looking at this discrepancy is why this all worked. Okay, so this was the money model. Put $10 in, send free trials. Every 5 free trials, I get $87. Boom, and around we go. How many trials can we send out?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. So I want to talk about what do you think, like, if you had to pick 2 things that were the greatest levers on the success of the company, what would you say they were?
Okay, so tying it back to the bootstrapping, because that ended up being really important, was we had to get the margins in a position where we could reinvest the dollars to scale. So I'm sure a lot of people here are not physical products, but in physical products, you've got a real problem, which is I might have a 6-month cash outlay before I get paid. And so we had a big debate. Do we go online or do we go into stores? And so retail is known as a kingmaker. And so you can go from not existing to like being a household name brand if you go into retail. So we had a pretty furious debate internally about what we do. We thankfully ended up going online first, building a reputation with the customers. My obsession was, now this gives me an opportunity to touch that customer multiple times. This is the beginning of social media, and I was like, we're living in an era where being a good person, having values that you can transmit, brand, is actually good for you, right? So that was huge for us. And so people understood that we were trying to be a different kind of company, that we were invested in their transformation, that we were trying, like, one of my favorite stories, mom has a kid that had dietary restrictions, so they could never have cookies. But she could make cookies out of our bars. And so she wrote us back and said, "You make me feel like a good mom." And it was like, everyone's crying, freaking out. So it was like, we were trying to do stuff like that. So putting the brand first in a commoditized industry just was really, really explosive. So we were able to negotiate with the retailers because we would tell customers like, "Hey, take this letter into stores that says, I want to buy a Quest bar here."
Yeah.
But the store would then call us and we would say no.
So think about how savage this is for a second. So they told their customers as if they're like, "Hey, we're a mom and pop, like, you know, like we're just little Quest over here. Tell your local retailer that they should carry you." And then they would do it because they're like, "It'd be so much more convenient if I could just go down the street and grab some bars." They hand these letters in. The stores call Tom and Quest up and they're like, "Oh, no, we're not interested." And so they just created this artificial or real demand supply mismatch, which then gave them leverage when they did decide to pull the trigger and then go Kingmaker.
Yeah.
Did you sell before you'd done retail or after?
Oh, long after.
Okay.
Yeah. By the time we sold, something like 84% of our revenue was retail. So we knew that was always going to be the place we would make more money. But in the negotiation, we had to be able to get a higher margin because they just like will tighten you. And when you have no leverage, you're like, well, do I want to be in business or not? And so people will take these deals that put them on this razor's edge their entire career. They're always having to raise money.
We AR financing, and all
exactly.
That stuff. So I'll tell you, for all the, especially the physical products people, if you're in the physical products business, you're not really in the physical products business. You're in the brand and distribution business. And so like the things that you have to learn that you have to be world class at. Now, obviously the bars that you had also were better tasting than any bars at the time that it come out. Like it was, like, I don't know if you remember, my mom used to have, there's the MedRx bars that were out, and then there was, Power bars. Do you remember how bad they used to be?
Yes.
Gold wrapper, true chalk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was it. It was like super high calorie bar or this chalk dust brick. And then you guys came out with the first, basically soft, chewy bar. And so, I mean, obviously they had the trifecta. They had distribution, they had brand, and they had product, and that's also why they sold for $1 billion in 4 years. But, for many of the e-commerce or physical products, you need the brand, and the brand is reinforced through the product loop. If the product sucks, the brand will suck too eventually. It just takes longer. But if you have brand and distribution, as long as your core economics are good, you can make it. Well, so besides that retail decision, what other you think single investment was a key, if we had made this differently, it wouldn't have worked out?
A big thing for us, so obviously just being able to make the product can never be underestimated, so the manufacturing decision, but we built an entire studio inside of a protein bar company, which back in 2009 was absurd. Yeah. People thought we were out of our minds. So it was really, in some ways, just me as a filmmaker, my background being in film, being a reaction to, I didn't want to be a slick marketer. I wanted to tell stories, connect with the audience, and then really leaning into UGC. And so we used to say the first rule of Quest marketing is don't talk about Quest. Yeah. So we wanted to mirror back to the consumer, what they were going through, celebrate their transformations, show their recipes. And so the brand really took on a life of its own. It wasn't about a protein bar anymore. It was about a bigger lifestyle of trying to improve.
And that's what it's called, Quest, right? You're on your...
Exactly.
Yeah. That's sick. $100 million men. Send me... Thank you.
This whole thing is amazing.
Okay, question from the audience. How can a founder use AI in their personal brand without losing the human identity that makes them stand out?
Okay, so the great news about AI right now today is you're at no risk of losing your humanity unless you think AI will one-shot and you just read a script. AI is extremely good at being a back and forth partner. Hey, help me think through this idea. I'm trying to come up with a concept for this. I'm trying to overcome that, right? Literally. So first of all, I signed up backstage. I was like, I gotta have the AI. So, I'll be donating my books as well.
Well, thanks.
No, man, for sure. This is absolutely incredible, dude.
Thanks.
So if you use AI in the right way, you're going to be able to sharpen your ideas. It's like having a business partner or a content creation partner, but they're not going to be you or write for you. They're going to help you sharpen your idea. And so I love that, because we're living in an age where you can extend your abilities tremendously, but you still have to have taste. You still have to be good.
You decide you have to make a decision ultimately.
So otherwise, this is all going to be generic. Everyone's content will be the same. So it's still, you have to stand out. And right now, it's pretty easy to be better than the AI. But the AI's ability to poke holes, ask questions, push you, or just give you quick, like, hey, is this true? And it will like break it down, how you can discern whether it's true or not. It's absolutely mind-blowing. So that's part of it. And then on the other side, so for people that don't know, my new company is All Media. So we're a video game development company. And we went from, to get a character in the game, we went from 3 months and about 15 people would have to touch that thing just to get it into the game, to a single person by themselves can do it in a day. It is so wild.
That's absurd.
The reduction in cost and the speed. Now it's about 80% the quality. It's not all the way there.
And then you fix it.
But the reduction in cost, it's nuts. So people need to start looking at these things as like, this is just a modern tool. It is exactly like industrialization. And we just have far more powerful tools in our hands, but you still have to know how to wield the tool.
So my favorite Magic card of all time for the true hardcore guys, Burning Wish. It had a flavor text on it that said, she wished for a weapon, but not the skill to wield it.
Ooh.
It was one of my favorite Magic.
Just gave me the chills. That's good.
Right? Yeah.
That's
She wished
really
for a
good.
weapon, but not the skill to wield it. And it has this genie giving this like fireball to a girl that's like getting consumed by it. Anyways.
That's really good.
But no, so everyone give it up for Tom. He's the man. Thank you so much for
Of course, brother. Thank you for having me. This is incredible.
You're the best.
All right. Kill it. Later, everybody.
Yes. All right. So I want to enforce a couple things that Tom said. So obviously their whole strategy was, I mean, combination of brand, product, distribution. So affiliates was a huge part of this, and also a huge part of this launch. And so inside of the Launch Black Book, which is something that's only available while the live stream's on. So if you are interested in how do you guys recruit affiliates? How do you activate them? How do you get them on board? How do you give them the stuff that they need in order to promote? Like what are the incentives? What are the thought process behind it? All of that is like literally our actual assets I spent millions of dollars on, like, which is insane to even say. Are inside of here. It's live stream only. If you want them, go grab it. Go donate some bucks. Beyond that, one of the other things that Tom brought up was branding overall, right? And he even described some, like, we didn't want it to be about Quest, we wanted it to be about them, mirroring it back to them. So picking the associations that you want to make is one of the clearest decisions that you have to make for the brand, so that you can ultimately build the brand that your customers want to buy from and tell their friends about. And so and to be fair, like, I want to be straight with you, like, this stuff doesn't come naturally to me. Like, some people I've met and they're just like natural artists and they have like great taste and great aesthetic, and like, I don't have that. I'm being like super real with you. I don't. And so I've spent a long time in my life like trying to just break things down to the most basic pieces so that I could understand them and actually use them. Because when I realized that brand and content was a huge deficit for me, because everything was super quant driven for me for years, that was when I was like, I have to break this down into a way that I can actually do it. And going into an AI world, learning how to pick those associations, have that taste, make those decisions in order to maximize the likelihood that you get the customers you want, you get the clicks you want, you get the conversions you want, get the LTV you want. A lot of that can start with the overarching umbrella brand, which is why we made the playbook for it. Okay. Let me see if there's any other questions that I need to hit on. We already covered the Closer Handbook one. Can I get the bonuses without all the extra books? I don't need all those books. Okay, I just want the other stuff. I think I said this earlier. Again, just like, you just get a code and then like, we'll give away the books. The whole point is to incentivize you. That's the point. That's like literally the point, is so that you donate books and then you get the incentive. Saying I want the incentive without donating books is kind of like, come on. Okay. So shipping all the books is just too expensive. I would say like blame airfare, and like, that is not a profit center for us. I'll just be very upfront with you. Okay. It costs money to literally put books on a plane and then ship them over the ocean. The alternative is that we have warehouses in 50 countries, and I can't do that. All right. And so, I would say this is my reframe for you. If you would have said yes, if you added the shipping cost to the overall donation, if I had just said that number and then the shipping was free, then do it. If the extra, whatever it is, without it was going to make the difference, and whether you did it or not, then don't do it. With that being said, let me bring up our next mystery headliner.
Actually,
Okay.
we are interrupting
Okay.
because I brought some friends
Oh,
to give you something.
no shit.
You
There we
broke
go.
the record. You broke the record.
Hi, Alex.
Well, shit. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss. My bad. Well, shoot. So I'll tell you guys. So I set this record. I set this goal because I wanted to. The idea of putting a book in every entrepreneur's hands in America was something that was really dear to me because this was like everything I have is because of things I've learned and because of other people who decided to write it down. And I thought, man, if I built a brand that was like everything instead of trying to hide it, just put everything out there, all the details. Like it would have been amazing if Bezos and Musk and like I've had to glean all these things from their tiny interviews, but I was like, how can I just put this out there and just build a brand based on that? And so what was really crazy is that when I looked at the nonfiction book sales records, so this is kind of crazy, but of the top 10, 9 of them are politicians. And I thought to myself, I was like, and of both parties, so it's both parties. And I was like, how is it that the top 10 nonfiction, books are all written by people who basically had state sponsoring, and the people who are paying those bills is us. We're the entrepreneurs. We're the ones doing it. And so I was like, man, one of us should get that. And so part of the reason that I did this was for that. I was like, one of us should have, like, it's all of ours. I take this as all of ours. This is not mine. Like, I couldn't have done this without you, which is why I said that to begin with. It's like, how can I have you help me make this happen for everyone? So this is really a reward for you guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. And thank you guys so much.
Of course. As you know, this record is continuing for 24 hours.
Oh, we're still going.
So it is quite an officially amazing achievement to have surpassed the record already so soon into the 24-hour launch. So we will get that final number tomorrow morning and see where your final number is. But we can confirm, the three of us, that you are the official new record holder.
So,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. So just so you guys know, I think the record was 1.44, something like that.
1.43.
Yeah, 1.43 million copies sold. We're serious. We want to hit that record. We want to get that books into the hands of as many entrepreneurs in America as we can. And we're not stopping. So let's keep powering through. I got more stuff to show you, and I can't wait. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations.
All right. So let me get our next speaker. Okay, next mystery headliner. So kind of cool though, right? We just broke a Guinness World Record. We did something that no one's ever done before, and we took it from 10 politicians. I actually feel best about that. It's on both sides of the aisle, by the way. I don't care what side you're on. Like the people who got propped up, they did their candidacies, whatever, and then years and years of tax dollars go into them, making these. And nothing wrong with that. I just felt like it should be one of ours. That's all. So with that being said, this mystery headliner built Profitwell, a pricing, subscription, and analytics platform that helped thousands of SaaS companies understand their recurring revenue. He famously offered a flagship metric tracking tool for free, all right, attracting a massive user base quickly and upsold into premium analytics and tools. That freemium to paid model let his company scale with minimal marketing spend, push into thousands of companies and grow to multi-eight figures in ARR, so annual recurring revenue. In 2022, Paddle acquired them for $250 million, making a landmark exit fueled entirely by a smart money model built on transparency, measurement, and customer trust. And I want to be extra, I want to emphasize this point. He bootstrapped this thing. And that's why I think this is so cool. So every person that I brought up so far, bootstrapped. And that's the point here, is they built really big, really profitable, really fast, using money models and the pieces that we're breaking down and sharing with you. So without further ado, give it up for PC. I have to put PC Campbell.
What's up, buddy?
He's so skinny now.
I know.
Yeah.
Do you just want to go home?
No.
Are we done?
No, we're rocking.
Okay,
dude.
let's
We're
go.
rocking. I'll go all day. We got 24 hours. We're like 4 hours in. We got to set it so no politician can break it.
Look how fat I was.
I know. So
Crazy.
PC lost like 150 pounds. which is insane. So kudos to him. Okay, so let's walk through the original model. Okay, so you were making content, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So remember, this is a SaaS platform, and he also had a B2B services that he did on top. So he had SaaS and he had services. All right. So he's making content. I don't know, I have a big line there, but we'll just make this into content. There we go. Okay. So he's got content that's going out. Is that what, blogs and stuff?
Yeah, blogs. We also had at one point 7 different video and podcast series.
Heard.
Based on every single, basically, pain that our products would end up solving.
And so was that like consistent series? This is me just being curious. Was that like a consistent series you guys did?
Yeah, a lot of them.
So like churn was a series?
We had like Churning Point where we would go through and basically break down what was happening in a particular business and essentially say what they should fix. One of our most famous ones was a show called Pricing Page Teardown.
I love that one.
Where we would literally just like tear down a pricing page and basically say this is what good and this is what was bad. We had tens of thousands of people watching that every week, which is kind of insane.
Especially in the niche that he was in, which was just B2B SaaS. And so I told you guys that we have a tremendous amount of data on churn and pricing across a number of different things. So obviously with Skool, we have millions and millions of members, and we have, literally recurring memberships. And so we have tons of data that we can pull from as a platform. But PC is a longtime close friend. And so, he obviously never violated anything that was proprietary. I want to be very clear and upfront about that.
Always Chatham House rules.
Yeah, always Chatham House rules. But whenever I had questions of like, hey, what's churn like in these industries, or what are the things that the best companies are doing? PC was able to share some of like the real insights that he was able to gather, because you had what, 14,000?
At sale, we had about 50,000.
Yeah, so 50,000 companies used his platform. So it's kind of interesting because like we had Becker on earlier, and he had ad tracking. And so PC had basically revenue tracking. That was, if you look at both sides of this, kind of cool. But anyway, so let's walk through the money model that you guys had. So you're making content, that gets people in. What did they then do?
So this is something we discovered where basically the content would kind of get them curious on things related to churn, pricing, which kind of aligned with our paid products. And then our kind of money maker was the freemium product, where they would go from content to this revenue product that gave them all of their metrics.
Okay.
And what was so important about that is it essentially created the requirement for other products. So what I mean by that is they would log in, they would get all this metric data for free that they would use in their reporting and all kinds of fun stuff. And then it would say something like, hey, did you know your churn is actually terrible? Or did you know that your monetization, your revenue per customer is actually terrible? And then that would lead into an audit, essentially with an inside salesperson who would walk through everything and walk through their numbers. And through that, we were able to not only show the pain, but also show that we had a solution for them to fight through that pain.
So this is a little throwback to the leads book, but this is a lead magnet. There's 3 types of lead magnets. One of them is reveal a problem, and that's what the audit does, right?
100%.
So once we have the audit, what was the offer that you guys did to, because you guys, so to be clear, they sold really high ticket stuff. So imagine you've got a business that's doing, $50 million a year in recurring revenue for software. If they can go from 50 to 60 and they've got a 10x top line multiple, for them, the enterprise value increases $100 million. And so PC, being a pricing expert, knew that and then would gouge everyone. He would ethically charge an appropriate fair market price for his services and the value that he added.
I started from the premise that more money is better than less money.
And I think it's a wonderful premise.
Yeah.
So what was, walk me through what the offer was for them when you'd have one of these higher ticket, services that you do a pricing analysis, et cetera, with.
Yeah, so it actually didn't start this way.
Okay.
It actually started with a $50 a month software product, ironically, as a pricing software product.
Yeah.
But we ended up having people basically say, like, I don't understand this data. I don't want to do the work to do the data. And we said, okay, well, what can we fix about the software? And they were like, can we just do it for you? And we said, no, you can't do that. Like VCs don't like services. We were going to raise money at some point.
Right.
And then they basically said, we'll pay you a lot of money. And we went, okay. Yeah, exactly. As a bootstrap business, that's how you basically like can fuel your growth.
Which I want to say here again, like Becker bootstrap, PC bootstrap, Tom bootstrap, Rick bootstrapped. Right, like the point that I'm making here is like these all work because of the money models. Like if you have this set up properly, you can grow super fast because like the idea of taking on money, don't get me wrong, there's a few instances where taking on money actually is required. It's just not 90% of the time. Like you can build the business and grow super fast with just a little bit more creativity about how you basically manage your cash conversion cycle. Okay.
Yeah,
so
how you get leverage basically. Yeah. Which is all this.
So it was a $50 a month thing and you decided that was not the way to do it.
And where it ended up being was somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 a month.
Okay. So
yeah. Not right away, but a pretty short amount of time.
So when I make these statements about like, hey, you probably have a double or triple in price, and you're like, no way. Well, $50 to $10,000 is a 20x, right? No, that's $1,000 is 20x. 200x is 10,000. So this was a 400x increase. 400x increase. Not bad. Okay. So you'd offer $20,000 or $30,000 a month. Okay, what was the offer? How'd you get people? Because that's a lot of sticker shock. So what do you say to somebody?
So essentially what we became is what's called a tech-enabled service.
Yeah.
And a tech-enabled service is you can't buy us without the software. So we won't do straight up consulting.
Yeah.
And you can't buy the software without us.
Yeah.
And so what that kind of became, it actually didn't start off at $20,000, $30,000 a month. It started off as like hundreds of thousands of dollars as a big ticket item.
Okay.
But we ran into problems because going from zero to paying us $200,000 to $300,000 to $400,000 a year was a really, really big like lift.
Yeah.
And so this is where this audit came in, because all of a sudden we were able to show that problem. And then also through coming up with this plan, which essentially was, hey, we're going to run our software to figure this out, and then you're going to make this much money. We're going to run our software to figure this out, then you're going to make this much money.
Yeah.
It basically showed them the entire year's plan right up front. So all of a sudden that lowered the risk of paying us $300,000, $400,000 a year. And then the big thing was we said, oh, how can we soften that even further? Oh, it's not $360,000. It's $30,000 a month.
Yeah.
And that all of a sudden brought it down, and it actually got under some of the like VP or director level, decision-making processes that allowed us to basically get in the door. And then what's beautiful about it is that we then have the year, talking about retention, which Becker talked about, we have that year to not only create the requirement from this, but then be like, cool, now you're up for renewal. Or did you know we have these other 2 products that can help you with these other things as well?
All right, so let's walk through. So this was the offer, was something that I call wave fee offer. So that's one of the continuity structures. Okay, that was a wave fee. So it's 200. So it's like $200,000 or $250,000 up front. You're like, or you can pay us. And I remember when we were talking, it was like whatever. Sometimes it was 10, and then it eventually became $20,000 or $30,000 a month. But that wave fee. Then so I'm going to say this to everybody so you can get it. So he says, listen, we can do all this work for you. It's going to cost you $250,000. You can pay us right now and we'll do the work. Or you can get on the tool, right, and use our processes and whatnot, and we'll give you the work for free as long as you do this stuff. And so I just want to make sure that little element was clear, because this wasn't just okay, it's $200,000 a year, let me just give you a monthly payment plan. It didn't work like that. That's not where the magic was. See the difference in the details? Like even me explaining how that sounds just a little bit different from positioning wise. You can pay us $250,000 for this one-time work, or I'll give you this $250,000 of work for free as long as you use our tool. And then once they got in, they could front load that, and they're like, oh, but now you're in my ecosystem, you're in my money model. Absolutely. And so then let's walk through what the classic upsell was. So this is a wave fee. Okay, so then there was an upsell from here. And what was the, what you said you had 2 other things. What did you do?
Yeah, so we had 2 different types of upsell. One was like more pricing work, because there were more projects, there was more stuff that we could essentially do.
Okay.
And what's kind of beautiful about this, just as a side note, when you get your pricing right, what ends up happening is, yes, this is a service, but it has software-like margins.
Yeah.
It's what a lot of people don't understand. They add services and they just do cost plus on those services.
Yeah, never do that for everyone who's listening.
If you're providing value, get paid for the actual value. And then the other type of upsell that we had is we had this retention product, which was a pure software product, where all of a sudden that was pure, we got paid essentially based on performance, or how much churn we essentially recovered for folks. And what was beautiful about that is For someone paying us $400,000 over here, that would become just an additional $150,000 to $200,000 a year.
And that was a free trial that you did for that, right?
And it was a free trial. It was technically I don't know what you would call this, but basically we said, you try it for 30 days free.
Yeah.
You keep the money we make for you.
Yeah.
Or if you want to continue, you pay for it.
Yeah.
And so that lowered that risk. But notice how they're already paying me a lot of money here. It's kind of like selling the suit and then asking if you want the shirts.
Yeah.
Where basically all of a sudden this is a really, really easy upsell.
The classic upsell. Once
And-
someone has the shirt, they realize you can't have X
Exactly.
without Y.
Totally.
You can't have fries without Coke.
That's exactly right.
You can't have pepper without salt. I mean, you can.
You can, this metaphor can continue to go if you want. But
But I want you guys to see. So basically, he had content that went to basically a lead magnet that then became a wave fee offer front end, which then repositioned. So he got these big commitments and then ran classic upsell and a free trial with performance on downsell. So, and I think he sweetened it a little bit with the, not only will we make you more money, we'll give you the money we make you, or you can keep going. So it's better than free.
Totally.
It's a better than free trial. So you have these tiny little mechanisms. And so this is where the implementation of this stuff, which is why I'm giving the playbooks, is so important, right? So, let's talk about one real quick. So how many different software companies, after now doing the services that you did you have to raise prices with?
Like our customers?
Yeah.
Over 80%.
Yeah.
It's insane. And I think it's kind of sweet because I think it speaks to the entrepreneur insecurity. Like, is anyone going to buy this? Like you were going through your story a bunch.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not going to be good enough,
Yeah.
et cetera. So a lot of us, when we get that first customer, we go, oh my gosh, I got my first 22 signups, Dad.
Yeah, dude,
You send the
100%,
picture. And then what ends up happening is we don't revisit the price for years.
I charged $299 for my first ones.
Yeah, obscene. But then what you have to realize is that your price is the exchange rate on the value that you've created.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you're selling. You have some sort of value, and because we don't trade goat for wheat in the economies that we play in, you're saying it's worth this much. But as your product continues to get better and better over time, all of a sudden that value is increased, therefore your price should increase. But again, you're still that insecure founder who kind of had that initial product. And so 80% of them you have to raise the price. And I recommend, like, I have a bit of a preview on some of the pricing content here. It's great. Like, just running the price raise playbook, doing that tomorrow will make you money, mainly because I have seen
Which
it
we don't
time and
promise,
time again.
because
They do
the
not
results will
promise.
vary.
I don't think I can promise either, depending on who is watching. But essentially, I have seen it time and time again that whether you're, T-Mobile using the playbook, I'll say my version of the playbook, or you're Johnny and Jane startup, like, it's just one of those things you just never pulled the lever, and that's what makes it such an amazing lever to go after first.
And I told you guys the stories of the 4 businesses. I could give you 400. Obviously, I would take the whole time we're talking today, but like the strongest lever on pricing, the 4th system, the profit implementation playbooks, like you could do nothing else. And if you just did that, it could change the business forever. And we're talking about some of the LTV stuff that we were talking about earlier with Becker. Like, I'm going to draw a picture to illustrate this. So if your business right now, let's say that you're running 20% margins. Okay. So you've got this, let's say this is your revenue. All right. And you're running, 20% is your total margins. If you find out that you're mispriced and you're like, I think I can get away with like a 30% price raise, or a fun one, I have a second tier that's 100% price raise that 20% of my customers will buy. If that happens, then you increase your average revenue per user or per member or per subscription by another 20%. Now you hear 20%, you think, well, 20%, that's okay. But 20% is a double.
Profit.
It's all profit. It's all to the bottom line. But then we say, okay, well, what kind of impact does this make on the business? Well, if we double profit, we double lifetime value. You double lifetime value, all of a sudden you can afford traffic you couldn't spend before. All of a sudden you can afford talent to then double down again and keep going. And that's why this is why money models are so important. What's crazy to me is that, like, most of the pieces that are here, like, and you guys are seeing this, it's the details, right? The details are what make these money models work. If PC had just had let's roll it back, right? So if PC had just said, hey, buy my $200,000 consulting service, there would be no profit well. Like, you'd have a couple of sales and that would be it. But it's, how do I say, you know what? I'll just give you all this work that I just anchored at $250,000 for free.
Yeah.
If you XYZ.
I think one of the biggest things to kind of hammer that point home is there's only 3 ways to grow a business.
Yeah.
You acquire more customers, you price them differently or price them better, or you get them to buy more or continue buying. And this is why, personally, I liked your first 2 books. I like this one better because when you look at all of the data, and if you improve each of those 3 levers at the exact same amount, the highest impact ones are monetization and retention. And so while acquisition, and given the markets where they're at right now, just like CAC is going up across the board, everyone and their mother has a freaking ebook, et cetera, you need to be good at acquisition just to survive. Where the profit is coming, where the compounding is coming, is from improving your monetization and improving your retention, which frankly is this system versus the previous 2 systems. And so that's why I'm so excited about this. And that's the thing that I think a lot of folks who are listening, and again, it doesn't matter what type of business you are, those are the things that we don't focus on because those are the things that don't give us the like immediate like, oh, someone signed up. But those are the things that take a okay, like struggling business that's making less than the median household income in the United States to something where like you can either make more money and work just as much, or stop missing those dance recitals, stop missing those soccer games, and be making more money. And so that's why I think it's so powerful, and this is such an important thing to emphasize.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, so as you guys know, I always want to be very mindful of everyone's time. So I wrote all 3 of the books basically at the same time. And so they were they were mished and mashed together of just like a brain dump of all the things that I had learned.
And some of those early drafts were how are we?
Yeah, PC got some of the early drafts of this stuff. And they're like, the point that he just made about basically changing pricing is the strongest lever on profitability for the company by like a 2 or 3x difference. When I learned that, it just like, I basically look at businesses from a pricing first lens, because and it's also one of the lowest operational drags. But what's crazy is the reason that most people don't do it is because of fear. It's the most psychologically difficult one to do. If I say, hey, go make more content. Hey, we're going to start a YouTube. Hey, we're going to start a podcast. Most entrepreneurs are like, cool, let's do it. I'm in. If I say, hey, I want you to double your prices and you're going to lose 20% of your customers, you're going to get some emails.
Yeah, and you think that fear is just because, oh, I'm a small business, et cetera. Like, I'm telling you, the number of public companies that we worked with, the number of public company boardrooms that I've been in, where you have some of the like most credentialed people in the world, Harvard, HBS, all these, some of them can't do math, but like these same people, because pricing sits at the intersection of uncomfortable and important, and just like anything that sits at that intersection, it's just like the smartest people or the most credentialed people, they just like, they pucker up and go, wow, we can't do this because, oh, if I change this, then like Judy's going to blame me for this, or Sue or Dan is going to blame me for that. And then just nothing happens. And it's that fear that prevents you from kind of scaling, to be frank.
Yeah. Well, this was sick. $100 million men.
Nice.
Do I have a letter for Mr. PC? That's El Senor PC to you. Thank you.
Do you wear this all the time? Nice. Appreciate it.
Okay. From the VIPs, what's the biggest pricing lever someone can use to improve their money model? Biggest pricing lever. Okay.
Got it. Well, if I give you one, that would be valuable, right?
Yes.
If I give you 2, would that be valuable as well? All right. Let it
rip. Let it rip.
Let me give you 3. Okay. These are probably the top 3 things. I'm not as good as drawing.
All right.
You did more Fisher Price as a kid. I did not. So here are the 3 things. The first thing anyone in this who's listening to this can do, the first thing is add-ons. Add-ons are the most underutilized aspect of all pricing. Now, add-ons can be additional tiers. Add-ons can be separate products. Doesn't matter what you're selling in here. Every single person, I've seen the data, can be selling priority support probably for about 10% of whatever your list price is right now. And just there's plenty of people who would pay that, and it's all pure margin.
These are some of the elements that we talk about when I talk about different ways of doing transaction with customers. Like, what are the different versions of those transactions? Increase support is one of those things.
Totally.
And having different, basically, bullets in your belt, that's what that playbook helps solve. So you can just check the list off. Okay, so add-ons.
Lifetime value typically increases, it depends on your business, somewhere between 20 and 50%. One, because they're paying you more, but most importantly, they're more in your ecosystem, and so they retain better. Second one.
I think you might have been the person who told me this. I can't remember, but like, there comes a point in every customer's journey where they need to buy from you again, or they'll leave because they need to buy something. Yeah. And so either they're going to buy it from you or from someone else. So it's like, we have this idea that we're like, okay, they're paying, I don't want to bother them. It's like the best way to engage a customer and retain them is to sell them something else.
And it's not, we've all heard the adage of like, hey, it's better to keep an existing customer than go get a new one, right? Well, it's even better to sell someone who already trusts you more stuff.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing that people miss out on. It's so important in today's marketing ecosystem.
Okay.
Second thing, term optimization.
Okay.
This comes in like 2 flavors. The first flavor is if you have something on, let's say, a monthly type customer or even a quarterly type customer, go to those particular customers and try to get them on a longer term plan. So annual plans if they're on monthly or quarterlies, monthly plans if they're on or quarterly plans if they're on monthlies, and most importantly, don't just ask them when they first sign up.
Yeah.
They have no idea the value of the product. The biggest thing to go after is as soon as they know the value, hit them up every 45 to 90 days, depending on how comfortable you are, and just make sure that you're giving them the opportunity to get up there. Mainly because what ends up happening is retention is just so much better, and then lifetime value is so much better. But if you only ask them when they sign up, all of a sudden they don't realize that like they even have that option. And then the other part of this is the thing I didn't talk about with our larger scale plans, our like hundreds of $1,000s plans. One of the most beautiful things you can do is you sell to the person that you need to, the director, VP, whoever. But with those size deals, you normally go through a procurement process. And so one thing to do is if you have procurement that you discover in the sales cycle, just raise your price by 10%. Because that procurement person wants to basically like get a discount. But after the deal's closed, month number 2, go back to procurement. Hey, do you want another 5% off? Yeah, cool. Pay me the entire value of the contract.
And that's because they have somebody who doesn't, I will just say as somebody who has a large, a relatively large company. If you don't have control in finances, sometimes people are like, hey, well, I thought it made sense to put the $1 million up front because, I'll tell you guys a real story. My team, I love you guys. This is not like, it's all, like, we're all good, okay? I told you about the workshop we started doing so we could put together the data so we could do this, right? Now, so we gave out like shirts and hats and stuff for people who came. And so, there was a decision that was made, that we should, because someone made an offer.
Nice.
That we should prepay for a year of swag, merch.
Okay.
Which was, I think, $500,000 or $600,000.
Not a small amount of money.
Not a small amount. And I was like, is this made of gold? What kind of shirts? What is this, Mithril? Like, like, do you have an Enduro sword? Like, what are we doing here, And so, anyways, I say this because I did pay $500,000 or $600,000 for merch, ahead of time. And it happened because they were like, well, I couldn't give up on the 10%. And I'm saying this, so if you are selling bigger companies.
Did you know that swag appreciates when it's sitting in a closet?
Don't even talk to me. Okay. So the first 2 things, you got add-ons, you got term optimization. I'm just going to add this piece in. So this is directly from the LTV playbook. One of the things that can increase the likelihood that people take you up on these additional upsells is not only the term, but the timing. So I always like, what's the immediate? What's the 24, 48 hour? What's the milestone or some sort of activation? What is I just generically have halfway points. So like if you have a duration that's a front end that's like 12 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever, like, hey, we're going to do a pricing study for 6 weeks. And at the halfway point, generically, it's a great reason why. And so all of these times that we make these offers, I think of them like fraternity party planners. You just need to make up a reason. So, hey, you just got great results. Hey, you just got activated. Hey, I saw you got your first sale. Hey, I saw you decrease your churn by 1%. Hey, yesterday was Tuesday. Wanted to make you this offer because the thing is that most people will make these add-on offers when someone's on their way out the door, and you can and you should make the offer. Don't get me wrong. But like, if you only do it there, you're typically missing 70% or more of your sales. A lot. Huge. Okay. So add-ons, term optimization. Also, I have 12 different term optimization stuff in the original Money Models book, by the way. Okay.
Perfect.
Keep going.
Last one is raise prices, but we've already talked about that. If you're scared to raise prices, the easiest thing you can do tomorrow, cut your discounts in half. Because most people are scared to raise prices, and so therefore they essentially keep their price artificially low for a period of time. Then what happens is these quarterly goal numbers that we spend no time putting together starts to have pressure on our sales team and the sales manager, no one on acquisition.com, but most sales managers tell me, hey, we got a discount. And all of a sudden you see these numbers where these sales numbers across a quarter, they go like this, and that's because there's so many discounts. Now,
I want to illustrate with this why this is important.
do it.
So like, just as powerful as getting that 20% price raises, let me show you how negatively impactful the 10 or 20% like on the spot, whatever discounts that you haven't actually calculated are. So sometimes it's not uncommon for a 10% or even a 15% discount. But what your team hasn't factored in is that you just cut your profit by 50% or 75%. And so if you're like, oh, but if we don't have these discounts, sales are going to drop. It's like, are they going to drop by triple?
Yeah.
No, they might have a 20% drop. 100%. Well, it's worth it to have 20% fewer customers at 3 or 4 times the margin. So I just want to emphasize that for that point. Okay.
And I think the biggest thing is there will be complaints, and depending on the veracity of your sales team, you could probably say something along the lines of like, we'll do some comfort around quotas or something like that if it doesn't work out. I have seen a cutting of the discounts, and you might be a discount brand, but if you're wondering if you're a discount brand, you're not. Yeah. Like we're talking like basically 99-cent stores, et cetera, and most of you are not that, even though it feels like you need to be that. I don't want to say I've never seen this not work, but it is very rare that I see someone cut discounts in half and anything changes except they make more money. Yeah. Because most of the time the discounts were set artificially in the first place.
No one thought about it to begin with.
And so all of a sudden, and then it just degrades over time because one quarter 10% works, so the next quarter 20% discounts must work. Yeah. Even though conversion rates stay the same, all the sales numbers stay the same. So long story short, you should raise your prices, but if you're uncomfortable, the way you can do it to kind of like gateway yourself into pricing changes, cut your discounts in half, see what happens over a month or a quarter, and then that'll give you, normally like you'll get more confidence and like answers to pricing questions beget more questions, which beget more answers, all of which beget more money. And so that's the number one thing, or those are the 3 things that I would think about no matter the business on the phone.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming out. And for being so skinny. Fitness model PC. Extraordinaire.
As you have told me, I now look like a fitness has-been. So eventually I will look fit. Give me another year. All right, we'll see ya.
Okay. So thank you guys for, wasn't PC great? Wasn't PC great? Yeah, PC knows what he's talking about. He's probably one of the small handful of people that when I have pricing related questions, I'm like, hey, I need someone to bounce this idea off of. I bounce it off PC. I'd say like he's probably one of the only other people who's actually led as many pricing changes in a business as I have. And it's so important because it's one of the biggest levers, which is why it's the 4th system. Like so many businesses are like, we're selling a decent amount, we're converting our leads. It's like, we just aren't making there's no profit. There's no cash flow, right? And so that's why we have 3 checklists, 3 playbooks of just do this, if this, then why, to help solve it. And, they're really good. So, okay. Let's go to our next speaker. So this mystery headliner is a serial entrepreneur and investor who built Telus Properties, a real estate brokerage that grew from about $300 million to $3 billion in revenue in 5 years and sold to Douglas Elliman in 2017. He then led Real Brokerage, driving agent count up by 400% in 1 year as president before moving to the board in mid of 2025. So what's his edge? A money model around agent economics, per agent revenue, and scalable onboarding systems. By treating agents like revenue units and modeling earnings per recruit, he consistently replicated growth and turned exits into real returns. So, without further ado, please give it up for my very good friend, Sharran Srivatsaa. Welcome to the stage, man. Nice shoes.
Like it?
Yeah, look at these kicks. I don't know if you can do a zoom in.
We do a zoom in. Can I put it on the table?
There you go, yeah. Look at that. He's got acquisition stuff. There we go. Oh, look, we'll put our Guinness record. There we go. Okay. So Sharran, like I'm gonna give Sharran some flowers here. So Sharran was president of Real, and what did revenue at Real do over 30 months?
Yeah, so we annualized, we grew from 200-ish million to 1.2 billion in the 24-month period.
So let's do some quick math here. 200 million, 1.2 billion, 24 months. And those are really good real estate months, right? That was like a really big time in the real estate industry. Everything's booming.
Worst real estate market in 3 decades.
Yeah. So, pretty cool. And, we're very blessed to have Sharran as our new president at acquisition.com, ACQ. But I wanted to have Sharran go over actually just experience it real, because I think I want to show different businesses. Obviously we have software, we have professional services, we have brick and mortar. I'm trying to give you guys a decent look and taste of everything. But let's walk through the real business model. That's funny, the real business model. Real's business model, and how it worked, because while everyone else is dying, you, or at least the company under your leadership, 6x'd in 2 years. So what happened?
So I think the most real estate businesses, as people don't know them, happens to service businesses across the board, are big looking small businesses, meaning they work in silos. You got these small offices, small brokerages, small teams, and they work in silos. And the problem is you can't grow in a silo.
Yeah.
And if you can't grow in a silo, what does that mean? You got to take a bigger view on the world. And borrowing from your playbook, it was, hey, how do you generate so much goodwill on the top end of the funnel? And the model was really simple: events to webinars to calls.
Okay, so you would do events. Now, was Instagram a part of this or no?
It was. So whatever was not on,
so events
not live.
Or Instagram.
Events or Instagram.
Okay, got it. And so then that would lead to webinar?
To webinar.
Okay. And how would you go speak at somebody's event and then at somebody else's event get attendees to, classically decide to join a webinar? How'd that work?
So the model there is, when you go to speak at someone else's event, we just stripped real branding or anything associated with real completely out, and just said, hey, I'm here to serve the industry. I'm here to give you the best possible value. I'm going to gate nothing, not hold anything back. And if you want my slides and all the implementation mechanisms underneath, so what a lot of people do is just say, hey, here's a QR code, get my slides. I'm like, here's a QR code. I can't cover everything in an hour. I'm going to give you my playbooks for everything. Now get it. So now it showed them that was the kind of way to get the email address or contact information, as you call, what is the lead? Contact information. And then it was an invitation to come to some kind of teaching webinar. And the magic happened in the teaching webinar where, you've talked about this, where when people go into a webinar, they're like, man, I'm going to go sell in this webinar. As soon as you get on a webinar, what do people think? Man, he's going to sell me something.
Yeah.
So instead of selling something, we came up with this idea called the survey close. And the survey close is actually half of the closer framework, right? And I'll tell people in the survey close, up front on the survey, on the webinar, we tell people, right? Up front, we tell people, hey, there will be no sale on this webinar. We want to teach you everything here. Only thing we ask you is at the end to fill out a 3-question, 10-second survey. And the 3 questions generally are, first, clarify where they are, right? The second is label their problem. And the third is sell Maui.
Yep.
And so those are the 3 questions. So essentially, hey, what did you like in this webinar? And the labeling ended up being, I have this problem, I have that problem. And then the selling Maui was, my life would be better if I got X. And that's all that happened in the survey, because once you got that in the survey, it was very easy to turn around and do the next follow-up to get the next level of the call.
And so so basically the survey close goes here, and then this leads to the call, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then on the call, what's the offer? So what are the mechanisms that we did for the money model here?
Yeah.
So that's some pretty cool stuff that I want to share with you guys. Some of these things are tech enabled, but you can still take pieces of this for any type of business you have. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm an agent.
Yep.
I say I would love to have more support with my real estate my agents underneath of me. We sell 10 million in houses a year.
Yeah. Well, so
what do you got for me?
The first thing is, how do you keep more of the money you make?
Okay.
So because we had a business model which was tech enabled and non-brick and mortar, non-siloed, we had a chance to say we have this platform that you can kind of win with. So the first piece of the puzzle was you keep more money.
So I'm going to translate this is discount continuity, because functionally Real gave more, which is a discount to them, but on fees they should be receiving. So this is a version of discount continuity used as an attraction offer. And I like this because these are Lego pieces. You can move them whatever way you want. There's more than 15. I cover the 15 strongest and most business changing, most common. I have other ones. The lost chapters includes, I think, 3 or 4 more that I didn't talk about in the presentation, that have more niche or siloed, situations that they're better for. These are all 15. These are the Thor's hammers.
Yeah.
Anyways, so discount continuity. Okay. What else was there?
Well, the second thing is most real estate agents, they work really hard in building their business, but they have no ownership, no equity. They can't really turn around and sell something. So the pitch was, hey, you're not only keeping more money, but you're helping us grow this business. We're publicly traded. So let us actually give you ownership in the business. So there was an ownership component to it. So they got stock.
So I'm gonna, okay. So we then, I'm gonna just do one of these.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what we would call a so they had stock, but let's talk about why it was, I already know the ending of the story. Why was it unique the way that you guys did the stock plan?
Well, the stock plan was great because, we allowed folks to take a portion of their commissions and roll it into purchasing stock.
Yeah.
And the nice part there was not only did were they able to take commissions and roll a portion of the commission to purchasing stock, we would then bonus them because they did that.
Yeah.
So it was both a rollover and a bonus.
Which is super sexy. So you also, because I feel like this was so natural, but like a lot of the real estate space has taken some of your materials and then just sells them, which I would say, as somebody who probably has some of that same experience, watered down versions of what Sharran basically gave away for anybody who worked at Real. So many people were charging $25,000, $50,000, $100,000 plus for basically all of the training that Sharran had made for realtors. And so when someone signed up, they not only got, hey, you're going to make more of your current earnings, your current commission percentage is going to go up. We're also going to give you these materials that other people also have to pay money for free. So they got the trainings and some of the services that came in with that, and they got to keep more of their paycheck. And then that compounded with a rollover upsell saying, hey, some of that paycheck you get, just pour it into stocks, just using the check that's already coming to you. Now, one of the other pieces that I thought was really sexy, and this is, again, I want to show you guys another example of this. Classic upsell is you can't have X without Y. So each of the upsells that I talk about in money models and the implementation systems, I have a little moniker so you can remember it. You can't have X without Y. And that's the classic upsell one. So it's like can't have fries without Coke, whatever. And so here it's like, well, you can't have just your house commissions without mortgage and title.
Right.
You need mortgage and title. And so why don't you explain how, because this is actually pretty sweet. So if you're a real estate agent, how can you make more money?
So since you know that a transaction is just not in the commissions, it has other services associated with it. Well, not only have agents figured that out, but the DOJ has figured that out too, right? So, dipping into every other services like mortgage, title, etc., it actually has anti-kickback rules. You can't do that.
Yeah.
So what we did is we built a compliance system where instead of getting an active kickback on each transaction or a referral fee on each transaction, you can now take a portion of your commission and own a piece of a title company or own a piece of a mortgage company. Now, not only do you get paid a distribution on owning a piece of the company for your transactions, you get it for all the other transactions that go through the pipe.
Yep. And so if we're looking at this, this is the money model. So events or Instagram, go to a webinar, survey them into why are you here? What's the problem you have? Sell the vacation. If that person's qualified, leads them to the call. On the call, we say, hey, would you like to make more and get free training? They say yes. We say, awesome. By the way, this can be a long-term investment for you because if you continue to plow it in, this is something that your family can have. Because in a sales-dominated industry like real estate, one of the big concerns is if you're a breadwinner for your family, it's a very high commission sales job. You know what I mean? And so having some sort of recurring revenue, some sort of enterprise value, some sort of equity that they can pass from one generation to the next is a huge incentive. And then beyond that, it's like, okay, how do I diversify my revenue streams and also increase LTV per house to the agent, right? Because if each one of these agents is running ads, doing direct mailers, whatever they're doing in order to get customers, it's like, well, if they can all of a sudden get a bite of title, get a bite of mortgage, then all of a sudden they double LTV or triple LTV. Now they get to the point that we're making with Becker and with PC, you can outspend and you can win.
That's exactly right. And the number one problem in most service businesses, especially that are transactional, it's a one-time and then you're done. Or an agent joins a company and then they say, well, they can get a shinier offer from another company and leave tomorrow.
Yeah.
But now when you have stock, you vest and you stay longer. When you have ownership in a company, you stay longer. So LTV of that person is so much longer than the average company.
And I mean, at the end of the day, what's really nice about this is it just aligned all the models. So it's like, okay, agents make more per customer, Real makes more per agent, and everyone's aligned with just providing the customer a good experience and then ultimately, selling more houses, right?
Well, the key part there though is exactly like you said, when our business is based on one single transaction, we get commission breath.
Yeah, right.
Right. And so when you realize that you're in it for the long run, you make the revenue in multiple ways. You actually get some growth out of it. You actually have some ownership and equity. You have less commission breath and you're able to actually do better for the client at the end of the day.
So What do you think the secret to real success was, right, during the growth path? Like if you had to pick the 2 or 3 biggest levers that would, relate to some of the stuff that we talked about today.
Well, the first one was, since real estate is such a kind of siloed model, you have 4 people in an office and they're not getting a lot of growth. When you're in a silo, you can't grow.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you get this, when you have the ability to say, hey, I've got all this information and I've got a platform to implement it, that changes dramatically. So that was the first one where let's lead with, let's give everything away. That was kind of the first one, kind of generosity as a model, which when you have a silo-based model, the industry has never actually seen.
So I would say that's a brand.
That's a brand play.
Yeah.
Right. The second is, there's a lot of agents who have done a lot of deals and they have this up and down kind of deal, kind of revenue flow. And it's like, what can we do to smooth out that? And so may that be with the distributions of mortgage and title, may that be with revenue share as they would get overall. How do you smooth out the overall volatility and overall income? And the third was, I'm actually building something. I feel like a sense of ownership that I'm building something for the future. And that feeling is very hard to replace. So that even on tough days, that you're working on something that is good. The problem is for most agents, they are, hey, I want to go out and hunt, but I don't care if the rest of the company hunts with me. Now, when the rest of the company is winning, you feel good because they're driving ownership for you. So when people are winning in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the guy in California is like, you go, Alex.
Yeah, we're all on one team.
We're all on one team.
So, what's interesting about these kind of like 3 meta lessons is that like, if you're, obviously the vast majority of you who are watching this are business owners based on the surveys you guys took on the way in, 2/3 of you guys own a business. This is not a bad playbook overall. So if we're thinking, it's like, okay, if we lead with value, we lead with giving, and you might notice the theme here, right? If you lead with giving, you tend to attract more, you also attract people who are attracted to that type of, call it vibe, whatever, like that behavior set. And so if you give first, you will attract people who also give first. And I think it just makes it much better. So that's number one. And we want to think like, how do we give in a way that our customers or prospects will find it like super valuable? The next is, and I mean, fundamentally part of the reason that I wrote the Money Models book is like, how can we increase the reliability of cash flow in a business? Now, part of the increasing reliability is how can we accelerate it? How can we pull it forward? In a super transactional business like real estate, they obviously pooled resources so that we can rely on the fact that the company in general will sell more. And the cure for volatility, just for anyone, you can write this down, is insufficient volume. So volatility only appears volatile because you have too few. And so said differently, if I'm a real estate agent and I'm like, I sell a house every month, it feels volatile, right? But there's really 30 days of activities that occur that then result in one sale. And so if I wanted to get to a sale a day, I would have to do 30 times the activity to get to one sale a day. And then I wouldn't see it as volatile. I would just be like, oh, I do a sale a day. No one would say that's volatile. So it's typically a great, like right now, if you're a business owner and you're like, man, my stuff's like this too, you're usually doing way too little. And it's okay. That's why we do this. And then ownership long-term, it's like, how do we build this thing, our business, into an asset? And ideally, how do we have the largest contribution of the work we do contributing to an asset that on its own, separate from you, has intrinsic value? And so each of the people that have come up, Rick, his franchise is worth lots and lots of dollars, and he first had the IP, and then he created the franchise as the mold around it to separate it so you could have something that had more ownership. His volatility is handled because he's got a royalty model between all the locations. So even if it's bad in the north, it might be great in the south or whatever. And then the brand, obviously it's all about giving first and providing value. So it's like same thing with Becker, same thing with PC. They have these brands that built a lot of value, and they had things that were assets that were sellable and valuable. And Real obviously is no exclusion. $100 million men. Could I have one of our VIP questions, please? Oh, thank you. I guess people are like, you need gum because you have bad breath right now. Okay. So, VIP question. What's the most overlooked factor in turning a one-time buyer into a lifelong client? Okay, yeah. What's the biggest lever for turning into a lifelong client?
So, crazy story that actually happened maybe a few months ago, which I'll do it on the service business and real estate as well. We bought a real estate property as an investor, and then showed up on day one, and there were some pest issues. So I called a pest company. This guy shows up, does this study, and he says, "Hey, I can fix all of this. I'll take care of all of this for you." And then he takes care of it, about $400 or whatever. And then he says, "Hey, Sharon, this is probably going to happen again, so we should probably check in every month," and does the $49 a month upsell.
Yep.
Right? And then right before he was leaving, he says to me, hey, here's some business cards. Would you hand them to your neighbors? Because if it's in your house, it's probably in theirs too. And I was like, why didn't you hand them to yourself? And he goes, well, what should I say to them? I said, dude, walk over and say, hey, we have a new neighbor. He already paid for your consultation. Let me just check it.
Yeah.
He goes, wait, I can do that? And so now that made sense because I, as their new neighbor, have goodwill that I paid for their consultation.
Yep.
And now he signed up like all my neighbors, which is insane.
Did you guys get that tactic? Like that was pretty sexy. I don't know about you. Was that as good for you as it was for me? So they reposition a sales consult as something that was purchased for free. By the way, this is a permutation of the gift card play, which I talk about inside here with more detail. But you get these gift cards, but the reason that the reason the neighbor is good with it is that it benefits them. It's not cringy at all. It's
right.
like, oh, he paid for my stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ron's such a great guy. What a great neighbor.
Yeah.
But it also makes sense. Like if I had to have a reason for it besides like, oh, my neighbor bought a pest control consultation. It's like, well, Sharon wants to protect his own house. And so if you've got pests, then it actually affects his. So it makes sense that he would be willing to pay to front it.
Right. And I think a lot of service businesses just think about it as very transactionally. I want one more customer, right? And I think real estate, for example, it can be real estate, mortgage, escrow, whatever. They all do that. And the crazy part is, even if instead of looking at, I'll take the real estate business as a, how do I get more transactions business? You should think about it as homes under management business.
Yeah.
Right? You sell somebody a home. What do they need next? They need you to manage that home in some way.
Yeah.
There is a crazy stat that says 87% of consumers say that they love their agent and they'll work with them again, and 22% actually do.
Yeah, right.
But a lot of times people say the reason that they don't is because of bad follow-up. No, it's not because of bad follow-up. There's no program for you to stay engaged in that process. And the craziest part is you can do a rollover. You can say, hey, as part of our this commission that you've already paid me, I've enrolled you into our 3-year home management program.
Yeah.
And now you have a valid excuse to check in with them, call them. And as a part of our home management program, here's a flyer. These are all the 8 things that we do. Call us when you want a rate check. Call us when you want a plumber. You're doing all of that anyway.
Yeah. You already have all these vendors that are pre-approved, and then you become the trusted center of influence, and then people then are like, hey, oh, you should use my girl Angie. Angie's on top of it.
Yeah.
She, whenever I need this, whenever I need that, whenever I need that. And the thing is like, we're talking real estate, but can you guys, especially everybody in home services in general,
right.
Can you see how this works? Like, if you're missing this, then you have other issues. But
well, the biggest lesson for me is sometimes people think that, well, I can't turn on a subscription business on the back end of my single sale. Well, maybe, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
You could just turn on a relationship. And now you're a homes under management client. Like I tell mortgage brokers all the time, they sell one mortgage, and then all you have to say is, hey, as part of this, I'm going to put you in my rate management program. And I'm going to gift you $300 a year for this because I know in the next 3 years, I'm going to probably look at the rate and you don't want to fill out this application again. I'm going to take you out of this for a better rate at no cash out of your pocket.
Yeah.
Now I already know that I'm protected. I don't have to go and redo an application.
yeah, it's work that they're just going to consistently do for you, and he's taking care of that headache for me.
Totally. Right?
Yeah.
Totally.
Smoking. So, any final parting words for the audience?
Well, great businesses are built on great money models. If you think that you have a big year, just know that if the economy changes and something changes for you, the chances that you just have a good offer, not a good series of offers. Yeah. So just adding, as Alex said, just adding one more sequence of offers in there will dramatically change what you do, especially in services. And once that kind of starts to tack on, you'll see some massive growth.
So I'll tell you guys this. I briefly touched on it inside the presentation, but I want to hit on it because I think it's really important. Like I made this presentation because obviously I thought a lot about the words that I was going to choose to say this. But like if we take the natural extreme that business exists to continue to exist. Like success in business is staying in business. Success in marriage is staying married. Success in fitness is staying fit, right? So success in business is staying in business. And so if the one thing that is required to stay in business is cash flow, in a long enough time horizon, if you always have cash flow, as long as you don't give up, you can stay in business. That's why I took the natural extreme of, okay, these businesses are all 100 plus years old. What did they all have in common? Phenomenal money models. And so the only experience I have with this personally is that, depending on how old you are, how many cycles you've been through in terms of the economy, going through COVID for, Layla and I, that was a tough season for gyms especially. And so like literally 100% of our clients are not allowed to do business legally. Like talk about like what was your strategy? Now, if you want to be like wild, like we did 30 million in sales in a year when our customers were not allowed to do business. And so you have to approach things from a different perspective. And the thing that really saved gym launch and many gyms was the fact that we had Prestige Labs. And so Prestige carried the company from a cash flow perspective because we had all these gyms, but they couldn't service people in person. So then they said, hey, just buy supplements through me and you can work with me online in a remote fashion. Were margins as good as pure services? No. Did they keep the lights on and rents paid so that people could weather the storm? Yes. Has JP Morgan had good years and bad years? Yes. Right. So the thing is that the point is when I said it's like, it helps you weather bad hires, bad economies, bad storms, bad lawsuits, and everything else that kills businesses like yours and mine. This is the insurance. This is how you stay in business, is by increasing LTV, increasing how much customers are worth to you, because you provide them more value in a structured way that increases the likelihood to say yes.
So good, man.
You're a G. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, and sweetest shoes of all. Shoes of the day.
Shoes of the day.
Thank you, guys. Okay, so let me. I had 5, right? I said we only have 5 mystery headliners. Yeah, can you see it? Can you feel it? Okay. Do I have any other questions that were sent to me? Let me double check. I think we're good. Shipping all books is too expensive. Yeah, I covered that. Okay. Now, I want to quickly cover this really quickly because some of you guys are new. The big point of today is we want to get books into the hands of every entrepreneur in America and eventually the world. And I'm doing that because I think that this book and the $100 Million series, at least based on the feedback, people seem to like it and it's helped a lot of businesses. I'll just say that. And so to incentivize business owners to help me donate 200 books to other entrepreneurs, this is what you get when you donate 200 books. All right, so you're going to get the lead system, which includes 4 playbooks. All right, all free. You're going to get the GoDaddy playbook. It's how we were able to scale our ads for this event up to $500,000 a day. All right, wild. And there's specific ways so you can break through into new segments and new markets. It's not witchcraft. There's a process. On top of that, if you're in the content game, then branding and hooks together are the things that are going to both make sure that the hooks get the reach and the awareness you want, but the branding is that you're making them aware of the right kind of stuff, right? Branding was a very common theme with at least half the people that we came up today who have really big companies. And so what differentiates a small business from a big business is their brand. And brand isn't built by accident. There's a deliberate process you can do it, and I show you how to do it inside of this playbook. And each of these playbooks is structured so that you can just follow it. Like I basically stripped everything out purposely so that if someone's like, I have this issue, our team could be like, just follow this checklist. And then they just applied it to their specific business. So that's all the stuff that's included, plus the marketing machine, all free in the lead system. The second is the sales system. All right. This is also free when you donate 200 books. All right. So God, this thing is a monster. This is just everything you need to know to get as many schedules and as many shows. Like I almost started a fund with this thesis because you can go into a business. Like I told you the IBC story, the insurance company, they went from 20% of appointments closed to 61%. Think about how big of a difference that is for a business. Just by saying, how do we get more schedules? How do we get more shows? How do we increase the likelihood they buy? And how do we get them to do it faster? That's what these 3 checkbooks answer. These playbooks answer. Free. On top of that, you'll get lifetime value and retention. These are the delivery playbooks. I would say that if we had a theme today, it was almost backloaded between pricing, profit, LTV, and retention. And we've taken all the things we've learned from all the different industries we work with, the companies that we own, and just boiled it down to like, what are the things that you can consume in one sitting that actually moves the needle? If it didn't move the needle, it didn't make it in. Because this is not a time of how do I give someone a zillion things. The point is not for you to have to go through the 2 years of consulting with 226 plus businesses and reading every single thing in their documents to figure out what they needed to do. The point is to find the one point of leverage and say, just poke here. So you get all 4 of these for free. The lead system, the sales system, the delivery system, and the profit system free when you donate 200 books. On top of that, you get the ACQ AI, which is trained on all of this. And you get the ACQ virtual implementation workshop. You get tickets for your team to come to that. And now that we just cracked the Guinness World Record, you can have the collateral that just broke the world record for the fastest non-selling book, fastest non-fiction book selling, that's, you know what I'm saying? That. Number 1 of that. All right, fastest selling non-fiction book. Jeez, there we go. And so you get the multi-million-dollar asset that created that record, also free, but only while this is live. So, that brings me to our 6th and bonus secret headliner. And yes, you can get all this at go.acq.com. You get it for $249 a month, interest free through Affirm. If you have any issues, call the number. They'll help you check out. Okay. So this next mystery headliner, started in fitness. Every company she started has achieved 8 or 9 figures in revenue since the age of 23. She's done it multiple times. She's built companies across consumer services, business services, physical products, SaaS, and now runs a family office. Is the co-founder of Acquisition.com. She built from scratch our advisory practice, our venture arm, our private equity team. And today, she's going to break down for the first time publicly the ACQ money model in detail so you can understand the larger engine that makes all of this work. So without further ado, please welcome my beautiful wife, Leila Hormozi. All right. So, having a good day?
Yeah.
Good.
Tell you about it later.
Okay, great. I'm sure some chaos has ensued. But we are here for you guys. So let's rock and roll. So walk me through the Acquisition.com model. And I want to make a quick point here. So Leila very much, like when I said, my point there was not an exaggeration. Like Leila stood up our venture arm entirely solo. Like I'm in no way involved. The advisory practice, Leila took entirely. She just said, like, can you show up for just the Q&A? And that's it. I'm building the whole team. Like, Leila built the advisory practice, which enabled me to collect this data. But like, she built all of that. And that is a very profitable, very fast growing, big company that serves low mid-market businesses. Leila will always be underappreciated because, well, I'm a dude. That's why. And people just always disproportionately give me credit. And so I just want to take this moment to say, like, we wouldn't be here without her. And no one will believe me because I am biased, but I still will not stop saying it. So I love you, sweetie. All right. So walk me through let's walk through the overall model. So we'll walk through advisory practice and then how that spills into the other elements of the business. So where does someone start? If you're a business owner, how do you find us?
Yeah, so they start with the content. So
Okay.
I think very similar to some of the other businesses that were pulled up here today, it starts with the content. So somebody sees Alex, they see Leila, they may now see Sharon, they see one of us with the content.
Okay. What
And
happens
then,
next?
After the content comes the books.
Okay.
And so, like we're doing here, we have offers, we have leads, we have now money models. And so that's essentially serves as a lead nurture for people, is that they read the books. And I think, a lot of people, or some people who are more capable, right? They consume the content and they're able to take action on something. And so they get the value right then. But for a lot of people, it's the books. The books are really where they get the juicy tactics, where they can apply that to their business and they see the impact on their business and their lives. And that's where they really become, I would say, like a big fan of the brand as a whole.
Okay, got it. So content, I get a taste. Books is where I can start using things in the business. I start seeing some results. Okay, what happens next?
So next is, and I can go back and explain how the company first started, but now at this point.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's give that context. Go for it.
So how it used to be is that when we first started Acquisition.com, someone would watch the content, then they would read the books, and then they would come to our website and be like, oh, I can become a portfolio company. And when we first started, I think context is that myself and my co-founder, we were like, maybe if we start making content, like we'll get like a couple hundred businesses that want to work with us. And then I remember the month that it was like, all right, we have 49,000 businesses that have applied to be a portfolio company. And I was like, geez, this money model might not make the most sense. And that was really at the point where I said, okay, so if you think of Acquisition.com, I always show my team, it's like a pyramid. And at the top of it is our private equity portfolio. But, out of those 49,000 people that, apply to be a portfolio company, I would say, 40,000, I would say conservatively, probably don't fit the qualifications. And then of the rest of them, there's other things that you would get to dilute them out. And so it became this arduous process where, not only are we doing a ton of diligence and it's taking a ton of time and a ton of resources, but it's all to get, just a couple businesses, because the way private equity works, it's not like you're like, I'm doing hundreds of deals a year. You could, but I think it'd be a terrible business and model. And so we said, okay, after doing that we did it for about 2 years straight, where we only took, equity deals. And we just said, you know what, to the 48,999 other people that have opted in for Acquisition.com, we said, sorry, we have nothing for you. And so eventually I said, okay, we have created the top of the pyramid, but it is time to fill in the middle piece, which is what is something that gives people what they want. They want more than the books. They want more than the content, but it does not make sense to make all of these people a portfolio company. That is not good for us or them. And so then, when I really sat back and said, like, what changed my life as a business owner? And I really thought about it, and I was like, you know, it was always the proximity. It was always the access. It was always the advice from people that were ahead of me. And so I said, you know what I want to do is we have this new office. What if we convert it into an event space and we host workshops and we just see if this could do a couple things for us? One, can we get people great results with having a full immersion for a couple days in our headquarters? Great. That's the first one. Like, people have to like it and get good results from it. The second is, can we use it as almost like an accelerated process for diligence? Because what we were seeing, we were doing diligence on companies, like, until you meet them in person, until you watch their business for a few months, like 6 to 12, you don't really know how they're doing as a business. Like, it's just hard to know. It's kind of like, are you going to get married on the first date? Probably not. You're probably going to wait a while unless you're crazy like us. But it was 11 months though. And then the last piece is it can also be content. And so I call that the triple dip, which is, okay, if we do this, which is now we call it the advisory practice, we start it as just calling it workshops. It creates a triple dip for us. We use essentially the sawdust, which is we don't have to pay more for the leads we're getting. We're already getting those leads, making the content that we're making now. So essentially we're using the sawdust from our business and getting a triple dip. We get content, we get diligence, we get cash flow, we get results. That's almost a quadruple dip, actually. And so we get all those things from those workshops. And so that is why we inserted that instead of having the portfolio as the next thing. And that enabled the flywheel, where then we said, from there, we have the venture capital arm and we have the portfolio. So, and those two differentiate because venture capital, if you guys know, some of you do, some of you don't, you know, that's essentially where you invest, you just give money to companies. So like if, we do a lot of tech. And so if we want to invest in a tech company, then we can do that through there. And that means that we can find companies through the workshops, which is now our advisory practice, for either one of those. And so really, if you look at the whole thing, it's fueled by the content. It's fueled by the brand. And I think that if we go back to that, I'll just say this, and this probably has nothing to do with any of the playbooks, but the way that we think about brand at acquisition.com is not, gosh, what kind of content's trending right now? Like, how do I ride this wave? What do I have to say for people to trust me? We think of it the opposite way, which is, what would we have to do to be the best, biggest, most trusted brand in business? Like this event here today. This is something that we would do to say we are the biggest, most trusted brand in business. And so there are no shortcuts in my mind for building a brand. It's that you have to be it before you display it to other people. That was off the track of this.
No, you're good. And so the advisory practice, just as a side note here, diligence costs us a ton of money and a ton of time. We'd have 6, 7 calls. And so founders would end up saying, you know, we'd end up not doing a deal because that's just the nature of how deals work. And they'd be like, you know, this was the most valuable thing I've ever gone through. And I was just like, man, that just cost me like 30 grand in payroll, to provide this value. And so we kept getting all these messages. And we're like, you know what? Let's see if we can turn our cost center into a revenue center so we can meet with more companies, meet with them in person, get to know their businesses. And then the ones that we do, like, we can give them things to improve on. And at least it doesn't lose us money on that process. And then if they implement it, we get to have a test run of like, okay, they can actually execute this stuff. And then either maybe it's a venture deal, maybe it's a private equity deal, maybe it's a brand and deal, whatever. But then that kind of leads. And so that's fundamentally the overarching business model. That being said, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was also going to say, and I think a great part about this is that, you know, during diligence, one of the things we're trying to, I would say, like, filter out for is, you know, I don't want somebody who says, you know, I need Alex and Layla's phone number to call me 24/7, which some of you deal with your customers. And so I said, if you can learn from our team and you can apply the things that you learn from our team in this area, in the advisory practice, then that probably means that you're a competent, autonomous entrepreneur who's self-motivated. And then that can also allow you to be more successful if you go into one of these buckets where you do have more access to Alex and myself.
So what would you say has been the biggest reason that, like, now, like, looking back, like, what do you think have been the key inflection points, key decisions, key bets that if we hadn't made them, ACQ wouldn't be what it is now?
I think bet one was when we first started making content, everyone told us we were doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So we start making content. Everyone's like, this is too niche. There's not enough business owners. You know, these topics are never going to be trending. You know, you're not going to get enough views. And I remember the first time that I saw specifically my content in an event where people were breaking it down, when I had a YouTube channel of like, 100,000 people. And they were talking about how it was so clever. And then I thought to myself, it's funny because everyone tells you to do the opposite. And I think what nobody knew at that time, when maybe I had 100,000, you had maybe 500,000, which is much less than we have now, is that content, because we're speaking directly to the people. And I think that that's the frame that a lot of people, like people that have huge audiences, huge businesses, et cetera, all gave the advice, like, oh, just do what everyone else is doing. Do the trending stuff. Do this. And we've always just said, we're going to talk about the shit that is true to us. Like when I make a podcast, when I make a YouTube video, my number one rule, my whole team knows this. If I'm not fucking with the topic, if I'm not freaking with the topic, if I'm not dancing with the topic, right? If I'm not vibing with the topic, everyone knows like potty mouth, then I'm not going to do it. And I think that that's been the number one thing with the content, which is a lot of people that are getting first started out, a lot of you guys, you might not be getting the views, you might not be getting this, but are people telling you it's changing their businesses, their lives, their health, their marriages? Like that's what matters. And it's really hard to measure that. But because we stuck with it and we didn't listen to what other people said, we said, you know what? If I were a business owner, I would want this content. That is the first thing that we did that went against the grain.
Which hopefully you felt like the event so far today with all the speakers, like I tried to ask the questions that I would care about, which is like, I just want to know the model. Like how do you get people to say yes to that? Like even like Sharon's thing with the card. It's like, okay, well, once you get the card, like go to all the other neighbors and say, hey, so-and-so paid for this thing for you. It's like it's these tiny little levers. And that's what I've collected these like a hoarder, these tiny tactics. I notice them when they happen. And I try to like these playbooks are just filled with these little tiny tactics that really move the needle. Whether it be like, a fast cash play, or it's an upsell, or it's an ads piece, or it's some sort of hooks thing, or the marketing machine, or closing, like just phrase it this way, makes a huge difference in the business.
Yeah.
So sorry, go ahead.
No, and I would just say to that, like, for a lot of you guys watching, I very early on in my career as an entrepreneur was sold on, oh, you need the strategy and the secret silver bullet and all, like that is doo-doo. Okay, finding words.
Yeah,
that is doo-doo.
Right.
Okay, you actually like it is 0.01%. You have to figure out the right strategy. Yes, absolutely. But then it's all of these tactics and things that go into it. It's the money model. It's the money model, and then all the little models that go into that money model that make it work. And so I think that was a huge piece of the content for us. Is like I know my first tagline was like no BS tactical advice.
Yeah.
Because we really wanted to make sure like people can actually apply this to their business. And that means that you've actually able to have an impact and help people through your content.
All right. That was number one. What was number two?
What was the question again?
Like what are the biggest levers that like created ACQ? Like if we didn't do this, we wouldn't have what we have. So content's one of them.
Content. I would say that we did the unscalable in the beginning. We took on portfolio companies that we saw the potential, they weren't necessarily there yet. And even though we didn't have to, like we had the money, we had the reputation, we had all these things, we said, this is new territory for us. And so we need to do the unscalable. And so like that means that, I'm out there doing the stuff that I was doing 10 years prior because it's a new business. And I think a lot of people, success gets to your head. I think oftentimes nothing fails like success. People just attain success and then they don't want to do the hard work again. And me and Alex both said, like, let's get in and let's do this and let's really learn how to do private equity the proper way. And so we did the unscalable in the beginning. We took on portfolio companies. We were front of the line talking to all of them. I'm up at 5 a.m. having a call with them, like all of that. And we learned so much about how to scale so many different types of businesses and in a way that's so much more intimate than what we had done even in our past ones, because it's different when they're your clients, but when they're your partners and you're in it, all the little tactics that go into each single business to make it work. And then when we're able to zoom out, we're able to say, you know what, now that I've done this with enough businesses, I can see the patterns across the board. And so even though it was painful in the beginning to do the unscalable, it was what allowed us later to zoom out, go into the advisory practice.
That was not super scalable.
No. But I think
a lot of work.
I think that's something we're both willing to do all the time. It's just the unscalable.
And hopefully y'all who are behind me, you guys enjoyed this. Yes. Do I still have, these were worth it? These were worth it? 10 out of 10? All right. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Just for everybody who's new, all the people behind me, spent $135,000 or more to basically be one of these names that I worked with so that I could train this AI so that it could help more businesses. So kind of cool. Okay. So, you said content, unscalable. What was the third thing?
The third thing was, I would say, making the bet on the advisory practice, which was going all in on Essentially, I would say a couple things there, which is that people would want that. People would want to fly to our headquarters and do this. And the second bet is that that is going to create a flywheel that will enable everything else in the business.
Advisory flywheel.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a bet when you're saying we've only done to this point private equity. Do we think this is going to work? And even if it works, do we think it's going to be best for the business in the long term?
Yeah, is it a distraction? Is it like, should we just raise a fund?
But here's what happened here that I don't think a lot of people can see is that something that happened for me was that in our last company, like I didn't make content, I wasn't public, nothing. I was really good at doing the thing. I was really good at running the company, really good I knew every department, every intricacy, right? But I wasn't good at teaching it. And until I started making content, I wasn't a great teacher. And it wasn't until I'd been making content for a while and I got all the reps in as soon as I started committing to it that I felt like, wow, you know what I realized is that I am so much better as a CEO now that I make content. Now, why is that? Because I've become a better communicator. And so what I didn't know the advisory flywheel would unlock is that all of our team that I had in the portfolio that then I took and said, you're going to be split amongst the advisory practice and the portfolio, they had the exact same thing happen. And so our whole team, they didn't spread and dilute focus. They just up-leveled their skills. And I think that was the next unlock for us is realizing that the advisory flywheel actually created a talent flywheel as well.
Yeah, that is true. All right. $100 million men. I need a question from, for Layla from the VIPs. Thank you, sir. Appreciated. All right, let's see what we got. Nice and hot. All right. How can a founder use their team and culture to improve customer retention?
You know, what's interesting is I think one of my first mentors said, you never stop selling, you just change who you're selling to.
Ooh.
And
Snaps.
I remember that I then realized, okay, even though I've stopped selling customers in my business, I'm now selling my team on the vision, on the mission, on how to treat people, on how to talk to our customers. And so I took all of my sales aptitude and I poured it into building a team and a culture. And what I've seen time and time again is that your team, I'd say this, your customer retention is often, in a lot of businesses, now not every business, but I would say most businesses, a reflection of your dedication to your team. Because at some point in your business, you cannot build the product, do the customer service, do the finance, do the sales, do the marketing. You just can't. And so I decided at one point, I said, the only job that I will never get, I will never be outgrown of is being a great leader and being somebody who's dedicated to this team and show them my loyalty to them. And so that's at the point where I said, okay, what does that mean? How do I measure my effectiveness as a leader? And I literally was like, customer retention is one of them, because if I treat my team in a way that would retain them, I believe that they will take those same practices because they're watching me demonstrate it and do it to our customers. And I would say that the second way that you do that is you unlock discretionary effort from people. When you create a culture where people feel like it's okay to fail, like they want to be there, that they walk into work and it makes them better, not worse, then it unlocks a different level of effort that allows you to, for example, have a very low cost of acquisition that we have here. Now, why do we have a low cost of acquisition and we have, I would say, very good margins for the type of business and the size of revenue that we're at. Now, why is that? Because on one side, we have brand, which allows us to have the low cost of acquisition. On the other side, we have culture, which allows us to have good margins because we have a talent who all wants to work really hard here. Like putting this event together. I mean, I don't know how many of our team was here willingly, pulling all-nighters to do things that they were not asked to do, but they wanted to do. And so that shows to your customers. For us, for example, I tell everybody, if somebody walks in the door and we don't greet them by their name, if we don't say hi, if somebody from our staff walks past them and doesn't say something, it doesn't matter what we say when we're consulting with them about the business because we just lost credit at the door. And so for me, I really do measure it as a direct correlation with our business because for all of you watching that have businesses, if you walk into my business, into my building, and my team does not treat you with respect, if they don't see like they have it on point, if the AV fails one day, which it has before, I immediately know I've lost your trust right there. And so that's why it's so important to me, especially in a B2B business, to make sure that you have a tight culture because that is essentially what you're telling business owners that you can help them with. Maybe it's a tech product, maybe it's a service, maybe it's helping grow their business. If you don't have your stuff together, then they won't either.
Yeah, the only reason we weren't trying to cuss is because we didn't want to change the stream is like 18 plus. That's why, for those of you who are curious.
I'm an 18 plus.
Yeah, I know. So from a retention perspective though, you know, I'll zoom out a step. So one of the big things that we're going to be doing at ACQ Virtual Workshop is that some of you guys are constrained by talent, as in the people, like everything in the business. You're like, I'll use HVAC because it's very common in home services to be constrained by people, right? Now, there's a bunch of other things there too, but let's assume that you're making 20, 30% margins. The phone's ringing, but you can't even pick up the phone because you don't have enough guys, right? So if you're in that situation, one of the things that we're actually going to cover at the ACQ Virtual Workshop is like some of the things that Layla was just talking about, like how do we actually create demand funnels on the side of getting talent in the door, right? Because if that's the constraint of the business, then that's what we need to work on. Like you can't enable the money model until you have the pieces in place to actually implement it, right? And so when you donate $200, that's just one of the things that we'll go over on the ACQ Virtual Workshop, in addition to how to use the AI in order to get more out of it. With that being said, I think we should probably transition to prizes.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, $100 Million Men, please remove the table from the premises. And we're going to transition to one more promise that I need to deliver on. And I have a thing on my shoe. There we go. All right. You're good. All right. So we're going to close down this live stream with a moment that many of you guys have been waiting for. Prizes. So some of you guys pre-ordered or referred friends or both for a shot to win prizes. And first off, I want to say thank you. I think we both want to say thank you for that. And so as soon as I finish calling the names, this live stream will be over and the launch bonus will be gone forever. So if you've been on the fence about like, should I donate books? When should I do it? Now is the time. Oh, thank you. Good call for that. Yes. Put this right here. Of course. What did you get? All right, I'll deal with that later. All right. And so if you choose to donate 200 plus other books to other entrepreneurs and help me on my mission to get these books in everyone's hands, here's what you guys are going to get. So when you donate the 200, you're going to get the lead system and all 3 playbooks for free. You're going to get the sales system, all 4 playbooks to help you convert more prospects for free. The delivery system for free. The profit system for free in all 4 playbooks. So whether you're struggling to get leads, struggling to convert them, struggling to deliver to them, or you're doing the first 3 and you're just not making enough every month, we've created multiple playbooks because we had to encounter these with so many different businesses across different industries, and we had to solve these problems. And so we created these playlists to solve the problems. You get all 12 for free. On top of that, you get the ACQ AI, which was trained with over $31 million of consulting, which took over 2 years of my life. Layla also sacrificed a little bit of our marriage in order to let me do this, because it was a huge commitment. It was a huge commitment, and I mean you could see it. Like this was so much work, and it was because we wanted to deliver something amazing. We wanted to get books in the hands of everyone, and I was like, I had to create the craziest incentive of all time. And beyond that, to make sure that you have an amazing experience with the ACQ AI, trained on everything, the notes that I have on the books that were never published, the notes I have on the playbooks that were never published, and these notes themselves, you'll also get the ACQ Virtual Workshop, where we'll basically train you on how to use the tools the way we use the tools. Because this is not like, oh, this is just use it like GPT. That is not how you use it. That's not how you use these types of tools. It's going to be more specific, and we'll show you how to get the most out of it so you can get the most leverage. These are tools, and you need skills to wield them. And beyond that, this launch just broke the world record for the fastest selling nonfiction book in history, beating, I don't want to drop names because I don't want to get, blacklisted by the government. But, George Bush's book was number 5 at 220,000 books. Bill Clinton was, number 4 at 400,000 books. Michelle Obama, had 750,000 books. I think Barack Obama had 887,000 that he had. And Prince Harry of the UK had 1.43 million copies that he sold in 24 hours. And this collection, this community of entrepreneurs, we just beat them all. So thank you guys so much. And so the way that was able to happen, all the assets that actually broke the record of the largest launch of all time are in here, in this launch black book. And you will only get them right now, while we are live. The moment the live stream is done, it will go away. And all of that is free when you donate 200 books. All right. And the donation's $5,998. And for everyone who's in the U.S. and qualifies through Affirm, it's $249 a month, interest free. Obviously, if you don't qualify, I might have more interest. That's between you and Affirm. All right. With that being said, quick reminder, the live only launch, right, goes away the moment this ends. It contains the emails, video sales letters, recruitment, for affiliates, paid ads, this complete webinar, all 1,700 slides, the internal launch memos. So go to the link at the bottom of the screen if you want to get yours now, because it disappears the moment this live stream ends. All right. So that's also a friendly reminder. Everyone here gets all the free stuff that I gave at the beginning. On Tuesday, that's when this will drop. So stay tuned for that. Again, everyone who is here live will get a separate email with the lost chapters. It'll be separate because you guys are here live. So just check your email for that. Now, let's get to the first round of big prizes. We have my exclusive 70 one-minute business tactics audiobook. So I recorded a separate book for the affiliates to give y'all a reason to refer 10 friends. Just like the amount of stuff. That just took a long time. And so for everyone who referred 10 plus people to the event here today, you'll be getting this in your email. It's all automated. I would love to say your names. I just can't out of just respect for everybody else. But thank you guys so much for referring. You'll get that audiobook for free. It'll be in your email. Check spam if for whatever reason you don't get it. I have no reason to hold it back from you. I want you to get it. Now, for the grand prizes, we have 90 winners. And what you're going to win is full day in Vegas, where we'll have 10 fireside chats and open mic Q&A. All right. Now, the first 50 referral winners. So this is from people who referred over 10. All right. If you referred over 10 people, this is you. So if your name is called, we'll email with you dates and details. So you'll have a spot in the room should you choose to take it. So listen closely. I'm going to say each name twice. So the 50 referral one day Vegas winners are, this is from the VIPs who pre-ordered, excuse me. What I said the first time, 10 plus referrals, excuse me. Congratulations to Lisa Cruz. Maybe I won't say these twice. Lisa Cruz, Renee G, Brett Smith, Pablo Sanchez, Pablo Sanchez, I'm not even going to touch that one. All right. Sam Smith, Dr. Amy Horniman, Oscar Mangana, Lenny Lopez, Thomas Pollock, Justin, I'm going to mess this up and I'm really sorry. Justin Freilich. Do you want to say the next ones?
Yeah.
All right.
Matt Burke, Sean Casey, Tammy Ritchie, Spectacular Team, Michael Neely, Brandon Bornishin, Benjamin Kuhn, Austin Southern, Mikey Ahut.
I think it's Adut.
Dude, how do you? My last name is Nagshine, okay? My maiden name. Mika Osai. Braden Lee, Chris Duff, Israel Roca.
Nice.
Christian Stubbs, Alec Overett.
I'll get this one. Tad Talbot, John Stojan, Kendrick Starr, Josh Carmichael, Armin Ananian, Eduardo Liu, Adrian Brambila, Carlos Urego, Paul Thompson, Jonathan Hogwood, Johan Menard, Mark Del Rosario, Liam Davis, E.G. Oren, Jeremy Spann,
Michael Smith, Alex Sawyer, Daniel Reffenberger, Ryan Mitchell, Lee Mosler, Kevin Rosato, Danny Menaki, Ryan Owai, Margot Duke.
Don't mess it up.
Kalak. Love you guys. Derek Guardo.
Yeah, we really do appreciate you guys for referring. I'm very sorry if we messed up your last name. Genuinely, I know how hard some of you guys did to refer people.
Yeah.
And it's like something that bugs the hell out of me.
We talked about it ahead of time. We were like, it's going to be really rough.
If I knew how to say if I could know who was going to win ahead of time, I would practice the names. I just don't know who's going to win because it was random. All right. Now, so that was the 50. You guys won a spot here in Vegas for referring 10 friends. So thank you.
We will have you pronunciate. Give us the pronunciation when you were here in Vegas.
Yeah, you can tell us exactly how to pronounce it. Now, the first 40 winners comes from the number 50 to number 11 affiliates. All right, so if your name was called, we'll email you with dates and details. All right, so listen closely because I'm only going to say each name twice. All right, I'm going to say it once, whatever. So this list is also on the referral leaderboard, so you can always look there if you're not sure. So you can look there. If you're an affiliate and you're one of the top guys, you should know already. So the top 40 one-day affiliate winners. So this is number 50 through number 11. Sean Osborne, Artie Bridge, Maddox Ritter, Vadim Ramiel, Jonathan Mast, Jack Ballner, Wesley Fisher, Victor Damasio, Joaquin Lopez, Evan Seach, Ramesh Yadav, Andres Lanka, Abhishek Joshi, Danielle Leslie, Doug Bodden, Marcos Rossetti, Dennis Sullivan, Allison Prince, Amy, okay, Marcus Albert. Every Amy who's been referring is like, this is it. Promoters Alliance, William McMacken, Rob Haddingham, Sean Ferris, Zigabaz, Veriz Rever, Daniel Giordano, Aman Nada, Valentin Molina, Jackson Yu. You want to get these ones?
Yeah.
All right.
Rafael Mayall. Eric Simon, George Ramos, Dawson Helmling, Jack Doms, Krista Mayshore, Arlen Hamilton, Rodrigo Camacho, Austin Armstrong, Jonathan Montoya.
So again, if your name was called, we'll email you with dates and details and all that kind of stuff. Check your spam. We have no reason to try and not send you the stuff. All right. Now, the moment many have been waiting for, our grand prize winners. The top 10 referrers win the day in Vegas plus one-on-one fireside chat with your audience plus a private dinner with Layla and I and the other 9 top referrers. So these are for the top 10. So listen closely, only saying this once. So the top 10 affiliates who won grand prizes are, congratulations, Brian Adam, Sahil Segal, Tyler Clark, nice man, Frank Bernardo, Eugene Vandermeer,
Enzo Carasso, Basil Al-Zubir.
Nice. Matt
Lucero. Matt Smith? No.
You got this one.
Nipun Sayal.
Shahid Kari.
How are you so good?
Crushing this. All right, and finally, drum roll please. The top 10 VIP winners, randomly selected from pre-orders. So about 82,000 of you pre-ordered the book. So 10 of you are getting selected at random from that list. What you get is the full day in Vegas plus 1-on-10 time to go over your business and help you scale. Kind of like I did with these people, except I'm doing it with you. All right? Now, listen closely. Like I said, I'm only saying each name once. So our first of 10 VIP winners is Troy Gaito. Our second of our 10 VIP winners is Meggie Patucci. Our third, Jonathan Ruiz. Fourth, Andres Quiroz. Fifth, Daniel English. I could have crushed that one. You want this one?
Our sixth, Faromisa Ali.
Yeah, that was a medium.
Ava Trawicki. Caleb Simpson. Stephen Evans.
Well, that was an easy one. Stephen Evans.
I was just so used to it being hard.
All right, now before I announce our last VIP winner, thank you, sweetie.
I'm staying up.
Are you staying up? All right, well then.
We have something after.
Oh, we have something after. Jeez. All right. So quick reminder for everyone here. All the free stuff comes on Tuesday. You'll get the Money Model System free, Lost Chapters free, Money Model's audiobook free, 90 days of school for free, and a lifetime lower rate of $9 a month. This was one of the big reasons we put money into the school, so we could fix the money model, so we could increase cash flow in the business, so we could do this kind of thing. This has been the goal since Sam and I talked about this, almost 2 years ago. When we first, actually it's been over 2 years, when we first started talking about doing this. It was like, how can we get this to the point? How can we keep driving the price down so we can just get more people who want to start businesses about things they're passionate about so they can. How they can build communities, connect people together. I'm a huge believer, like a lot of the big breakthroughs I had in my life came from, like I said, books experiences and tutors, and school allows people to show the things that they're good about or learn the things they want to learn. So like all of that is for free and already has all of the money model stuff trained into it. And so it's yours for free, 90 days, and then it's $9 a month after that. Okay, that's all going to be in your email. And if you choose to donate 200 other books to other entrepreneurs while we're here, bringing it home, while you check out, here's what you're going to get. When you donate 200 bucks, you'll get the lead system, which includes GoDaddy ads, hooks, branding, and marketing machine, absolutely free. You're going to get the sales tip, which has lead nurture, closing, and the proof checklist, absolutely free. You're going to have the delivery system, which includes lifetime value enhancement and retention. So if you got holes in the bucket, this will help you fill it for free. You've got the profit implementation system, which includes fast cash, pricing, and price raise letter. These things are things you can immediately use tomorrow, low operational drag to help you even pay for this donation. Not a promise it's going to happen. Your results will be different. All right. But these are the things that I would do first if I had to. All right. You get all 12 of these playbooks, all 4 systems, absolutely free when you donate 200 bucks. And I spent 2 years training this AI on 226 individual businesses, probably including not just one, but multiple just like yours, of what we would do to scale the business, increase the value of the assets itself, make it so that the entrepreneur can ultimately exit the company, make it as valuable as possibly can, and ultimately scale it. And we trained on $31 million of consulting, 2 years, so many late nights of putting these notes together, reviewing them, the full days that I would do with all of these different companies, and we trained it so that we could create something that could scale, that could help more people. And to make sure that you can use the tools like a master, so you actually can use them in a way that provides the most value to the business, right out of the box, it takes time to learn skills that, use tools that are more complex. We'll show you how to use the tools. And for those of you who have constraints in the business that are on supply side of like, how do I get more people in the business? How do I attract some of the better talent? Layla's going to be going over this stuff at the ACQ virtual workshop so we can help you deconstrain the business, use the tools, and make sure that we help you get that business over the hump that you're currently at. And the live-only bonus, the Launch Black Book that just broke the Guinness World Record, goes away the moment this live stream ends. All right, the email and SMS sequences that drove hundreds of thousands of registrations, every video sales letter, the affiliate recruitment, the paid ads that we ran, 1,000 plus paid ads that scaled this launch, this complete webinar, 1,700 slides that just broke the record all time, the internal launch memos that explain the strategy behind every single big decision we had to make. It's all free, but it goes away the moment this live stream ends, which is momentarily. So you're getting all of that live only for free, and you can donate the books for $249 a month with Affirm if you qualify in the U.S. Now, to the super ballers, you can grab my extra goodies on the next page by donating more books. Like I said earlier, you can donate 800 bucks, but I think it's only 3,000 more today. Now, our 10th of 10 VIP winners, so our final winner. Do you want to announce it?
Yeah.
Maybe who says it faster? We'll see who reads faster.
You read faster. Luke Walton.
Well, that was an easy one. Luke, congratulations. Okay, so as I close the live stream down, Launch Black Book goes away forever. Okay, so if you're mid-checkout, let me know. I'll keep the live stream going. Can I get the chat turned on so that I can see the other one? Because we have multiple chats going. I just want to make sure I see them all. So if you're mid-checkout, let me know. I'll keep the live stream open just to make sure that you get your bonus. So while you check out, that's everything that you get. And so this is closing down momentarily. Now, I do have one more promise that I have to keep, but you said you want to do something, right? I'm about to do something crazy, so what do you want to do?
Go ahead. I'll do it after.
Okay. All right. So this is, that is my shoe. This is for my Aussies. I promised I would do a shoey for you guys, since you guys are showing up at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Did you guys really give me a tall boy? Jesus. I don't even know if I could fit all the beer in there. How am I going to fit all the beer in? So this has been walked around in since 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been sweating. Yep, that's how a shoey works. And so, yeah, so to everyone, I promised I would do it. And so you guys have been fucking awesome. Oh man, I can see dirt in there. Oh yeah. All right, here we go. I'm going to do a beer's worth because this is a tall boy and I don't think it can fit inside of my shoe. Aussies, this is for you. You guys are awesome. Thank you, guys. Get every last bit. All right. What did you want to do?
We were just gonna stay on for a couple minutes, answer a couple questions, and then show you a couple things.
Oh, show me a couple things. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Not that though, and probably not kissing.
All right. What are we doing? 2.4. Holy cow! You guys rock.
2.4 million copies.
You guys are insane.
We wanted to show you.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I mean, honestly, this is all you guys. You guys are awesome. I really wanted to. I meant what I said. I saw the top list, and 9 out of the 10 were politicians, and I was like, how can these guys own the list for all nonfiction books when they're just memoirs that are ghostwritten? I was like, the books aren't even written by that. And I have no offense to those very powerful people. Please don't, kill me. But I was just like, come on. And so I thought it would be awesome to give an incentive to allow business owners to donate to help other people out. You can reach back in time and help your younger self by donating books. We'll handle all the distribution, all that stuff to make it easy. And so, yeah, let's do some F and A's and Q's. Yeah, so we got some A's and some Q's and some A's. So we have Jackson Higler. His business is Mr. T's Pizza. Okay. It's a fast casual restaurant selling pizza and ice cream. Okay. One location generates $2.4 million in revenue, $850,000 in profit. Congrats. Freaking sick. Second location opening soon. Here's his question. At 22 years old, with a working model and strong cash flow, should I keep doubling down on opening restaurants or pivot cash flow to a higher multiple vehicle, acquisitions, a scalable business to reach a $30 million net worth by age 30? How old is he? 22? 22. Man, I think the monetary goals are, it's a good thing, but I wouldn't make it, letting the monetary goal be your decision for how you run the business. I don't think is the right long-term perspective. That's what I was going to say too. Yeah, I think it makes it less likely that you achieve your ironically, it makes you less likely to achieve your ultimate goal. I think you have to decide what kind of business you want to run. I will say that you decrease the likelihood that you accomplish the objective with the increased number of risk and variables you introduce to the system. And so if you have a working model right now that's doing 2.4 million with 30% margins, then you're going to want to keep doing that as much as you possibly can. You want to add something? Yeah, I was just going to say, it was interesting. I was studying why most startups fail, and I was, did a deep research with all of my AI, and it was talking about how it was something like 70% of startups pivot too soon because they believe their model's unscalable. And because of that, when they pivot, they actually end up making less profit. And so I think a lot of times what happens is that we do something and it's unscalable, and then we think, well, gosh, that was so hard. I don't want to do that again. I should pivot and try and do something more scalable and easy, and that has more levers to pull. But the reality is that you get better with each time you do it. And we've actually seen this a lot with physical locations, because a lot of people come in here and they're like, oh gosh, I've heard I should go online, I should do this, I should do that. And I tell my team, for example, with acquisition.com, I'm like, great, let them all do that. And we will keep doing what we're doing in our space. We will do what seems unscalable, and we will make everything work from there. Because a lot of times what happens is that people pivot too soon because it seems too hard. And so I would say to you, one, if you just keep doing what you're doing, you're going to have a $30 million net worth by the age of 26. So that's going to happen regardless. You're going to have the net worth. How do you want to get there, and how do you want it to feel? I think a lot of the times the biggest risk to an entrepreneur is not that you fail, it's that you quit. And you will quit if you hate the model, you hate the vehicle, and you hate the people you're doing it with. It's also very normal to always want things to go faster, and to then immediately assume that because it's not going faster, you're in the wrong vehicle. And it could be a money model issue. It could also just be a patience issue. And this isn't me trying to say oh, you're 22, you're impatient, but I'm impatient and I'm 36. So. Yeah. I would also say, a lot of young entrepreneurs, when I talk with them, they're like, well, my friends are out there and they're making X amount of money doing this or this. And it's always a fad. And what I tell people is do you want a business or do you want to make money? There is a difference. You could go make more money than this right now with the skills you have. Does that mean that same thing that you go make money with is going to be around in 12 months? Probably not, because you're just grabbing a fad, essentially, like everybody else. And so I think
sometimes it feels really disheartening because when you're doing the really hard work that's going to result in achieving your long-term goals, it feels like, well, gosh, but if I did this, it would go faster right now. And so people pivot because they see that it would be faster now, but it'd be slower later. So we always like to say harder now, easier later, easier now, harder later.
There's actually a lot of what we were talking about with Tom Bilyeu in here is like, you want to seek the hard because whatever that hard thing is the thing that other people are unwilling to do. And so like, why do you think Elon's companies are worth so much? Because no one else could be like, oh, we're just going to create a rocket launching system to put 1,000 satellites in space. But if we do that, then we could just have internet all over the world. It's like, yeah, well, if you do that, then yeah, you can just own the internet of the world. And like, there's probably more than one hard thing in order to do that.
Just a few.
Yeah. So, okay, that was 22. Just keep on the path.
Yep.
And you probably will get there faster than you think. I do think that if you want from an opening strategy perspective, if you want to take over old ice cream parlors, which I think would be my way of doing it, because it'll cost you way less from a capital expansion perspective to open it up. Because they're already going to have the freezers and all the equipment. And so when I expanded the gyms, I think two of the gyms that I opened were existing gyms prior. And so I was able to just assume them already with the conditional use permits in place, already with a bunch of the equipment in place. And so it cost me almost nothing. And then I was able to basically recoup my original investment. Again, not a promise, just like, it's just something that helps. Okay, go ahead.
Civil Productions, Kenny Cox. Okay, so he sells Madden and college football gaming courses.
Cool.
Okay, $30 a month or $240 a year. They have 3,500 base members. Their higher tier is $97 a month and has a little more than 20 members, and it's failing. How should we structure the offer and funnel to drive upgrades to the higher tier? So $30 a month, 3,500 members, $97 a month, less than 20 members.
So I would have to know more about what the offer is. That's the high ticket one. Yeah. But fun, like that's super odd because the price discrepancy isn't even like
big.
It's not even that big of a difference. So
it has to be the offer.
Yeah, 100% is the offer. So the best way that I can describe the difference between like the core offer and the upsell is that the core offer should be the thing that they expect to get. The upsell should be the thing they hope they get. And so when someone buys it, they like buy this thing. They're like, man, I hope this thing happens. I hope it's a great day. Now, if I were the chief, god of weather, then I'd be like, well, great day is an upsell. Like I'll make it not rain. You know what I mean? But it's not going to be a great day. You get sun as an upsell. So it's like, what is that thing that everyone hopes for? That's what I think about in terms of creating those upsell, which is typically going to be a version of some sort of access, some sort of training, some sort of personalization. So this is what I would encourage you to do because I want to give you like actual tactics right now. I basically do unscalable services up front for those people so I could better understand what the problems they really have are. So then I could do more of these types of services, if you will, that are less scalable and then templatize a solution around that so that we could then make something that is more scalable long term, but you'll actually have spoken to them, you'll speak their language, you'll know what their true pains are, and that's probably how I'd approach it. And honestly, if your base is $30 a month, your upsell might be like $300, not $97. Yeah. So if you think about, again, we think about money models, right? So if you're at $30 a month, if you want it to be meaningful in terms of the impact for the business, then let's say we get, 20% of people to upsell to the second tier, right? Now, if the second tier is twice the price, right? Yours was 3 times the price. Right, then we get 20% times, 0.2 times $100. So $20 added to the average ticket of 30. So that's a 60% increase-ish to the business. Not bad. But like, there's probably a 10 or 20% that might buy 300. And then now we've got something that's like significantly more interesting.
Super cool. That was good.
Thanks.
All right, we've got Allie Shaper with Super Mush Gummies.
Okay.
Mushroom superfood gummies for sex, sleep, and energy.
All of them at the same time. Hopefully not.
Sold D2C, Amazon, and retail. So her question is, what's your take, Alex, on TikTok Shop Wave and the shift of e-commerce spend from Meta to TikTok?
I think a lot of people are still spending on Meta, though, to be fair. But yeah, TikTok Shop's doing super well. I would say, what's my take on it?
Yeah, like would you allocate more money to Meta, to TikTok Shop? How would you go about
Okay, so I'll be first and foremost, I am platform agnostic. Like, do not care. Whether it's Meta, YouTube, search, Taboola, like whatever, like wherever you can get clicks where your avatar is, like you care about the customer. The platforms are just a vehicle for reaching them. So like, who cares? Like all that matters is that you're getting less than it costs you to get them to buy your stuff. Ideally in 30 days or less.
That's good. Okay. We've got Kyle and Ariel Tresch.
Okay.
Their business is Couplepreneurs. They sell a 12-month strategic advisory and mastermind for entrepreneurial couples.
Okay.
Currently, they sell a $30,000 offer directly from a free live Zoom masterclass, and it's working well. Their question is, would a shorter, lower-priced version, like 90 days, sold from the masterclass create more upfront sales to later upsell into the full program? So should they do a stair step down? Because currently it's Zoom to 30K.
I would say it depends on payment terms. So if you're collecting 30 up front, I would say, no, keep doing it. If 30 is $2,500 a month, then you'd probably be better served doing a shorter duration and being able to collect more up front. You'll actually increase your cash conversion cycle. Now, more realistically, what'll happen is, so let's say it's $30,000, $2,500. What's interesting is that when you sell at a $30,000 price point, people will address the $30,000 and make a decision on that, but then cancel 2 or 3 months later because of whatever, right? Whereas if you say this is 90 days, this is 6 weeks, whatever, you can benefit from a much lower ticket and then make the upsell later. So like I'll show you behind the curtains for me right now. So we have the 200 book offer, right? Which is you donate 200 books, you get all this. And then there's the 800 book offer. Okay. And so thinking through this, it was like, okay, I could just say, hey, only do an 800 book offer. Or I could say only do a 400 book offer. There's a lot of different permutations here, right? But doing a 200 book offer and then an 800 book offer will increase the likelihood that people, and we have a ton of data on this, by the way. If someone makes a purchase, which by the way, the reason that the pre-order was a $29 VIP was because it would increase the likelihood that people had a card on file. And so by increasing the likelihood that they had a card on file, it made the purchasing today much easier because you already had it. And so the idea was, if we can maximize the likelihood that people make an easier purchase at like $6,000, and especially with payment plans and Affirm and things like that, then the next purchase, which is then the quote continuity that's slightly higher ticket, would be easier to make. And so I mean, Gym Launch was a 16K for 16 weeks and then sold year plus. My gyms were 6 weeks more expensive than it would be for that same period of time and then period of time. So here's what I would encourage you to do. I would try and shorten the front end thing as much as you possibly can. And I'll explain why. It actually will make it more attractive because duration is not a selling point. Like really think about this. Duration is not a selling point. If I told you that I could pull your tooth out in an hour, I can do it in 60 seconds. You'd rather the 60 seconds. And so if I can fix your marriage for entrepreneurs or, your main thing, if I can do that in 2 weeks, then it gets into believability. So it's really, we want the absolute shortest time possible that someone believes that you could deliver the service. And so maybe that's 6 weeks, maybe that's 8 weeks. But at that point, then you're selling the solution and you might be able to charge half, a third of what you were charging for the 30. So maybe you can get away with, $10,000 or $12,000 for that much shorter period. And then you'll be able to pool cash forward, get way more prepays, paid in fulls, where with the 30, you're probably not getting that. And so if all of a sudden you can collect 8 or 10 or 12 upfront per person rather than 2,500, which is what you're getting with 30, and then they cancel and the average LTV is like $8,000. Here you're actually making more and then you still get the second bite of the apple, even if 30% or 40% are only the ones who are going to renew. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more how I'd answer.
It's a fantastic answer.
Thank you, Layla. I appreciate that.
I get to live with this too.
What's it like?
Encyclopedia. Nothing like after a long day, I come home and I'm like, tell me what the upsell is. Okay, I got one last question for you, and then I'll have the team give us a final count. So we have Ryan Rice. His business is Buy RIC. We buy and flip houses, selling directly to other investors. Revenue depends on acquisition and resale timing. Paid marketing usually takes 90 plus days to pay back. His question is for businesses built on buying and reselling assets like house flipping. What's the best money model beyond just shortening the buy to sell cycle? Should we consider an education play like many large flippers?
Well, honestly, it's a really good question. So when I think about businesses like this, I don't think that on my first try with no additional context to the business, I'm going to get it better than someone who's done it for a very long time. So my first look would then be like, okay, we buy ugly houses. They have some sort of real estate business because I see their stuff everywhere and they're national. So I would look at the biggest players and be like, what is their business model? What's their money model? And I would see, is there any element of what they're currently doing that I can do in a different or better way in modern day media? Because one of the big things is some of these old companies get the advantage of infrastructure and brand, but what they don't have is the advantage of innovation, agility, and kind of creativity that small brand can have. And so you can always beat them in the edges. Or you can always beat them in the tactical stuff because you're not competing against that founder anymore. That guy's he already sold, whatever, right? You're basically competing against account rep number 6 who got hired 4 years out of college and is doing some quote marketing for this company. So it's a lot easier to beat big business than you think it is, unless they have incredible network effects that make it impossible, which is a separate discussion. But they don't. So yeah, they're beatable. Those companies are mostly marketing companies.
Yeah. Thanks for answering those questions.
Oh, you're welcome, Layla.
Team, I know that the screen is stuck because I know it's higher than that. How many copies have we sold? Can someone give me the live count?
Is it? It seems like it's fun.
It's higher.
Oh, nice. All right. Great.
Anybody? Bueller?
It looks like it's updating.
Nope. It's behind.
Okay. I trust you. I believe you. Do you want to put my shoe on and see what it feels like?
2.5 million.
Yeah, there we go. We're there. Yeah, it's accurate.
Sweet.
All right.
Guys.
So we closing we closing this down. As a reminder, when we close it down, the live launch bonus goes away. So
how about you chug it and we close it down once you chug?
Well, let me see. Anybody else checking out? Because I'll answer a couple questions if somebody's checking out and needs to get it. All right. We good?
Chug it.
Okay. You want to just like chug it. Chug it. All right.
You didn't drink any water.
Just beer.
I want to see Alex the Legend Hormozy come out.
Oh God. What does that mean?
You guys know in college, Alex was quite the legend. I got to hear about that.
Okay. So you guys are awesome. If you have a normal sized beer, I'll shotgun it, but photo op. Yeah. Let's do a photo op. All the green guys?
What are we doing?
I don't know. I'll have my beer here. Thank you guys. All right. And I will chug this for y'all. You guys rock. The record has been completely obliterated. Yeah, so guys, the record was 1.43. And I really wanted to break it, so I kind of pulled out all the stops, and it looks like we broke it by a million. So that's chill. And we still have I don't know, 20 or 18 hours, something like that to keep going. So
yeah,
we're gonna keep raging. As a reminder, if you are on the fence right now, the live launch bonus is gonna go away, which now is the Guinness World Record launch. Oh, hey. Which is now the Guinness World Record launch, which is, great. Pretty badass, I think. Now, that being said, you guys were awesome. I can't even begin to tell you how much work went into this stuff. A lot of work. So much work. So are we holding this now?
We're doing more photos.
More
photos.
We're
gonna do photos.
All right. Well, you guys are great. Thank you guys for being champs. I guess you only have, I'll put the beer down because I'm sure Layla will be upset that there's a beer in it. There we go.
I'm so upset.
Got it. All right. Great. Thank you guys. So before we, yeah. So again, live stream ends, that bonus goes away. That's the Guinness World Record, launch, collateral. I want to say special thanks to everyone that is not on this screen right now. There is so much that went into making this happen. We have redundancies. I don't know what's happened behind the scenes, but we have 3 redundancies for Wi-Fi to make sure that the live stream would keep going. We have 2 redundancies for power outside of the 3 redundancies. We have 2 generators and a battery pack in addition to the power that's going to the actual, all the screens, all the stuff that's powering the cameras. We hired and trained 300 phone reps to help anybody who needed to check out. We have 90 support reps who are handling support right now in full time. We also have 30 of my internal team that are not actively manning stuff, that are on the phones also helping out. So I guess it's 330 plus that are just helping people check out if they have issues. Beyond that, we have, go ahead. You want to say more?
Oh, no, I can talk though.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. No, I was just going to say, I think for everybody watching, you're all here inspired by what you've seen today and what Alex has presented to you and what we've just presented to you guys. But I want you guys to know, you can't do it without a team. This doesn't happen without so many people so dedicated. And we're just really lucky that we have an amazing team that was willing to wear green suits for the last month, drink energy drinks and be here every day. and we couldn't have done it without them.
No, like special thanks to Maggie for just managing a ton of stuff and putting it all together. I shouldn't probably say names now, but say everybody. So I will. So everybody else, I'm not going to say that. So Maggie, you just got a special shout out. Special thanks to Trevor for all book related activities. You know who you are. Beyond that, honestly, just thanks to you guys. Like, thank you guys for being here since 2021, making little YouTube videos. Couldn't have done it without you. I can say with a lot of earnestness that we are not going to stop. So we're going to keep going. We're going to keep making stuff. We're going to keep doing the best we can, and we will mess up, but we will do our absolute best. I also want to say thank you for donating so many books. There's a ton of entrepreneurs. The amount of story, like I can't even. It borders. So the reason you guys might have noticed that like there's not a single income claim in this presentation, which would be very easy to make with a book called Money Models. The reason that there is no income claim is just for FTC stuff, but the amount of messages and videos and long letters of like my business went from X to Y and Z to W, and I can, I could feed my family now. We moved into a new neighborhood because we can afford it, and we have finally bought our first home, or like I bought the building my business was in, or I finally quit my job and I started my own thing, and now I'm doing tour advisor stuff, or I learned how to do rank and rent, and now all of a sudden I've got 10 clients paying me $2,000 a month. Everything's changed, right? Like, you guys are the reason we do this. And these goals are motivating for us, but at the same time, like just putting more books in the hands of entrepreneurs. That's why I take the time to write these books, because my life was changed through those. And so I just try and model the things that changed my life.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. And I guess I'll kill this.
How long is everything going to be up?
How long is everything going to be up? Okay, so here's your. Are we saying it? We saying it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just rolling. I wasn't even going to be up here.
Okay. We're just rolling. Yeah, we're beyond we've stayed beyond our welcome here. This will end. I will say that. This will end very soon. And if you want to make a decision, you should do so now. And that launch bonus, which like got this certificate that has literally never been done by any human in the nonfiction space. As also a side note, we also crossed the number 5, which is, yeah, I don't want to say anything, but
we also crossed the nonfiction.
Yeah, so we're number 5 in all time of all books ever as of right now, which just crossed
nonfiction.
Yeah, as a nonfiction book.
Little old us over here.
So I'll give you guys a hint. The number 1 through 5 is all owned by the same person, the absolute GOAT. So I have no goal to beat the GOAT.
Harry Potter.
It's Harry Potter. And so
I love.
Yeah, we're huge fans. And so we just crossed Cursed Child, the script, which she released, I think has 2 million. It sold 2 million copies in the first 24 hours.
You're a wizard.
Yeah. And so right now, the only books that are ahead this book, we still have, 18 hours left. The only books that are ahead this book are Goblet of Fire, Order of the Phoenix. What's the 6th one? Why am I losing my? No, Order of the Phoenix.
Half-Blood Prince.
Oh, Half-Blood Prince. Yeah, and then the Deathly Hallows.
So good.
And so those are the only 4 books in history that have sold more books than this book in the first 24 hours.
Maybe she'll want to have coffee.
Sure. What?
Maybe I'd like to meet her.
Yeah, I love the JK. I'll have a beer with JK.
I'm a Harry Potter
a butter beer, if you will.
A butter beer.
Yeah, maybe a jelly.
What is this?
Every berry bots, every flavored beans. I'd have them all. Anywho's, so anyways, that just happened. So that's kind of cool. But anyways, this launch bonus, which created this, all the marketing behind this, all of the internal memos, all of the strategy that created this, it goes away as soon as we turn this off, which is happening momentarily. So like, grab it if you want it. What's nice is that the launch one is digital, so you can use it to train AI to help retrofit some of those assets for your own business.
And the school group's already popping off.
Oh, is it? Oh, fantastic. Great. So also for the ultra ballers, the super business owners, the H100 book thank you page offer. You just make the first payment today and then you're in. And so, just because again, it's like I don't have unlimited phone people, and I'm sure I don't know, but I'm sure they're hammered, and it's probably a bloodbath.
It's actually going great.
Oh, is it? Mm-hmm. Great. Well, we prepared for a long time. We did a lot of training.
We took it in house, and look, nothing broke.
I know. So I don't know if you guys know, but last time the internet broke, and so hopefully you guys are cool. Just like going a little behind the scenes, just hanging out. Is that all right with you guys? Is that cool? Just giving you a little behind the scenes. Okay. What?
Ask them for our gum, your gum, and my gum.
What, my gum spilled? Oh, I had a beer, I guess. I'll hold this for now. Okay, I'm going to put this away because it's already over here. This is great. Okay, fantastic. We break the record. Yay, it happened. And now, you know what that means? That emptiness that you feel inside of you, now it's the next milestone. It was a good 3 minutes. Glad we spent 3 years, 2 years building to that moment. But first off, thank you to all the Australians and the New Zealanders who I know have stayed up for like an absurd amount of time to do this launch. You guys are awesome. The least I could do is drink a beer out of my shoe, which is soaked in sweat, like literally soaked in sweat. My shoes are squishy anyways from how wet they are. But beyond that, what, are you getting gum? Is that the? Not really. Oh, nicotine gum. I'll do that. Yeah. I'm not going to go natty gum. What do you think I am, a savage? But, anyways, the thought process behind this was I knew some of you guys wanted to have a school community for some of the business owners. I wanted to have a little bit of a gate. And so if you donate more books, you can join it. It's on the thank you page. But obviously it's for the super business owners. And so we put it there. But that being said, all these raw materials are for everybody. If you donate 200 books, we'll be giving them away, and you have a whole year to use them. All right. So it's like if you want to use these to incentivize people to join a community, if you want to use them to train your employees, the number one request we had from last year was like, can you just give me a code? Because I don't want to have to deal with holding the books. And so there's two big decisions that we had to make when we were making this that were kind of like one-way doors. One of them was international. One of the big downsides of international is like either you have to pay a lot for shipping, or we just say we don't sell to your country. Those are literally the only two options. And both of them, huh?
We don't control shipping.
Yeah, we don't control shipping. And so it's like you hate me either way. And so I just figured that, at least giving the option to people who wanted to buy it and were willing to spend whatever the extra in shipping is was better than just not having the option. So that was the decision there. The other decision was, I can't remember. Probably the beers went straight to the head. Who knows?
No, it's fine. Maybe the green guys. You want to come out?
Yeah, special
Take a
thanks.
bow?
Yeah, to the $100 million men. So what you guys don't know is that like, you guys probably saw a little bit of content the last week or two that came from the $100 million men. So kudos, give them a little shout. Guys, come on. Come on out. Yeah. Take a bow. Take a bow. We only have one? We have only one $100 million man? Everybody else is like manning phones and stuff. I got it. Yeah. Okay, got it. So, all right. Well, as a representative of all of them, thank you. We all thank you.
There was lots.
So there's a bunch of them. But beyond that, the only reason they took that over so they could give me the space to keep working on this presentation, training team, making like bigger decisions around this launch to make sure that it could actually happen. And so they actually, like all those posts, like they literally just, I didn't even consult for any of that. They just 100% did it themselves. And so that's like a special kudos to them for just being awesome.
Yeah. Special kudos to them. Special kudos to Sharon.
Yeah. S-Dog.
Sharon, S-Dog. You want to come out?
S-Dog Millionaire.
Knew you're back there.
Oh man. Yeah. Hey. So we did it.
I couldn't have done it.
Yeah. Couldn't have done it without you. Yeah. Do you want to drink a beer out of my shoe?
No.
No? I'll drink a beer out of whatever you want.
Jesus. I'm a lady. My whole team watching. What am I supposed to say?
Well, I wasn't going to break that silence. I was just going to let you break that one.
Later.
Anyways, yeah,
super exciting.
Do you want to give a little bit of context in terms of like, so Layla basically took over a huge amount of the responsibilities that I have inside of ACQ almost for like the last like 9 months so that I could put all this stuff together. Like it was a lot.
I mean, you started working on this.
Yeah.
I want to say the first conversations about this launch were 2 years ago.
Yeah. No, for
And, I think as businesses grow, you kind of have to figure out at some point, I think we used to overlap a lot more.
Yeah.
And then at some point you have to kind of decide like where you're going to spend your time. And I think we said, you writing these materials, putting these things together, it's the highest leverage thing that you can do to help everybody. And so that's kind of how I think we split it. Like probably 2 years ago, we made that decision. It's like, that's you creating things like that, me being the person handling the business side, like that's how we can do it,
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't even including all the 1 day consultation. I wasn't even including that, which definitely has happened this whole time.
Yeah. So I think, just in general, it's a lot of, I think it's a season though, and I think for everyone that's, asks and you talk about the sacrifice you make and everything, you made so much sacrifice in terms of time, in terms of sleep, health, our marriage. No, but what I tell everybody is like, it's a decision, and me and Alex talk, and we have seasons where we get to be really close and it's comfortable and things are a lot more chill. And then we have seasons where we say we're going to gas it. And it was definitely a season that I think we gassed the last 18 months, I want to say.
For sure.
And the next season will not be as much gas for a minute because you got to recuperate and you got to restore yourself. But we did it because we wanted to do something epic. And I think that the thing that we always default to and is like, what's going to make the best story? And I remember, it's funny because when you were about to go up here, I just remembered, I don't know if you remember this, when we were in Arizona doing our launch in Phoenix in the extended stay. And we were in the parking lot of Walmart. And I remember we were walking and we were like, we had $1,000 and we're like, what are we doing wrong? And I remember, and I remember us walking in the parking lot to go into the Walmart. And we were like looking up at the sky and I was like, I swear, like, I just remember, I just thought to myself, I was like, if we just keep going, it's going to make it all worth it. And like, we're going to get there one day.
Yeah.
And I saw you like going up here. It's like, it's so funny because, you see the numbers and the records and all that, but it's like, damn, like that was 10 years ago,
Yeah,
and
it's 10 years.
We were in the extended stay, had $1,000. And, like the reason that this stuff is important to us is because, I think people see success and fame and money and they're like, oh, you must not, like, I have never not felt, like I probably still feel very much insecure and like that person in many ways. Now doesn't mean that completely, but I still very much think about that and think about, gosh, it's so cool to come this far. It's so cool to have a team that can help put this together. It's so cool to have such an impact. And so for all of you watching and thinking like, gosh, I hope if you can one day, like you can do the same one day. And I hope somebody that's watching this, I hope you break the record next. Because this now, it's like the 4-minute mile. Like the 4-minute mile for books has been run, right? Like now we are #1 in nonfiction. But like who's next? It can be one of you. And like it doesn't have to take as long as you think it does. And I think if there's anything about our journey that I hope inspires you guys today, yes, there's the business and the money, all this, but it's like just what's possible. And there's nothing different about either of us than there is of you. 10 years ago, we were in the audience. We would have been in the audience with all of you. And it's just the reps, it's the work, and it's literally just not quitting. And I think we're lucky because we have each other. So anytime one of us feels down, we pull the other up. If you're in a partnership, you got to do that. Like when one is down, you pull the other up. But just like anything is possible if you just don't quit. And you just got to give yourself that shot. It's like I always tell myself, I'm like, you got to make it worth it. Like if you're in pain right now and you're listening to this and you've watched this and you're like, gosh, I want to be where Alec, like we were in deep pain 10 years ago and it's still painful. Don't get me wrong. Business is not easy and achieving goals and doing things that are challenging is not easy, but man, like make it worth it. That's like what I think to myself. Like I'm having a really freaking bad day. I'm like, if you stop now, the pain will have been worth nothing. You got to keep going to make it worth it to find what's on the other side. And I think a lot of this, that's what I think about like this morning going into this launch. And while I'm behind the scenes, like watching, I'm just like, man, I remember, that night in the parking lot and then going into that Walmart saying, it looks like all the other Walmarts in the country. This extended stay looks like all the other extended stays. And then thinking like, you know, I mean, I really like thinking about you and how much I believed in you. And I was like, we're gonna get out of this. It's not gonna be the same. I was like, we can do this.
This guy's gonna make more than $1,000. I know it.
No,
Penny
I mean,
stocks,
just like,
baby. Penny stocks.
penny stocks. No, I mean, like, so I feel for everybody that's watching this right now and is just feeling the pain because there's so much uncertainty. There's so much, and like, at the end of the day, the reason I like making content, I like doing things like this is I don't want people to have to go through the same pain. If you're going through pain right now, the whole point of this, the whole
want
point of
everyone to go
teaching.
through the same pain, you know?
No, I want to save a little bit of it.
You know? But like a little, you know, like a little bit.
I'm too nurturing. I default to protecting. And that's where we differ. Like, if we can just save you a little bit of the
10%.
pain.
10% less pain.
20%.
8% less pain.
Then
What kind
like,
of people do they want to become? You know?
I do that too.
No, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you guys so much. And thank you, thank you from me, and thank you from the 2.5 million entrepreneurs who are going to, well, minus however many books get, you know, redeemed directly. Thank you from all the other entrepreneurs who are going to get this. This is, I mean, it's beyond what I expected. So, thank you again so much. We're going to do everything in our power to uphold that and, continue to just give more stuff and continue to reinvest in educating entrepreneurs and writing more books. Oh God, more books. I wrote a lot of books lately. This was 2 years of my life. But it was for you guys.
Record.
Yeah, to the next record. Yeah.
Maybe it'll be one of you guys.
Yeah. Hopefully it is. And use all the stuff in the books. Seriously, take action with it. All right. So the marketer in me wouldn't let me end this without doing this. So you wanna, I mean, you're welcome to stay if you want. All right. So one last time as I close this out. I can't, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it without doing it. So one last time. For anyone, so the live stream is going to end. So if you've been on the fence, do it now. So go to go.acq.com, go check out. There is shipping for international. And if this was $7,000, you probably would be fine with it too. So just change your mind about how you think about the price. Anyways, you donate 200 books to other entrepreneurs. And when you do that, you get the last 2 years of my life, basically, consolidated into the most checklist format I can possibly give. And so each one of these, I tried to always take the perspective of what will this change about their behavior? What actions will they take as a result of reading this book or this playbook so that they can have an increased likelihood of getting this outcome? How can it increase the likelihood that their ads will continue to scale and do so profitably? These are the behaviors that we took in order to increase that to happen in the highest percentage of businesses. That is what's contained in GoDaddy. All right. Like you saw in there, people weren't like, oh, it took me years to read these things. So many of them were like, I read it in one sitting. I did it. It worked. I'm not promising it's going to work for you. Your results will be different, right? Everyone's a special snowflake. All right. But these have the most consolidated ways that I've had to consolidate. Like, how do I just get someone to have ads that are profitable? That's what's included in the GoDaddy playbook, which is the first thing you get for free. Inside of the Hooks playbook, like, man, content was tough for me. As much as like people were like, oh, it took off overnight. It's like, well, I mean, I started making content in 2020. And so besides that, yeah, overnight. No,